welcome back to another episode of Yonci and Friends. We're actually on episode 41 tonight, and I am excited. You know what? Is it supposed to be 42? I feel like I did not put the right ones up. I was like, something is off. Give me 1 second, you guys, to add this in. If I don't use my little checklist, I'd be forgetting sometimes what I'm supposed to be doing here. All right, so let me add this up, switch it in. We can't be having the wrong show number. All right, so let's see. There we go. We're episode 42. That's right. We can't lose precious episodes. And let's see the other one here. All right. I hope you guys are doing well. If you are an OG, you've been around a while, you know the drill. Comment your city and state. Let me know where you are watching from. I don't care if it's a replay. It's always great to see who is there. And most of the time, I will come back after the fact and say hello. Also, if you didn't know, now you know my singles database is live. This is where I have a spreadsheet of the single women on my page. They can put their height, their location, if they want kids, if they have kids, if they are a woman who's big on her faith. I have a whole bunch of information that the men can see on my men's page. So if you don't know about that, check the link in my story. If you don't see it in my story, then just DM me and say, girl, where is this information? But you can click it on my Instagram bio. The link is always there permanently. Nice. Nayusi said he'll be on in a second. Absolutely fabulous. Hey, Kita, good to see you. She's tapping in from Chicago. Kenny was the first one. Shout out to Kenny. He noticed we're at a different night Tuesday. Yes, absolutely. I don't hardly ever change the date, but I did it for my honey because he wants to take me on a very special date this week. And so we're switching it up, and it means so much that you guys made this switch over. I was really nervous that it would be too confusing and folks would not know. But next week, we're going back to Thursday. I don't plan on doing a lot of changes on the days. Okay. But he was the first one to check in from Capitol Heights, Maryland. Kiki is tapping in from Philly. Nice to have you, Kiki. Let me know if anybody is a newbie. It's your very first time catching a YouTube live stream. Comment newbie so we can give you some extra love. And I have a couple of people who are backstage already. Some of my friends are ready to come on. So let's go ahead and bring everyone on and see who we got. We got Keisha Coles in the house. Hey, Keisha. Good to have you. Let's see here. And you're welcome, by the way, guys. If anybody wants to put their social media handle, you're welcome to do that as your tagline. It looks like both of the other guys who are backstage had to go off camera for just a moment, so we'll bring them back on in just a second. How are you doing, lady?
Me?
Yes, you. It's so nice to have some estrogen on the panel.
I'm blessed. I'm definitely blessed. Yes, ma'am.
I love that. I'm really excited because, you know, it can be tough trying to get the women to come on, especially if we have guys with very strong opinions. But my goal is really to let women speak for themselves. I mean, I'm only one person. And as you can see, a lot of times I get dismissed, but you're Yonci. And so I think it's important that we have a platform for men and women to be able to go back and forth and share their thoughts and kind of see what's what. Oh, that's what's up. So wait. So Lakeisha is a newbie and she's on the program. So I love this. Shout out to you, girl. So I opened it up this week for the first time for people outside of Patreon. And because my Patreon girls are very shy, but we got to speak up for the people. So very happy to have you. And in just a moment, we'll be joined by the other fellas. They're coming on. So for you and those who are watching the show for the first time, what we do each week is I ask 5 questions of the men on my men's page. Then I post the tea on Patreon so they can get all the juicy tea. They see all the comments. And then we do a little bit of a teaser on my YouTube show where I go over the 5 topics. And then we'll go over some of the comments, but we'll have a discussion on there. Then from there, it's a free-for-all if we don't have a submitted question for the week. And we have a lot of fun. We've got Willie in the house. Good to have you, sir.
How are you?
Yay, your audio is working right out the gate. Nice job.
Yeah, I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. So I'm going to try not to at least. We're good.
Nice to have you. Nice to have you. And we got Mikkel. He's going to be joining in just a little bit. Nayusi said he's coming on in a second. So I'll give you guys a little sneak peek as to what we're going to be talking about today. I don't know. All of a sudden, I have a big old itch in my throat. Please keep in mind, next week we are back to Thursday night. So don't set your calendars for Tuesdays. Don't set your alarms for Tuesdays. Back to the regular scheduled program. So Thursday night, Thursday night, Thursday night. And here are the topics. 31% of men say they have never had a girlfriend, never had a boo thing. Why do you think that is? Question number 2. It has been said that helping a man when he's at his lowest will make him resent you. Do you agree or disagree? And please tell me why. Number 3, we have a video asking if this fashion is better than sagging. This one I was being a little silly, a little lighthearted. We'll get into that. Number 4, I have seen a lot of men complaining about women wanting to go deeper. They just want to keep things surface and the woman wants to go deeper. If you could go through life without tapping into your emotions, would you prefer that? And last but not least, number 5, what can women with jobs like doctor, lawyer, etc. do to be more attractive in dating? A lot of them say that they have issues when it comes to dating. So we will get into that. Those are the 5 questions. We do have a submitted question for today. And then some other topics we want to get into. Anything new and exciting in your life, Willie, that you would like to share? Anything mind-blowing happened in the last, 5 days since we've been on last?
No, I don't talk about nothing until after it's over with. So
You said what?
I don't typically have stories to tell until after it's over. So
Okay.
give me a bit.
Anything fun and exciting happened in your week, Miss Coles?
Well, I wouldn't say. It depends on your definition of fun and exciting. I was just in Dallas over the weekend for a business trip. So just, I'm a network marketer by trade. I'm a baker. I do it all, but we'll get into that some other time. But just opening up different industries to get involved in is exciting to me. More ways of income. So yeah, that's exciting.
Well, nice. I hope you enjoyed my new city.
Yeah.
We've been having some lovely weather, so good time of year to pick to come. Okay. I just saw your message, Mikkel. It'll be good to see you when you are able to come on. All right, so we are going to get into it. As usual, didn't have dinner on time, so I'm excited to get into some spaghetti tonight. You guys will see me get on a little bit, enjoying my spaghetti. I might just make this part of the show, dinner with Yonci and friends. All right, so let's get into this first question. And everybody who is just joining in, I see the numbers going up. Make sure you drop your city and state so I can shout you out. I missed you, Miss Coles. She is tapping in from Killeen, Texas. Okay. How far is that, by the way, from Dallas?
So when I say Killeen, Texas, most people have no idea where that is.
Fort Hood.
I put close to Austin, but it's actually Fort Hood, the military base, since I'm retired Army.
Okay.
So it's like 2 hours away, 2.5 hours.
That's the only thing.
What'd you say, Nicey?
I was saying Fort Hood is tiny.
I was going to say, I only know Killeen because of a documentary I watched. Unfortunately, it was very grim.
I think Fort Hood is one of the largest military bases we have.
Excuse me. No, I meant Killeen. My bad.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because I was like, because Fort Hood is Killeen. It's like Killeen's one zip code, and then the rest is Fort Hood.
Yep.
We got Falake watching from Rockland County, New York, and she said that she's going to be joining one of the shows. Don't know which one, but looking forward to that. Okay, so we are going to get started. Let's see. Question number 1. 37% of men say they have never had a lady friend. Why do you think that is? And let me go ahead and open up these comments over here. Why do you guys think that is? I hear about these men. I see some men. What show? Was it a show I was watching or a person? I feel like it was a real life person. I can't remember what I was watching, but I remember seeing a guy and thinking, oh man, it might be very difficult for this guy to be able to get a woman's attention, because if you don't have a certain level, and I hate to say swag because I feel like people take swag to another level when they're describing it, but there's a level of swag, like there's a level of human communication skills that both men and women have to have. And if you're super duper awkward, it can make it difficult. But this guy was like, he was different. But what do you guys think? What are your thoughts on why there are so many single men?
So, y'all don't mind if I go first, right?
Oh, not at all. By the way, we have the elbow rule here. You just throw your elbow and jump in. We just ask that no one talk over each other because then it's hard to hear. But no, we had one person raise their hand. I was like, if you don't just jump in and talk.
Okay. So I went over your questions just in case I had this opportunity. And it's funny that you just said that, Yonci, because you said the social skills. That was the first answer of mine.
Yeah.
I put social skills and confidence. Sometimes men struggle with approaching women or making connections. And I'm not going to say struggle. Well, I don't know if struggle is a word, but the confidence to approach women or make connections. And i.e., I'm kind of like a devil's advocate kind of guy, everybody's gal. So sometimes we're not approachable. So I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Sometimes we can give off that vibe or that aura that's not approachable. But yeah, that was my first response to that would be social skills and confidence.
The lack thereof.
I
think sometimes too, these guys are stubborn and they feel like the problem is not me. It's just women and their unrealistic expectations. And they're not willing to take a look. Nayusi is shaking his head, I'm pretty sure, because we've seen some on our show. And it's painful to watch. He said, no comment. Aw, he's being nice. Jacob says, hi. Hey, Jacob. Joining in from Detroit. Checking in from Detroit/Atlanta. Will you be coming and joining us, Jacob? Hopefully you will. Any thoughts on this matter, Nayusi?
They're millennials or they're gay.
And if they're millennials, what is that reason?
Millennials speaks to what she was just saying. And I think we talked about this a couple of shows ago, how
not talking to person.
They don't know how to interact with women. They don't know how to approach women. They're not used to doing anything other than sliding in some damn DMs and speaking to people online. And that's not how you do it.
It's lack of effort.
Yeah.
I have a different point of view. I think that those men probably just don't want one based on the group of women they have to choose from. So I don't think that it's because most men can't get a girl. These men can't get a girlfriend. I would say a lot of those men don't want one because they understand what comes with having one.
And so they don't want to put in the work to get one. Basically.
No, or the women aren't worth the work they require to be put in to get them.
Well, how would they know that if they're first meeting them?
Well, because you can't base it off of just meeting someone. Generally speaking, there's a large contingent of men who understand that modern women aren't worth dating. So I think that's probably why this number is that way. I don't have to know 100 women to have to understand like that. Hey, today's woman is technically not necessarily for most men because most women are looking for the same small percentage of guys. Maybe these guys fall outside of that percentage, and they're like, "Well, yeah, I don't want to go to the gym and get muscles. I can't."
But if these men say they have never, that's the thing that's getting me. They have never had a girlfriend. That speaks.
I would never believe
what you're
that.
saying to me, sir.
Wow. And I feel like it would have said they don't want a girlfriend. Like 37% of men have gone their own way. Like this sounds like they can't.
That means throughout your teenage years and your 20s, you didn't have a girlfriend.
That's because they've had situationships.
I don't think that counts because I bet you these 37% of men are still having sex.
Right. That's why I said situationships. They okay.
So again, I'm not trying to be funny, but the biggest thing that a man gets from having a girlfriend is consistent access to vagina. If these men are getting access to vaginas without having to do all the extra stuff, I wouldn't want.
I need a girlfriend. Exactly.
Like, yeah, like I don't. Why do I need? Like, it's like my job is across the street. I don't need a car. I can walk.
That's a good analogy.
It would be interesting to know if the lack of girlfriend was by choice or because they can't. Let's get into some of these comments. Someone said, "Who are they interviewing with 4 question marks?" Because I had one at 7, so somebody lying. Someone else said, "Sounds about right. I've gathered when women say aren't good men available, it's because they don't see men in whole around them. The bank teller, valet guy, shelf stalker, Amazon driver. We're all kind of seen, but not seen as well. So yeah." Another one. There's no formal courtship and traditionalism anymore. Social media exaggerates the optionality that women think they have. Women are already by nature selective of the mates they choose. And here's another. What were you gonna say?
So that's another one. I have 5 points from that. So
Oh yeah.
Whoever wrote, whoever just said the dating atmosphere, because I put the dating dynamics, online dating, modern expectations have made dating more complex. It's a plethora. Back in the day, you had when we had to meet while we were out. And that was the only way because there was no social media. But now there's the plethora of dating apps and other ways. It's so many options per se for men and women. Heck, but I think that's another one too. The dynamics of dating right now.
Not Lakeisha. Falaki said, I think they're afraid of rejection. I teach this in my course that there's a lot of backlash because of the Me Too movement, not the legitimate movement, but the people who have jumped on the bandwagon and accused men of doing the most when they were simply just expressing interest and not actually harassing. So there are a lot of guys who are worried about any receipts. If I slide in her DM, am I going to be on one of those frowning post that goes viral? He tried
What
it.
kind of women are they thinking that see when you
Stereotype.
Yeah, there you go. I had a brain fart real quick, but you
stereotype every time I turn the camera on.
Women, like what kind of women have you been meeting that you think that women are going to put you on a website with pictures and yeah, those type of women, especially if you're a man that's depending on what you're looking for, you shouldn't even be dealing with or socializing or DMing those kind of women. A lot of times they tell on themselves, they're how they are, their aura per se.
I think playing devil's advocate, I think it might be tough to tell with some.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I don't necessarily know that they would always be able to tell. I think that would be a valid thing to kind of be nervous about. I am mad that when women do that, they don't block out the name. Like, at least protect the identity if you're going to use something as an example, because it hurts all of us. Or the women who, I would say if you turn a man down, you don't have to be nasty about it or make fun of it. But there are some women, it's a sport for them. So you get enough guys who have that happen, and then now they start treating every situation the same way. I was watching a reality show, and this guy went into it with his heart wide open, and this girl just stomped all over it. And so he ended up coming back on a different season. He was like, okay, I want to do things differently. And I wanted to jump to the screen because I'm like, don't switch your MO because you met a crappy person. You keep being yourself, and the right person is going to benefit. So when he actually did meet someone who was really dope, he ran the other direction because it was like, well, I don't want to be too vulnerable. It was like, see, that could have been your person, but because you let that first person influence you, we got to learn when our method is not working or when it's just crappy people.
What's the
I think I put I also sorry, go ahead.
Like it's not saying it's annoying, but it's frustrating how when men have an experience that doesn't paint women in a polite way, the question that we're asking is, well, what type of women are you dating? The ones we come across. And then on top of that, like, damn, what's the common denominator between all your failures is you. So if a man is dealing with, say, if that guy changed the way he was on one show, he learned from his past mistakes. He learned something. He learned that I did something that didn't get me the outcome that I want. That's how men think. We're logical. There is no emotion to it. So if I'm striking out with 10 women, clearly the problem isn't just the 10 women. It has to be something I'm doing wrong. Because because I'm the common denominator.
No, but even if he is the common denominator, why can't the common denominator be I'm not picking the right person? Because in reality, he wasn't. She wasn't.
But that only works for women. Men aren't afforded to even move through life like that. We can't say, well, I'm doing the wrong thing. No, you know what the right thing is? Doing the right thing gets you the outcome you want. If this man is not getting the outcome he wanted, he did the wrong thing because that's what he wanted. He wanted that woman who didn't want him, so he did the wrong things to get her. If he had chosen that lady, or if that lady had chosen him, he could say he did the right thing. But if
that was so simple, we'd all be married in relationship. I mean, we all be married by now.
We'd all be drunk. But
that's what I'm saying to you. We would be.
But the cool part is, I promise you, I'll let you finish. But you can't say like, hey, men stay the same, because we can't do that. We have to adapt. We have to adapt based on what it is we're trying to do. And with women, we have to adapt based on the type of women we want. Like, and we have someone on this panel regularly who is a great example of that. They refuse to adapt, and they keep getting the same things that they've always gotten, but then they're mad at the world because, oh, why should I change? That proves my point. You can't change.
So let me use an exact scenario. Okay. Let's say this guy is a great guy. He's the type of woman that he's the type of guy decent women want.
Okay.
And he messes with a woman who just likes attention. And she's pretty, but she just likes attention. She doesn't want to be married. She just feels flattered that a guy likes attention. So he goes after her, and then he loses her because she's gotten her attention and she moves on. So then he says, I'm going to turn into an a-hole and treat women like an a-hole, but his goal is to get married. How is that a practical solution if now he meets the girl who is a quality girl who would want to also marry him, but now his method is actually going to turn her off? I don't see how
his method is based on the amalgamation or the cumulative experience he's had with women. I'm trying to be funny, but women tend to like assholes more than they like good guys. Like that can be proven.
But it doesn't matter the quality of the woman as long as
it matters the quality of his choice. He chose the woman. That's the part, right? Like, we choose y'all for relationships.
Okay.
Right? So he's choosing a woman that didn't want him. But that's still his choice. So
she wanted him initially. She just didn't want a serious relationship. She just wanted it.
And that's the problem. He chose. She didn't want him, because I guarantee you, if he checked all her boxes, that woman would have been busted it open on that show for him.
Yeah.
Like that, and that's what is unfortunate about the way sometimes that our experiences are moved or portrayed when explained by women, is that his choice. Like, y'all have the luxury of being chosen. So all you guys have to do is just be worth choosing.
Ooh.
We have to do a whole lot to be in a position where we can even choose a woman. He chose a woman who didn't want the same thing he wants. That's his fault. So him saying, okay, well, cool, next time I'm gonna get with a girl who's more likely to go for what I'm giving her, that makes perfect sense to him. It's like if a woman was like, if a woman's dated one guy, he beat her up, right? He beat up the woman one time, and she's like, I have no issue with her being conscious of every other dude after him beating her up, or having triggers about men raising their voice at her, or being aggressive, or being hostile, because those things remind her of that one dude that was putting her head between the washer and dryer. Like, she would be a foolhardy not to do that with the next dude. Guys do the same thing. We have to go back and pick our game up. Like, if I shoot my shot at you and misses, I'm not going to shoot the same shot at what's your name, ma'am? Nicole?
Keisha.
Coles. You can't forget my name.
No, I apologize, Miss Cole. So, like, I'm not going to shoot the same shot I shoot at you that I shot at her when the shot I hit you with didn't work. Like, that's just common sense for men, though.
But not all women are the same.
All women that men want, like, that's the thing. Our type doesn't change. If we have a type that we shoot for, all of those women we're shooting at are the same to us.
Okay,
that's the disconnect.
I'm curious what Mikhail has to say about this, because I'm thinking about this through like my son's eyes. If he went after a chick who ended up revealing that she was just it's a 5-letter word that ends with or, I would not want him to adjust his strategy. Because I wouldn't want him to try to turn that into a housewife. I'd want him to start getting better at discerning who is a housewife.
Some women put the hoe in home, though. I'm just saying.
Wait, hold on.
Before
he jumps in, let me throw this out here, because this is something my ex taught me, and it's real simple. They said 37% of men that had a girlfriend, they don't want one. Like, sometimes you just don't want one, and I just want to have fun. And I can do what I want to do. I just don't want a girlfriend right now. I don't want the responsibility. I don't want the work. I just may want to have fun right now. And I think sometimes the answer is that simple. Like, we done went down a rabbit hole and blame the women and blame the men for not being together. Some people just don't want it. Sometimes it's really that simple. So I got to assume here that people want one. And so if we start there, the question is, why don't you have one? Because you don't need one. Let me just say that. If you just want to have fun and and BAORE, you can. You don't have to have a girlfriend to do any of these things.
Well, especially if women just giving it out so freely these days anyway. Why, like you said, you don't have to.
It ain't necessarily giving it away. Let me say
yes, they are.
differently. Because some women don't want the responsibility of a relationship either until later in life. Sometimes some women are out here just want free food. They want to kick it. They want to enjoy life. They don't want to be tied down. I think right now in the world, a lot of people really don't want relationships because now relationships and marriage have a more negative, it's not completely, but more negative connotation. It's a business contract. You're going to lose half your stuff. It's not what it used to be. And I don't think people want it like they used to.
The women on my page want it, and they want it bad.
I'm like, who leaves have their stuff? Where your stuff at?
Look, I am meeting some women, not all, who don't want one. They don't want a relationship. They're just like, I want to have a boo, but they don't necessarily want a relationship. They just want to have somebody come through, handle business every now and then. They don't necessarily want a relationship. So I do think I'm kind of willing. It just depends on the environment and who you're running into. I would be curious of the men who said they never had one. Mm-hmm. Why? Did they even want one? That's a question I would love to ask some of the guys. They even want a relationship because you don't need one today to do certain things.
To get what you want, you don't. That's what situationships are for.
Let me throw this last thing out here. And I made this comment about Yonci before. I love her and her man. Like they seem they be having a good ass time. Like when they're together, they have a good time. Speaking from my experience, this ain't fun. I mean, I go out, I ain't having a good time. Women, some of them just bored as hell.
It depends on who you going out with.
That's common sense, though. That go without saying.
Yeah, you got a date to find that person that's fun.
I'm talking about. I'm going out with professional, very achieved, accomplished women that are boring AF, and I don't have a good time with. I'm hearing about board meetings and deals they've cut and performance reviews. When I'm out, I'm supposed to be out having a good time and chopping it up.
You talking to your homeboy with titties?
That's question number 5, but I would. That's Yonci's question number 5 about these high-powered women as this and doctors and lawyers and all that. So
I will say that unplug.
Right.
I will say that I have encountered a lot of women who are unaware. I call it like the TV syndrome. You know, there's how you are when you're watching a show versus how you are when you're sitting across a dinner table from someone. You should not be the same way as when you're watching a TV show. You should be engaged. You should be interacting. You should be asking questions. And when I've done different coaching exercises, actually, Jacob has been a part, but don't say anything to give away what it is. But Jacob's been a part of some of those exercises. And there's a lot of like deer in the headlights stuff going on. There are a lot of reasons why women do that. But ladies, free game. It is absolutely not intriguing for a man. You will not get a call back. You might get a booty call, but you're not going to get a call back from men regarding that. So we got 15. Oh, excuse me. Just jumped to 18. 18 people watching. Anybody in a position where they could snitch? This is the part of the show where we see how many people showed love, clicking the like button. If you have not done so yet, please tap that like button. If you're watching on a cellular device, you're going to have to close the chat box so you can see the little thumb. Click the thumb to like it, and then you can go right on back to chit-chatting in the comments. But please show some love so that YouTube knows this is the type of show that you want to keep watching, so it will push it out to more good people. All right. Anybody have snitching stats up for me? Come on with multiple cameras, Willie. Do what it do. He's been updating his podcast.
So what's snitching stats again?
Yeah, I'm looking for this for YouTube. How many likes there are? If anyone has the show open, tell them to plant some flowers to relax. All right, let's see. All right, y'all gonna make me do it this week? Okay, let me go. Let me check it out. Where's Paul when you need him?
I'm trying to look into it. Please.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, who?
Nobody.
Y'all starting trouble. We're not doing that today. Tuesday. Let's have our Tuesday dialogue.
It's a new day. It's a new day.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh, come on, ad, so loud. We've got, oh no, we have eight only. Oh no, 9. All right, keep them coming, guys. Yes, we cannot have 8 or 9 with 14 watching. Let's get those likes up. All right, let's get on to the next question here. Unless anyone had anything else they wanted to contribute to this topic.
No, I can't wait to get to number 5. Question 5.
Okay, I didn't look at the questions.
There are like 75 pages of comments on that one.
Yeah.
All right. It has been said that helping a man when he's at his lowest will make him resent you. Do you agree or disagree? And I was so annoyed that Instagram was glitching and it would not let me put a poll. So I'm just going to kind of go through and see which answers I hear. Whoops, I'm on the wrong one. My bad, y'all. All right. There we go. Oh, no, this one does have the poll. One of the other ones doesn't have the poll. Okay. So do you think that there's agreement or disagreement? It is a landslide vote. Which do you think the guys said?
It's probably agree.
So landslide that they agree that men will resent you if you help him at his lowest?
No.
That must be women's answers.
Oh, these are all men. Sorry. All these answers are from men.
If there's an agree, I know why.
Okay. What do you say, Willie? The majority is going to be, and then I'll reveal.
No.
You think the majority said no? Okay. Jacob, what do you think the majority said?
It's got to be no.
All right. And Keisha, what do you think the majority said? They agree or disagree? These are all men voting.
Let's see how well you know me and Keisha. Come on.
Agree. I think the men disagree.
The majority disagreed. Well, you would be right, lady. 94% said, I do not agree. They don't think that helping a man at his lowest will make him resent you. So
there's a caveat to this, though.
Okay. And don't lose your thought now, you see. What I was going to say is that I have heard that men get the best that they can get. And when they elevate, the best that they can get also goes up. So if a guy picks a woman and she is helping him and now he gets to where he needs to be and suddenly his stock goes up, I mean, would that not play a factor? But go ahead, Naozi. What's the caveat?
The caveat would be, does she throw it in your face?
I figured that would come out. Kenny says Jacob is earlier tonight. Congratulations, Jacob. Way to get in early.
Kenny, you playing me real close, bro.
And he's always behind, so he's really playing.
So I think that I put it in the chat. It depends on the man and how the help is given, because I feel like some men feel emasculated when it comes to women's help. And I said some men, don't make that face.
Clarify.
Some men, they are, and that's the men that maybe struggle with self-worth, struggle with their own internal thing. But if the help feels like pity, and that's us as women, you know, we don't know how to sometimes help without throwing it in a man's face, or, you know, well, I shouldn't have did this, you know, or
make him feel like less than a man.
Making them feel less than a man, then it can create resentment. So I think that it depends on the man and depends on how the help is given. Like, if you're gonna throw it in my face, and I'm talking from a man's perspective, if you're gonna talk about what you did and how you do it all the time, and I gotta hear about it again, then don't help me. You know,
hey,
I can help myself.
We got a super chat. We got a super chat. We gotta show some love. Hey Tay, hey girl, how you doing?
Lord, that was a dance. Right, so.
You saw that? Give a little shoulder shimmy for Tay. Thank you. She is the first super chat of the night. Whoop whoop. Thank you for the love, girl.
She should come on so we can thank her for her.
She actually said she's going to. It looks like tonight isn't going to be a good night for her because she's got some work to do, but she plans on coming on in the future. So, so look said that 67 cents was worth the shoulder roll. Combo. Oh my gosh. Anywho, okay, let's see. Elle says, "What's up? Greetings to the host and panel, listening in and taking notes. Very nice. By the way, any newbies watching this show, make sure you comment the word newbie so I can shout you out and show you some love. Make sure we're on our best behavior." Let's see. I see some new faces. Yep, I was gonna say. So look is a newbie. I like that name. And Shantae says she will definitely come on another time. Okay, so let's get back to it. Let's look at some of these comments. Not Shantae saying she's a newbie. Girl, she a whole OG. Okay, someone said, I hope not. These are the men's comments from the men's page. If you are a man and you're not on my men's page, you are missing out. By the way, we're up to 13 likes and 13 views. So yay. The men's page is Yonster Nation. If any of you guys feel like typing that in the comments for the newbies, that would be great. But this is what some of the guys said, and we redact the names. Actually, my assistant redacts the names. I've retired from doing that. Thank God. Okay, first guy says, I hope not. That is super toxic response. That's a super toxic response. To be around someone who thinks like that. I can see you making someone relive their shortcomings by mentioning it could breed resentment, but not the assistance itself. They said, do you have to be born a man to be on the men's page? Asking because it's 2025. Yes, you do.
What?
This is a niche market. I deal with heterosexual men who want heterosexual women. We don't judge, but this is a niche.
Just let it go, nice. Just let it go. Let it go.
Right. Shut up.
Go.
Shut up.
You need a stress ball.
Let it go.
Oh, L is Lewis. I almost said Luis. My brain added a letter in there. Hey, Lewis. Good to have you. He is always commenting on Patreon. Really appreciate that. Love the support. Okay. Where was I? Oh, back to my little comment. It went away here. Hold on, y'all. Why did I click that? Okay, there it is. Okay. I think men understand and appreciate a woman who sees when a man is down as an opportunity to validate the support that is often used in words rather than actual action. Men who resent women like that have deeper issues and are blind to what true partnership is. Someone else says, depends on his character and how she's helping him. I think resentment comes when she's giving irresponsibly and at the price of neglecting herself. Let's do one more. A man who resents a woman for helping him when he's at his lowest has a very fragile ego and may need to work on healing that. From my perspective, a woman helping him at that point is showing her loyalty to him. And when he levels up, he will make sure she's taken care of. One hand washes the other and both wash the face. This would be the perfect example of that. Oh, I got to read this one. I just saw this one. Helping a man at his lowest will make her resent him. Oh, plot twist.
That's the one.
Let's get into it. All right. Any thoughts?
Say that again. I was trying to log in my YouTube.
Oh, it's the last comment said a woman helping a man at his lowest will make her resent him. The guy's saying it's not the other way around.
Yep. Can I ask a question though?
Please.
Yeah.
Oh, he froze. It looks like on my end.
Oh, how anticlimactic. Oh, you're back.
From the little bit that I heard, right? It sounds like the majority of people, I guess men, are taking this question to mean when they're at their financial low. And so when you look at it from a different perspective, like health-wise, for example, I mean, I can throw some living examples out there. And if you were reading the comments that you got or the responses that you got from the men's channel, I think I wrote the same thing, that the woman would end up resenting the man before the man ends up resenting the woman. You know, in most cases. I'm not going to say in every case. But again, looking at it from a non-financial standpoint, everyone hits their highs and lows. And, you know, if there's any resentment from either side of that, that you have to take a deep look at, within yourself and the other person to see, like where that came from and whether that was even a person that was really your ride or die or down with you. But when it comes to other aspects of your low, as you put it, there's so many different ways that can go. You can have someone who's on a drug or alcohol addiction low. You can have someone, again, like I said, who's on a health low, terminal illness or something like that can really determine, where someone is with you as far as a ride or die, or their character. So I wouldn't just put that in one lump category of, a financial low.
Okay. I believe that I asked this question of Chat GPT when I saw this, because I get inspired by different things. So I saw it somewhere. And so I just popped it back in. And it says, a man might resent a woman who helped him at his lowest for several reasons, many of which are tied to pride, masculinity, and power dynamics in relationships. So we've all touched on the wounded ego and loss of pride if they value their independence, and they often tie their self-worth to their ability to provide and stand on their own. So he might see her subconsciously as this reminder of when he was, in his mind, a failure or weak, and then he feels emasculated. Power imbalance and debt mentality says even if the help was given out of love, he may feel indebted, like he owes her something. And if he can't reciprocate or regain a sense of equality, then resentment can build, because no one wants to permanently feel like they're in someone else's debt, which is helpful for women. If you're listening and you do want to, out of the kindness of your heart, help a man, understand these would be his fears of how it would come back to bite him. Number 3, change in relationship dynamics. If he started the relationship at his lowest and she helped him, he may feel like she sees him as the same struggling man, even after he improves. So if she continues treating him like he's fragile or in need of her guidance, he might rebel against that role. Number 4, this is interesting, feeling controlled or trapped. Sometimes when a person helps another, they might unintentionally remind them of what they did, even in small ways. So she repeatedly references how she was there for him. He may feel like he can never outgrow this version of himself and start resenting her presence as a reminder of a time he'd rather forget. And then we talk shame. I won't read this. He wants, this next one says she saw him in his weakness. A lot of times men want to seem as strong and capable in the eyes of the woman he loves. So he may struggle with the fact that she has seen him that way. Afraid of losing power. And that's pretty much it. So it says it's important for women to help without making a man feel like a charity case. Allow him to regain his dignity and independence. Let him take the lead in his growth and healing, and recognize when he might not be mature enough to handle receiving help in a healthy way. A lot of times it's an internal battle if he struggles with that. So any final thoughts on that before we move right on along?
Let me jump in again. I'm sorry.
Everybody.
The last one that you read, Yonci, I think that may hit a little bit better, because, and this is just, obviously this is my opinion, but I don't think it's more of a resentment that men have on women when they're helping us at our low. I think in the back of every man's mind, when a woman is helping a man out in any situation, he's thinking at some point, this woman is going to use this against me. And it almost always happens. At some point they'll when you get into a fight, women will go dirty. They'll go deep and they'll go dirty. And I think it's more of that as opposed to a resentment. It's just that we don't want to hear that. And like you said, a reminder of where we were at our lowest point, because they will use that against us to really hit below the belt.
I have a question for you. In a hypothetical situation, let's say if you needed $1,000, right? And I said, we're in a relationship, and I said, okay, I'll give you this $1,000. And later, let's say years later, you're accusing me of being stingy with money or something like that. Would it be considered throwing it in his face if you said, how can you call me stingy? Like, I gave you $1,000 when you needed it, no questions asked, didn't press you to have it back. Would that be an example of throwing in her face? Or would that really?
Because it's like saying, oh, you never listen to me, you're not understanding. And I'm like, well, wait a second. When you were telling me about all that shit that Debbie did to you at work, I just listened to you. Or like when you and your friends are always into it, I listen to you. Anytime you have to bring up what someone has done to you, as to support a criticism they've given to you, you're throwing it in their face by like definition, because you have to. Like there's other things you could say. There's other examples you could have referenced outside of that $1,000 that would have been more recent and more relevant. But now you're bringing up some old shit to prove like to deal with a current issue. Like,
see, this is one of the times
and
where
it's typically always, and it's always those. I'm sorry, it's typically, you know, to his point, it's those things that we are typically in a you know, the provider set role of it, and you know, when it comes to money, we're supposed to be the provider. So they will throw that in our face, because then again, that's a shot at emasculating us.
See, and I do understand the taking a shot and digging at someone's character. To me, but there's a difference. Let's say if Keisha says to me, you know, you're not very generous, Yonci. And I say, well, hun, you know, the last couple times you took a class, I discounted it half off and I did this and that. If I feel like I'm being accused of something that is not true, I'm going to go to facts. So, and I'm not going to skip. I'm going to say, I'm sorry you feel that way. Like I'm going to give empathy, but I'm not just going to take an accusation. If someone says, I think you're racist, and I'm like, I don't know why you feel that way. And I would ask for examples, but I would go on to show like, I'm not racist against white people. I'm literally half. Like, I think it's natural to express why you think that that's not true. We got another super chat. Thank you, Mont and Deja. Thank you so much. He said, I don't trust women to analyze typically. They typically find answers they want unless asking the right questions. They still think we are intimidated by them, so there's no way I'm going to listen to this. He said what he said, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I agree. Like he said it in a much. I like the way that Mont put it, because I was going to say the same thing, but it wasn't going to come out like that. Because yeah, there's no way. We see it like how like even when women ask questions, they ask questions to get the answer they want. They don't ask questions to get the truth. They want the truth that they want to hear.
Okay,
do I look fat in this? No, yes, you look fat, but I'm not going to tell you that, because telling you the truth will correlate to some sort of loss of access to my favorite parts of you, whether it's your, like, you know what I'm saying, your personality, your vagina, or whatever. Either way, me telling you the truth is not going to get me the result that I want. So, of course, I'm not going to tell you that the 40 pounds you gained made that size 7 look like it's a size, you know, you need a 17 now. I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay, Willie.
Damn.
I'm gonna go back to what we were talking about. If someone is accusing you of something that you don't feel fits you, if somebody came on the show and they said you are so stingy, Willie, you should be more supportive of Yonci, would you just be like, okay, yeah, I am?
Yeah, because they're stupid. Because like, not trying to be funny. Anyone?
Okay, but imagine that it's your partner.
Oh, okay, cool.
Imagine it's your partner and she says, you claim to be such good friends with Yonci. Why don't you ever support the show?
Because
knowing that
I would let you, I wouldn't say anything. I don't take credit for what I do for anybody. But what I would do is I would let you correct her.
No, if it was just you and her.
Oh,
we're comparing a woman and a man.
Just tell her she's wrong. Just tell her she's wrong and she's speaking out of ignorance. Because in that situation, that woman will never challenge me again after I'm done with that conversation.
Okay, so that's why I was saying, then how is it different in the scenario?
I'm not bringing up old stuff that I did for her. She's talking about a situation she has no knowledge of. So
no, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is the thing that I think is the same is if somebody is saying something that you know is unequivocally wrong, you're saying it's wrong to bring up the evidence that proves that they're wrong.
When it's like tailored to you two, yes. Like, that's my point. She's bringing up something for a third person. That third person makes the difference. Because that's like me telling my ex-wife, like saying, hey, you had 7 years of never paying bills, right? Why are you asking me for money right now? See what I'm saying? See how I brought that up? I brought up some old shit to talk about a problem she has right now. She calls and says, hey, I need help with a car repair, whatever. I'm like, what you mean you don't have money you didn't pay bills for 7 years? Where's your money at? Like, you see what that's the same shit.
I feel like that's asking her what she did with the money. Let me use a different example. Let me use a different example then. So I use the example of being accused of not being generous, and the woman saying, well, I loaned you that and didn't think twice about it. Okay. So my guy isn't super affectionate. If I say to him, babe, I feel like you're not being very affectionate lately, and he says to me, I literally just grabbed your booty in the kitchen 5 minutes ago. I just covered. Okay, so the example, as long as it's recent, that's
yes. If you brought up shit you did for me recently, cool. If you brought up shit you did for me 10 years ago, I have a problem.
What if he gave $1,000 2 days ago?
There you go.
Obviously, the question is so like I clearly said that if it's recent, I have no issue with it. But when it's old and it's dated, there's a problem with it. Because you're bringing up old shit. No, listen, all men hate when you bring up old shit.
So what clarifies it as old, though?
Yeah, what's the statute of limitations on referencing evidence?
Like the definition of the word explains it as old. If it's old to you, it's probably going to be old to us. Or more importantly, the definition that your partner has. So what I claim to be old is some shit like from 10 years ago. Like, again, we'll say my ex-wife brought up, oh, remember that girl with the big booty from 10 years ago? Like, no, I don't remember her. Do you know how many big booty girls I've seen in 10 years?
What about 1 year ago?
No, that's fair. That's
okay. And the scenario that I was talking about was actually less than a year.
But it's $1,000 though. Like, you don't loan your partner money. Let's go ahead and start that now. If a man is in your guts, you should be in his pockets. There's never a time where I'm going to be like, I give my girlfriend money and then expect it back. Trust me, she's earned that money that I gave her.
I know that's right.
So like, I don't believe in loaning money to your partner. That's crazy to me.
Okay, what about this scenario? What if there are couples who do self-given allowance, right? It's not the man giving the woman allowance. It's not the woman giving the man allowance, but they make a decision. They say, hey, if we have enough to cover the bills and there's something left over, we get to both have enough. And then you can spend it how you want it. I spend my money. Okay. Now let's say she goes in, she blows all her money in Sephora within the first 2 days. She has nothing left. He's a frugal guy. He's saving. And then she's like, oh, I really wanted to buy these shoes. And he says, okay, I'll give you some of my allowance. And she says, okay, I'll pay it back. You think that that's terrible for there to be like a loan?
Well, one, I think that he's dumb for giving her the money because that shit will never happen. And then two, if he does give her the money, it's not a loan. You gave her the money. This is the thing. You are disqualified from borrowing money from me if we're sleeping together. Even if we're not in a relationship. If we're just having like regular schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Friday sex, and you have a life emergency come up, I'm going to help you. It is crazy for women to sleep with men that can't do shit for them. Like if you can't call me when your tire's busted or you left your debit card at home and now all you got is your Apple Pay, so you need me to Apple Pay you some cash to cover lunch or you not be embarrassed, like you shouldn't be letting me between your legs. Like I think that is crazy.
I can argue with that.
Right. I'm quiet. Church mouse.
By the way, guys,
I didn't get a moment on this one, but I once dated a guy that felt like he was in a 16-year marriage and all his ex-wife used to do was, I do this, I guess, So when we started dating,
he was shooting.
I started catching those little, when I would try to do something nice, he would say stuff like, well, what you doing this for? Or why are you trying to do that?
He thought there was a motive.
What's your motive? He asked me, that was the first honest, I'm not going to say the first honest guy. I don't want y'all on here thinking I just be dating clowns, but he was probably the most honest one I've ever dated, but he was just like, and I just felt like it was something, some I don't want to keep using the word trauma all the time, but every time I tried to do something nice, he would always say, what is it for? Oh, I'll pay you back. Or I got you tomorrow. And then what, like you said, if I'm doing something for somebody and I'm in a relationship and I'm giving up something, I just feel like if I want to do something, I should be able to. I don't feel like it's always on the man to give. I like to give too sometimes. Yeah. But I felt some kind of way when he kept saying, well, why you giving it? And, what you trying to get from me? And, that ain't last, obviously.
The bulk of his experience was sick. He dealt with that shit for 16 years. It's like dealing with an inmate. A dude just came home from prison. He gonna be cool living in a 800 by 800 one bedroom apartment because he's used to that. Being enclosed. The guy had been married for 16 years and put up with that for 16 years. So
I should put up with it.
No,
for 16 more.
Nothing I said even implied that you should put up with it. But what I am saying clearly is that you have to expect men to behave based on their experiences. His experience was that with a 16-year woman that I do this. Every time he did something, there was a motive behind it. What I will say is that once you knew that, you were remiss for not pointing to, hey, listen, I'm not willing to deal with that, so check this now, or we're not going to work.
Oh, I did. That's why we're not together.
So cool, but you're saying that no one implied that anybody's supposed to deal with anything.
Willie, I'm gonna need you to get your friend together. He over here accusing me.
There's a problem. I was gonna say there's a problem within that as well, because when women bring in their trauma/drama, we're supposed to accept that. And now, as Willie was saying, in that scenario, like, you know, when you have a situation where a guy has been traumatized for 16 years and you just walk away from it, you know, it's kind of a double standard.
It took me a minute now. It took me a minute, Will. It took me a little minute now. So I just ain't give y'all how long it took me. But it took me a minute. So I did accept it. But after hearing that, after 2 years I think is a long time.
Yeah, like I kind of felt like I'm saying, Michael, I don't want to screw you. It's Michael McKell. I kind of feel like McKell was going to throw that in there. So I didn't want to do it. And I'm glad that he did. But not the victim blame, but like once a guy hits a woman, it's his fault, right? But if she stays with that man and gets hit again, they're both responsible. Like it's not just her fault because she didn't make him punch her. But if you stay with someone who is doing something you do not like, after the first time, you are now complicit in whatever comes from that person. So if he's like literally mashing your head between the washer and dryer, you know, on Thursdays because the Cowboys lost, you're gonna get beat up for 17 weeks a year, hands down. Because you're gonna get beat up. The Cowboys are like the new Cleveland Browns, but they're in Dallas now. And if you stay with that man past week 1, that's your fault. Like you are now like you might as well go ahead and just assume the position on Sunday nights when the Cowboys play. You just wait for him to come over there.
And they ain't gonna win. Sorry.
Why the Browns catch a stray?
Because y'all been asked for 40 years.
I got friends in Cleveland.
Ravens Nation. That's all I'm gonna say. But
yeah, y'all suck too.
Willie, can you get your friend together, please? He is over here. What is it called? When you speak disparagingly of someone in public, he is defaming me. He says defamation of character. He said, Yonci don't read her super chat, guys. After I done read it.
Yeah, he read the super chat, bro.
He must didn't hear you.
Yeah, she read that as soon as it came in, champ.
Thank you. I have got to ask Miss Cole. I know you said you reside in Texas, but I have to know where you were originally from because your accent done gave you all the way away.
Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay, she was not born in Texas. She
was a Ravens fan.
You better know it day.
It was before the first 2 that came out of her mouth. I knew.
God, family, and football.
All right, we are going to move on to number 3. Y'all, if you are enjoying the show, please smash a like. We are at 19. We've been toggling between 19 and 20 live viewers, but only 14 likes. So if you're watching on a cell phone, go ahead and close the chat box. Then you can see the thumb for YouTube. Click that thumb, hit that like, and then come on back to the chat. Enjoying talking to all of you guys. All right, so let's get into number 3. The question is this better than sagging? Well, what is it? It is this monster.
Stop.
Change that.
Stop.
Why are people trying to just be different? Call fashion and just be trying to be different.
We doing the most, man.
That is the abs. Look at this.
I don't want to look at this.
Fathers, please stay in the lives of your son.
There we go. Well, this is no, just no. And that's my comment. No.
I wonder if this is like all a zipper because using the restroom like you
got on a romper that's shaped like pants with holes in the pocket. That's crazy.
This is called weak thinking. Is what this is called.
Oh, fuckery is what it's called.
So we're not going for this one.
No, I think we need to do a better job in our community outcasting this type of behavior. I think this is we need more. Yeah, just
bring back. We need to make bullying okay again because this is ridiculous.
The guys, 41% said this is better than sagging.
What?
They'd rather this than sagging. They said it's better than sagging.
Yeah, because they probably like dudes, and there's more holes in those pants than the other one. So
I'm so forward looking at question 4.
You know what? But you know what? Honestly, I think if I had to see someone's behind with the saggy pants, I'm tired of seeing men the little
I got a question, Yonci.
undies.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What's number 4?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. I like the way this
Nice.
man thinks.
now you see going right.
I'm with you.
Fine. Y'all won't let me be a little bit creative. I see how it is. Okay.
Screenshot so I can follow it.
You're wasting paid time around here.
mad if my daughter.
This is not paid time, sir, at all. This is free
Somebody
money
paid
right
for this time, and we wasted it. All right, here we go.
We're still within an hour. We are still within an hour.
I took this question way.
What'd you say?
You got to read it first.
I took this question another way.
Oh, okay. I've seen a lot of men complaining about women wanting to go deeper. In conversation. If you could go through life, and I usually have a dirty mind. I'm surprised this didn't catch me. I didn't catch it
because this was a dirty question.
If you could go through life without tapping into your emotions, would you prefer that? So I have heard men say, "Oh my God, it's not that deep emotionally. Why do we have to talk about it?" La, 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 la. And then I look at guys with their friends, and a lot of times guys with their friends, they're not unpacking stuff. They're not talking about emotions. They are just like, do we have food? Do we have drink? Do we have a game to watch? Like, that's pretty much it. So we asked this question, and the men were not able to participate in the poll. This is the one where it glitched. So I was really frustrated that I had to just read the answers. So I know. So I'm going to let you guys answer first, and then I will read some of the comments on Patreon. Those of you, we're at 15. One person liked it. The others just left. Well, then, you know what then? But if you want to see all the answers, not just the ones I read in the show, head on over to patreon.com/Yonci, and I will go ahead and put it in the comments now. Any thoughts before I read what the men have to say?
No, I know.
I said, since I'm the only lady on here, I said that I think emotions, while sometimes painful, make life meaningful. Whether good, bad, I think that, I just think that knowing your emotional, being emotionally aware, makes life meaningful, not just in relationships, just overall. So I think that we all have to have some sort of emotions. Obviously, as women, we all know we are more emotional, but I think that
1,000,
maybe 5,000, to be honest. If you want to However, I think that having emotions is what makes the whole relationship dynamic meaningful. Feeling, loved and cared for and appreciated and all those things. Men, y'all want that too. So y'all just don't express it. But I think that y'all love to have it too. So
I think men not being in touch with their emotions is why there's so many emotionally immature people.
Absolutely. Now, I think with the question,
you realize, no offense, but it's a woman was answering the question that was asked to the men.
Thank you. Jesus, you beat me to the point. Oh my God.
Don't do that.
Hey.
No offense, but I'm
just wanted to go first.
This is not a man. That's not a man's perspective.
And wanted to go
first. Thank you for that.
Don't do that because it didn't say who answered it.
Hey,
I read pretty good. I didn't see where it said only men answer.
Right in the question.
You said
in her defense, she is new and she didn't know these were for the men's page.
Hey, okay, what's your Instagram, bro? I'm finna go follow you, man, because I like the way you do things.
Don't do that. Oh, you don't like the way I do
give
things.
I'm retired Navy. I ain't got nothing. Nope, hell no. So, but
Yonci can put it out there.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat.
That's what it is. That's what it is, Willie. I'm retired Army. You retired Navy. That's where. Yeah.
No, it's also because my ex-wife is retired Army, so I know how y'all are. Yeah.
Okay, y'all take that offline now.
Right. Thank you,
So
Jacob. Thank you. Reel him in. Reel him in.
here's the thing. I think
Yeah, it's
like,
trauma.
you want to be in touch with your emotions. I agree with you. That's important. I think what the question is women want men to be emotional with them, like in their presence, so they can, I don't know, see that from a man. And it ain't a safe place to do it. That's really what the issue is. Being emotionally vulnerable with a woman, it just ain't safe. I'm not saying never, but on the we're going on the general side of things. It's generally not safe to be emotional in front of a woman. It's gonna come back to bite you. You're gonna see you as less than. It's generally not the best time or the best place to do it. Others may disagree. My experience at this big age is that it ain't a safe place to do it. If you found one, guys, God bless you. May God bless and keep you. But generally, it's not a safe place. Women don't want to see that. There's a lot of research behind it. Brene Brown's probably the most experienced person I've seen talk about it. She calls it falling off the white horse. Men don't fall off the white horse. We need to see you up there. If you fall off, you get your butt back on. No crying in football or life. And what women, they say they want to see it, they really don't. And what men will do, we'll give you enough of it so you'll leave us alone and not ask us again. So it's generally just not a safe place to do it. Do it by yourself, or if you've got a safe place to do it, do it. Don't do it in front of your girl. You're going to regret it at some point in your life.
Agreed.
I'm going to reserve my comments on this because there was a question that was kind of similar, talking about crying. You guys probably remember because it was recently asked. So I'm going to save my thoughts on that so I don't repeat myself. But okay, interesting.
Y'all
That's a good color on you, Jacob, by the way.
Vulnerability on your own terms.
What did you say, Yonci? That's what now?
That's a great color on you.
Oh yeah, I had to go put this on. The Hornets we going dancing. So it's a few times I can wear this shirt. I'm a Hornet. We just made it to the tournament. So look, it'll be another 30 years before we go again.
What, Alabama State?
Yeah, I went to Bama State.
Hey, here's a good example, if I may, right? To
Please.
answer this question to help people understand, because I know a lot of women will not agree. Some men won't agree with I'm sorry, the gentleman in the yellow. I can't see from where I'm at.
Jacob.
But so imagine, if I speak to the black women to help you understand this, imagine going to a white woman, and this is not a racist statement by no means. Imagine going to a white woman, and telling her your problems. What do you expect that response will be? She'll either say she understands, or she'll try to put an example from her life and her perspective into your situation, right? And so that's how it is when men are being asked to go deeper with the woman, because you won't understand it and you'll try to inflect your situation and your experience and your perspective into what we are going through, which you really can't. So to ask us to go deeper, it's sometimes, again, I'll have to go back to the previous question. Most of the time, those things will be thrown in our face. Most of the time, we'll get gaslit. But the only ones, I always heard, I heard this a long time ago, the only person that knows a black man, understands a black man's problem is another black man. And so that's why we go to our boys when we want to go and release those deep emotions that we have. And typically it is something as simple as, hey man, I just had this shit happen today. And a homeboy would be like, yeah, man, I know what you mean. And that's it. That's all it takes, because we're simple. And, that's all it takes for us men to be able to understand that, because at somewhere along the line, either that conversation has already been had or that conversation will be had at a more appropriate time. But we know, because we know the cues to say that, okay, all this man needs is just someone to agree with him and just leave it alone.
So do you think that men's stuff is all just man stuff, or it's not stuff that we can understand? Because even to use your black girl, white girl analogy, there are some things that are not necessarily based off of my blackness. There are a lot of things that are, but there are certain things, like if I were to talk to Kaylee, for example, she would understand heartache the same way a black woman would. Now, if she,
you just proved my point. You just proved my point. No offense, but you just proved my point.
How so?
Because you're kind of moving the goalpost to make it a situation or an example based on you, and you're kind of moving that to where it's something that all other women will agree with, but it's not really hitting the point of it.
I want
I don't follow.
White women. So
I want
you can
Mikhail to like be my VP when I run for president, or he can be president and I'll be VP. Because if he didn't, bro, like there's no point in us both being on here because he says things nicer than I was. Like women can't empathize with men. You can sympathize for it, but we don't want your sympathy. We don't need it.
Right.
Right. Women cannot empathize with the man when it comes to what we're going through. All you can do is try to understand or say you understand how we're feeling and then feel sorry for that. But when I talk to Yonci about what I'm dealing with, he can empathize with it because he's been through it before himself.
Right.
The majorities of the struggles that men have, women can't go through. The ones we want to talk about that we have deep emotions for, you guys aren't there. You guys aren't involved in those things. Those aren't. And then outside of it just not being a safe space, me talking to you about, or excuse me, just the comparison that I'll give you for what you do. That's like you trying to talk to me about being a dating coach. I don't know shit about that.
But I don't. It's sorry for cutting in, but I don't. Lewis is confused. We were joking, Lewis. Kaylee knows she's white. I don't understand what Mikhail said at first. You said that I proved your point. So I'm going to say to you what I heard you say, not what you did say, but what I heard you say, and then why I thought it was the same. So it sounded like you said men talk to other men about things because they can empathize with them, and women just wouldn't relate. And you compared it to a Black woman trying to talk to a white woman about things. And what I said was, there are some things that a white woman would understand, aka the struggle with swimming or the struggle with light skin, dark skin. There are plenty of things that they wouldn't, but there are some things that they would be able to relate to just because they are women. And so my question was, are there no things that men can relate to women on and vice versa just off of being human? Or are you saying anytime it involves emotions, a woman automatically would not be able to empathize?
No, there's surface level emotions that can be shared, but the question is going deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a woman can, a man, you can definitely have, those feelings about my boss pissed me off today or something like that. But if you want to go deeper about it, it's usually a setup. If you want to go deeper about, let's just say you're having a financial issue or a work related issue or something, that the struggle, the daily struggles of a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
A woman can't understand that because the first thing, and again, this is no offense to any woman that's listening or on the panel,
No.
The first thing a woman goes to is their feelings. Because if you understand, a lot of times a woman will start a sentence with, or a response with, I feel like, right? And so with men, we don't really go to that I feel like in the beginning. We go to the analogy. We go to facts. We go to stats. We go to real life situations, not feelings.
Okay.
And so once a woman goes into the feelings about a man's situation, that pretty much cuts it off because we don't really function that way. And we want to go to, it's like we're doing math, but you're sitting there and you're just laying out carpet, you're laying out fabric. You know what I mean?
So, okay, so let's take this example, and I follow what you're saying because I have a good grasp of the English language, but I don't feel like I completely understand conceptually. So I'm going to probe a little deeper if that's okay. So let's say
you're doing deeper. You're trying to go deeper.
I am. That's what we love to do as women.
Exactly.
I'm trying to understand this point so I can understand your answer. If a man says to me, I lost my job, I feel like it could be because I'm Black, and it is so frustrating that I have worked and worked and worked to get to where I am, and somebody has the power to just pull the rug from under me if they on any whim, and I have to start over again. If I were to say, okay, the facts are that you were let go, but you feel that it could be racist and you feel discouraged, I will never understand why that's not something that a woman could talk to him about, the fact that he's frustrated, because the end result is that he's frustrated and feels like he's being mistreated, or he's frustrated and discouraged. I guess I don't see why I wouldn't be able to be supportive in that way. Or
not being supportive is one thing, empathizing is another. That's the difference. We're not asking you to be supporting. We're saying that you can't empathize with us. That's why we don't go deep with you guys. If because what you can't ever empathize with or empathize with the man for is the burden that is on us to provide, or the stress that entails when we have a family, or what it's like for us as men to lose our livelihood. That affects us at levels that unfortunately is just not safe to express to women, generally speaking. And then two, it's not something that you'll ever understand because you have us. You'll never know what it's like to lose your livelihood and just be out on your own. There's always anecdotal exceptions, and cool. But
speaking to the woman who was homeless, but yeah,
exactly right. So cool, right? But that's saying 1%. The other 99% of y'all will never know what it's like.
Okay, but we are talking about me in this situation. So you're saying because I have actually dealt with homelessness, dealt with calling women's centers and seeing where I would go as a parent with a child looking after me. You're saying I still wouldn't be able to empathize with a guy who lost his job?
As a man, because the difference between a man being homeless and y'all get help before we will. The difference is there's more programs that are geared to helping women fight homelessness than there are men.
They told me everything I looked at. No, I could not.
1,000,000%. I understand that, but I know your story well. But saying for the average man and the average woman, women have safety nets to help them in these times. We don't. So when we don't want to talk to y'all about these things, it's because one, you've either proven that you guys aren't safe to us, or the world has proven that it's not safe for us to talk to women. So we don't. And then when we're older, we understand again the difference between empathizing and sympathizing. I can't empathize with you about your menstrual cramps. You know why? Because I'll never experience them. But when you tell me that you have them and they feel like you've got two big bears hugging your uterus at random times, and like now every time you laugh, you pee a little bit, all I can do is sympathize for you and just not make fun of you for having a wet spot, you know what I'm saying, in your pants. But I can never empathize with that because I'm not a man, because I'm not a woman. The same way you could never empathize with Yonci for getting kicked in his nuts because you don't have them. That's a physical thing you don't have. But another thing that you won't be able to empathize with is the pressure the world puts on him to perform as a man. Like that is something that a woman will never understand. And I'm not talking about like the women who are born as men that change all that weird stuff. I'm talking about Yonci like being, a biological male. There's just certain things that you don't have. And even with us, we have a hard time. We talk to white men about things. Like the only person who we can go to is another black man for a lot of the times. And I would say more often so than a black woman has to say that I could only go to a black woman.
I will go into my feelings once again. It makes me sad that based on what you guys were saying, I say my man, if what you're saying applies to my man, that my man would never feel safe enough with me to be able to express himself. That makes me sad. And I'm glad that is not the case in my relationship. And I pause because I never want to overshare without his permission. But from what I have heard, I have been the only safe space that he has been able to share. And they have been some of the most beautiful times for me getting an understanding of him. For me, I would not be able to love my man as well as I can if I didn't understand his struggles, his fears, his hopes. If he just gave me everything's great, here's money, everything's great, like I wouldn't feel connected to him emotionally. So I feel badly for those who don't have that dynamic, because I don't see how you could truly be intimate emotionally and connect in that way.
Yeah, because it's kind of like, I guess, I don't know, women like the trauma bond. And we typically, men don't. We don't, like if Yonci's like, man, child support kicking my ass and these taxes, I'm going to be like, bro, go make some more money. And then I'm going to try to help him make some more money. I'm not going to sit here and let him, he's like, oh shit, yeah, man, shit. One time I owed like 30,000 back in child support to pay that shit off over, whatever. We're not going to do that.
But I've heard men do that. Yeah, this is what my baby mama did.
Wait. There are certain type of, we're talking about generally speaking, men don't do that. Yonci tells me something that his kid's mom did. The reason why he tells me because he knows that I've probably been through it too as a black man who's also a single father. So he understands that. That's why he tells me that. It's not because we want to bash our baby mom. We don't do that.
I didn't say why you did. I said I hear people commonly relating and saying, yeah, I've been through that. I've done that. I know what you're going through.
But genuinely speaking, not genuinely, generally speaking, We don't do that. We're not going to sit here and trauma bond or bash like any situation we have. I'll go to Mikkel. I'm like, hey man, listen, uh, have you like does your girl do A, B, and C? And he's like, no, she does A and C. I'm like, well, cool, cool. How did you prevent her, or how did you, or she said he used to, excuse me. Well, how did you get her out of it? We talked. Like we give advice, like we give solution oriented advice. He doesn't tell me how
Right.
he feels because I don't give a shit how he
Nope.
feels. He doesn't tell me like what he was thinking or how it made him feel. He's like, bro, here's your problem. Here's what you asked me the question. Here's the solution. Go try it. That's
Mhm.
why that's what we enjoy because we're logical. Logical and like logic and emotion with men are like separated by a Chinese wall. When we get in our feelings about things, that people who are already on the left side of that Chinese wall, like our father, our uncle, or a
Mm.
mentor, or if we're smart, a therapist that we're paying, maybe a mentor, we'll go to them. But our women will never be on that side of the wall. And there's nothing wrong with that for us because we still connect to you every day by going out
Right.
and slaying dragons, going out, killing shit, bringing home bacon so you can provide like to the house so you can do the things we need you to do, which is like support us, nurture us, understand us, predict some of the things that we're gonna go through. Like I know you're really good about that. Like when your man has to go to work and you know he got a suit man, like a meeting coming up, you'll get his suit and stuff ready for him. That's cool. Like predicting our needs. Like these are ways that we can connect with you. But we're not going to connect with you with the negative shit because we have to protect you from that.
Yeah.
Like while Naushi's outside his regular day, that man goes through more shit than his woman will ever know about because we protect you from that. Like I've told
Mhm.
like girls I've dated before, like, well, you don't ever tell me about what you're dealing with. Why? You can't do anything to help me with what I'm dealing with. Everything that I'm dealing with is outside of the house. I'm not bringing that shit back in the house for you because when I come home, I want peace. You are my
Right.
peace when I'm at the house. So why would I tell you about? Damn, I
Yep.
lost two contracts today, or like you can read, like my accountant is stealing from me. That's not a conversation for us to have. There's nothing you can do for me. I don't want your sympathy.
So
I definitely don't want you to empathize with me about it either. I just want you to just be there so I can talk about something. Give me something else good to look forward to.
But you
so you
Right.
don't,
mentioned that
but you wouldn't want her to say, well, how was your day? Or
No.
like when you
Yeah,
come home, you
yeah.
know?
How was your day? All those like basic platitudes. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about me coming. You tell me how my day was, and I'm like, man, it was rough, but I got it handled. That's all we have to talk about. I'm not going to sit here and tell you why it was rough, but
so
the best part of my day is coming home to you.
you mentioned the uncle and whomever that's on that side of the fence or the side of the wall. Do you think that most men have those men in place who they can talk to?
The ones that have fathers do.
The reason why I ask that is because there's an overwhelming disparity when it comes to unaliving yourself, and it's men that are
Yeah.
outperforming. But out, do you think there's any correlation
No, I
with?
think the correlation is because of the pressure the world puts on men that women will never experience. Again,
Mhm.
y'all people save y'all from like y'all shitty decisions. Like and not to say that, women make a lot of them, but unfortunately some of y'all do. There's no safety net for men. That's why the
Yep.
majority of men are homeless. The majority of people in jail are men. Excuse me. The majority of homeless people are men. The majority of people in jail are men. Men get longer sentences. Like the world is harder for men than it is women, like hands down.
So don't you think that that's even more reason for them to have a support system if it really is
Not women,
more difficult?
not women though.
I didn't say women. I said when you mentioned the example, you said uncle, dad, whatever. And I said, do you think the majority of men have that? So what I'm taking from this is that men have needs just like women have needs. They might not want to have their needs met by their female partner, but I think that there is still a need. I don't think that they are immune and don't need anything. I think that they need to get it from somebody else.
Yeah. So let me put this in a better context for you. And I'm sorry I dropped off again. It's the signal, but most of the time, and I'm not, again, this is not for every woman, but most of the time, when a man has an issue or a problem and he tries or makes an attempt to speak to his woman about it, and again, this is not everyone. What happens is the woman will respond the way that she would like to be responded to when she has an issue, and that's not how we function. Men
Okay.
do a good job of learning how to communicate with women, how to respond to women. We do a good job of that. But one of the things that women miss is that we don't respond like women do. So
Right.
when you come, like, I'll give you a good example here. I'm a trauma surgeon, ER physician, and if I had a situation where I lost a life. Okay. I lost a patient. Okay. And I come home and I'm like, man, I just had the most effed up day because, I had a triple trauma that came in, and no matter, worked on this patient for 6 hours and lost him. The first thing a woman is going to do is go into their feelings about the situation. What I'm doing in my brain is processing every single step that I took to try to, make that outcome better. And what I'm needing right now is not someone that's going to baby me about the situation, because that's typically what a woman would want, to get into their feelings and process the feelings of it. Nor will I want someone who's going to sit there and, um, want to have a conversation about it, because I don't want to really relive that situation, right? And so I'm not going to bring that. I'm not going to bring that home. I'm not going to bring that to that situation. All I want is, give me a hug, hug me, and let's move on. Let's talk about something else. Let's get your mind off of that. Now, when I go back to work the next day, I can process that with other physicians or nurses or whatever that can really process that the way that I process it, to help me process that. But it's not that I'm taking away from the woman that I'm having at home or the woman that I'm in a relationship with. It's just that, Willie said, I need her to be my peace. I need her sometimes to be my escape. And again, when women try to bring us back into that space of how women process things, then it just brings us to that point to where, damn, I shouldn't have said anything. And that's why we get into that mentality sometimes of, how was your day? Fine. And just leave it at that, because ultimately it's going to come back to, her anyway. How was your day? Oh, let me tell you about this, and let me tell you about that. And we listen, because that's basically what you want us to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's impossible for women to listen
Did that help? Did that make any sense?
Without feeling. And once the woman starts feeling, it's over. Like, also, because it's also difficult for women to feel and listen at the same time as well.
I think that when those of us who have done work, I think it's possible to do that, because I have my feelings about what's being said. Like, I think it's really sad what's being said, but I heard what he said and I listened without being filtered, because I'm genuinely interested in understanding men. And my goal, which is why I have this platform, is to know how to be the best wife that ever walked the planet. So I disagree that we can't listen and have feelings.
No, we're not saying that you can't, but you also said that if the woman has done work, there's not very many women that have done that work, because look at how many women are coming to you to get help with that, and then how many other coaches there are to help women with that stuff. I would say that generally speaking, women have a very difficult time doing it. You can see it when women are with their girlfriends. Like, it's either just support whatever they said, or just be like, shit, girl, I don't know, and then move on. Like, there's never like they deep dive into it. They just like a big feelings party. We don't want that when we come talk to y'all. Like, we don't want to know. Like, we understand you have feelings, but like, how you feel about what I'm telling you that I'm dealing with and that I'm going through is completely fucking irrelevant, because it doesn't help me process it. It doesn't help me get through it.
It's funny you're talking about this, and I know there's a lot of blanket statements, but as someone who coaches couples, there are a lot of men who struggle to not listen with their feelings. And we talked about this on the panel before, and you guys said, oh, well, it's just all these men who are just messed up. But there are a lot of guys who are just very defensive, very ego driven. A woman could say, for example, I don't like that position. And he hears, I suck at bed. All your partners have been better than me. Like, I don't necessarily think that one is a woman only. I think
it's definitely not. I'm not saying that it's a woman only thing, but we're talking about women right now. But I would tell you this:
make sure there was a disclaimer.
If I were you, what I would ask you to do is, on your intake form, ask men what their relationship was like with their fathers, and you'll start seeing a skew in men that have those problems. I would bet you I would fund that study. Like, whatever commission it took to add that to your like intake form, I would gladly foot that bill, just so you can see it, and then you'd understand, like, oh, that's what Willie was talking about.
If you guys are enjoying the show and you have not yet smashed that like button, which there are 4 of you, I won't say your names. 4 of you have not hit that like button yet. Please take a moment to do that. close the chat if you're on a cell phone and click that thumbs up button. If anybody is watching the show live, make sure you mute it so that it doesn't give the feedback that I am hearing right now. Those of you who are just tuning in for the first time, let me know by commenting newbie. Oh, we got a super chat. It's Lynette, one of our OG panel members. Hey, Lynette, let us know if you're going to be able to grace the stage tonight. We miss you, girl. But I'm really enjoying having Keisha on. She's holding her own. Okay, drop Keisha in the comments if you are.
I'm trying to, child. Y'all tough over here. No,
I was gonna say a lot of women can't hang, but I appreciate you.
let me say this. I just really appreciate the platform. I've been able, like I told you in the message, I've been able to peek in and peek out, and I've always wanted to be a part, of conversations like these, because I'm one of those women that, like you said, I go to counseling. I am, working on being a better listener. I've worked on that. So now I feel like you, Yonci, like I'm a great listener.
Mm-hmm.
I listen before I talk in all situations. And I think that, that says a lot, and I'm appreciative of just being able to be a part, because, like you said, a lot of times we don't, I don't know. Maybe it's my, they say, the military in me, I like, being in it. Like, that's how it helped me learn. Talk to me dirty, not like that, but,
yeah.
Tell me what I need to hear so I can, be a better woman for my future husband.
Yeah. There's so much that we can learn about the opposite sex. And I agree with, Willie, that you were saying something a little bit before, but we're so different, and we can't expect the other person to be more like us. We can't expect men to be more like women. Men can't expect women to be more like men. However, I do think there's a reason why God put the two genders together. And I do think that, for example, men can toughen us up as women, be less sensitive. Women can soften men up, be a little more sensitive. And I think that there's such a beautiful thing that comes together with when both parties respect and understand where that person's strength is, and, can appreciate what they're bringing to the table. Okay, so I'm going to read some of these comments about women wanting men to go deeper emotionally.
Yeah, you got to put that in there, because you had me thinking like
you did that on purpose.
Yeah, because like what I got is what I got.
Nasty self. Look, that's all it is. Look, she getting ready.
I have an absolute dirty mind, but this one just wasn't one of those times.
Uh-huh.
I have the worst mind. Mom's gonna be looking at me like, how did that even turn any kind of in your? I just was born like that. Okay. First time I've seen this. Oh, sorry. He's just talking about he hadn't seen the post. Okay. I hold zero qualms about getting deeper in a conversation with the woman I cherish, respect, and desire. I say quite often, I wish I had more deep discussions as a young man, 16 through 36. I feel like I missed out so much by not expressing how I was feeling and not learning how others are feeling. So no is the answer for the poll. Definitely not. Yeah, nice. He said insert the Beavis and Butthead laugh for sure. Okay, let's see. Oh, how funny. Pterodome was just tapping in, so he's just now at the Fort Bragg conversation. Wait, or are you tapping in from Fort Bragg? Yeah, he said he spent 8 years at Fort Bragg. So I think he's having a Kenny moment, and he's just.
No, that was me saying to him, I spent 8 years at Bragg. So that's.
Oh, you said that. Sorry. He said so. I think he's just now tapping in at the beginning when they watch from the beginning, and then they'll hear the comments later. Okay. Someone else said no. I forgot how I posed my question. If you could go through life, okay, without tapping in. Someone else said it's not that they don't like it. They aren't used to someone caring enough about them to ask questions and look below the surface. Think of it as a stray animal that's only known abuse, finally finding a family that takes time to decompress from the life they've experienced for however long is truly sad. Someone else said, nope, we long for deeper connection. That's why peaceful partners make good wives, not somebody that looks good. So interesting. So the majority of the guys were saying they wouldn't want to go throughout life without tapping into their emotions. They are okay with going deeper, and they think that, their life is richer because of it. So that's refreshing to hear the men's comments. Sounds like there's hope. All right. Is there a comment before I move on to number 5?
Nope, I'm fine. There's no hope. We keep going. There just ain't any.
Terrible.
We'll go deeper with the therapist, but not with the women. Yeah.
Number 5. What can women with jobs like doctor, lawyer, etc. do to be more attractive in dating? And there were 3 full pages of screenshots, row after row after row after row. Lewis said it's been said women don't want men to not just listen, but to be understood in the moment. Men, darned if I do, darned if I don't. All right. So what are your thoughts? What women can do when they have jobs like that to be more attractive in dating? I get a lot of them saying, hey, I have all this stuff going on and everything in my life is great on this end, but when it comes to my romance,
nothing.
So I think that I'll go first.
I think that I want to hear this. I want to be. Hold on.
I figured,
Let me sit up straight. Let me be shot. This.
Yeah, get it together. I'm just kidding. I think that many successful women bring their work mode home to, their relationships. And I'm not. Sorry, ladies, I'm kind of like but I think that sometimes women may come across as being competitive or trying to compete with their men. I think that so women can just be more, more prioritizing when it comes to their men. Women can prioritizing their relationships instead of waiting on a man to do everything. I think that a demanding job, lifestyle, whatever, can take a back seat. I mean, relationships take a back seat to women's jobs and their careers, and they don't prioritize them. I would say we as a whole, we don't prioritize our relationships like we should. Women, we got this INDE, so independent attitude that we don't, I don't want to say submissive because women be so submissive. Oh my God, submissive, but that is what it is. So that's just my thoughts, guys. I think women can prioritize emotional availability. They can work on their feminine energy. They can balance their independence with vulnerability. And I put and date intentionally. So that's what I have, y'all.
I think there's nothing they can do, because to be successful in business, the traits you have to have in order to be successful in business, your career, make you a terrible partner for a man, because it's not what we're looking for. We don't care that you're aggressive or that you're, that you got 14 degrees. None of that makes you a good partner. You being nurturing, supportive, caring, kind, and soft will lead to you never being promoted in your job. So the stuff that does get you promoted is basically being a man. And you guys come to relationships thinking that, okay, well, since I'm such a great employee, all these same traits that make me successful in my business will make me successful in my home. And that's the silliest shit I've ever heard.
I agree.
Like, it's super difficult. Like, I have a saying, right? I won't date lawyers, nurses, or I'm gonna say it, lawyers again, because some lawyers like to argue, the others work too much, and nurses are just, promiscuous. So those are 3 women that I don't date, but they're all high achieving. And when you do meet those women, on average, they come across as super like proud. Oh, well, yeah, I've got this 6-year nursing degree. I've got a master's in nursing. I've went to school. I went to this college. I'm part of this sorority. None of that shit makes you a good partner. It makes you a good friend and employee. And I would love to hire you if you just run it down your resume, but to select you to be my woman, absolutely not. Because none of that shit makes you what I want you to be. And then financially speaking, the more woman of money, the more money a woman makes, the less likely she is to be a good partner for the type of man that women swear they want. Because stuff that matters to y'all, we don't care about.
The rest of y'all quiet?
I mean, this is an easy question for us.
Come on, Jacob. Jacob, what you got?
Wait
a minute. I've dated lawyer, pediatrician, CFO. I can keep going. Like, there are a lot of particularly successful Black women that I've come across. God bless them in their careers. It's a wonderful thing to see, and I applaud and celebrate it all. When it comes to dating, my experience with dating with them, they don't know how to turn work off. It's boring as hell. It's like going to an interview and a meeting. And again, this is not everybody. This is just my experience. It's like going to a performance review or a meeting, and they don't know how to turn it off. And so one of the things, all the things that Willie said, but can the dating phase, can we at least have a good time? This is dating. It's supposed to be somewhat fun.
I'm all about a good time.
My experience, it hasn't been. Again, not everybody. There's been here and there, but on the majority side, it's been boring as hell. They don't know how to turn it off, because to be that successful and climb up the ladder, you got to have a certain level of discipline and a certain level of stick-to-itness. I get it. I understand. But as you get farther in life, what's more important? Is the success and the money and the title, or is having a partner to share life with? I think as people get older, they're starting to come back to, I'd rather have the more human and personal connection. They didn't know how. One example I'll use, and I hope this person never sees that, but her executive coach told her, "You're going to die alone. You better learn to date." Now, this is your executive coach who's supposed to be grooming you to move up the corporate ladder, telling you to get a life. And I think that's very telling. The next person asks you out, I don't care what he looked like, just go. Like, you're going to die alone if you just keep doing what you're doing. And I think a lot of women sort of get into that mode. They don't know how to turn it off. It's nothing wrong with being successful. I want to be clear on that. Get your money. It's a good thing to have, two people working on things and working towards, achieving success in life is a wonderful, beautiful thing. I would never say different, but be able to turn it off. I have met women who do know how to do that. Turn it off. No one wants to sit through an interview at dinner. No one wants to sit through, sort of being scrutinized or always having to be on. The beautiful thing about dating sometimes, and I point to Yonci and them, because sometimes they just doing some crazy stuff in their videos. They're having a good time. And a good friend of mine is an executive. His wife is like that, man. I mean, she comes in the room and everything just changes. She's a good time. She's just a living good time. And she just makes everything better. And I just like, y'all, and I asked him personally, I said, you just like, y'all have a good time? He's like, we really do. And I think whatever you can do to leave work at work, you should do. I know you got to do some of it sometimes. I get it. Like, look, sometimes you do got to bring work. I get it. You got to close something out. But even a good friend of mine who is president of an organization has dedicated time for her husband when they turn it off and do what they need to do. And I just think more women need to take that on. But a lot of women that I've run into in my dating life don't know how to cut it off. I don't enjoy my time with them. It's usually not a second date.
How do you, as men, I don't want to say get them to turn it off, or it should be a certain, I know Willie, let me finish, bro.
I didn't say nothing.
I see that face. His face like, what's she? No, but I'm wondering, is it something that, and I'm speaking on behalf of women that, I don't know, but is it something that could be said, or something for women to know to turn it off, or is something that should be implied?
Can I take this one?
Know. It's just a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Back your version of me.
They don't want to turn it off, because the first attempt you make at saying, let's talk about something else, then they feel like you're shutting them down, right? And so the other thing with with women like this is that, they go through a hard time of having to prove themselves at work. So they feel like when they're going on a date or they're trying to be in a romantic relationship, that they have to prove themselves there as well, right? And so that's why they lead with all of these accolade, these achievements and things like that, thinking that that's going to impress us, but not really reading the room, not being self-aware to know that that's actually turning us off. So to answer your question again, there's nothing that we can say because of that, because the moment we say, tell me about your childhood, or tell me about, something outside of work, first thing that's going to come into their mind, oh, you're not even interested in me.
No, I'm not
Because
interested in the work version of you.
So I mean,
about work, which is their primary relationship. Does that make sense?
I think the work version of somebody is very important to who they are. Now, what I would say, a lot of these women who have lawyers, doctors, or whatever, they're very prude, and nobody wants to be around a prude. They're just boring. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. But
Yeah, I'm around
if
them all the time.
if they're not prudish, I mean, there's a way you could talk about. I want somebody I could talk about my day with, or they could share about work and talk about work with me. But just don't be like, you don't gotta be boring about it. A boring storyteller is just that.
Yeah.
And no matter what you're talking about, if you don't know how to narrate or say, guess what happened, or make it sound enjoyable, make me want to listen. Because I mean, if I rock with you, I want to kind of know all these things. You know what I'm saying? What makes you tick? Because I'm listening for things that's intriguing you. Other things in the story that helps me get to know you better. You know what I'm saying? And your experience at work, your experience at home, your experience with people, and you relaying that to me. I want to know all of it. But if you're boring, you're just boring. Like if I just asked you, how's your day? You're like, it's good. Or you're just telling me something, corny. Like then that's, but that's the problem with like people who are like doctors and lawyers. They're just boring. You know what I mean? So I'll just go with it like
it's
that.
a completely different skill set, and you're not going to be able to master both. Because that skill set that's going to make you successful in your career is going to make you fail miserably in relationships.
That part.
And why would I want to?
Why would you say that? That doesn't make sense to me.
I can explain why he says it. Because the skill set you have to be successful at work, that you spend the majority of your time building up by working 40 hours a week, by going to school for 4 to 8 years, by socializing with the like-minded people, do not make you a good partner. They make you a good employee. That's why. It's like that's like one of the easiest things to tell about why we avoid these types of women. And then furthermore, when you have those women, they don't even care about the skill set. So Mikhail's a surgeon, right? He's the top 5% earner at least, and he checks all the boxes for the majority of women. Like educated, black men, you're saying pillars, community, earner, whatever. Why should that man choose a woman who put her career first and is now on the back end of her life trying to build a skill set to make her a good partner when he has other women who have prioritized being a wife or overall a woman? Why should he settle for one of those women?
Because it's about who you rock with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I rock with this person the best, regardless of what anybody else has to offer, if we got a genuine connection, that should be the only thing that really matters. The genuine part of the connection.
You didn't say anything that goes against my assertion. What you said is understood. You pick who you rock with, but he's not. Those people that he's picking from aren't these women who are career women. For example, and this is not just because of the military, because of one I can use. One of the things that I learned about being in the military is that the majority of military women are not fit to be married once they get out, because they've been surrounded by men, they've become masculine, they've had to be because of the environment they're in. Like you put somebody in an environment where they have to fight for everything they get, they have to go do all these performance evals, they have to train with men, they have to be just as good as men. They turn out to be men, if not physically, at least mentally and in character. That's why it's not good to date those women. When you're talking about dating a woman who has a skill set of a professional, there can only be one CEO in our relationship. So if Keisha is the CEO in her business, she comes home, odds are, more often than not, she's not turning that off. And then two, her standards are also so high because now she's a high earner. So she wants a man who can meet her where she's at. And then it also turns into these women in those positions are not just what they're not willing to follow a man's lead. They're cynical. They have way too many standards. And then a lot of the time, the stuff that they want us to deal with is like they want to have equity. They want to have equal say. In a relationship, a woman and a man can't be equal because a man is responsible for the outcome of that relationship. if me and Keisha get married and our marriage fails, no one is going to ask Keisha what happened. They're going to assume that it's something that I did because the man assumed the responsibility for his woman. I ain't got to tell them that, Keisha was combative. No one cares. On the outside looking in, it's my fault. So understanding that and knowing that to be the case, why would I want to go get with a woman who's more focused on being a CEO for the past 20 years than she was trying to be a partner?
Because she can still be a good partner to me with her CEO. I mean, look, to me, every man, we're not all a monolith, right? So there's some men who are high earners and want a woman who can sink on that high earner tip, and they can come together and build and keep on going. And then there's other men who want full control, this and that, and don't really care about what she has to bring to the table. They just want a woman to bring just her basic woman femininity. You know what I'm saying? But all men aren't the same, though.
No one said that. So like you're arguing a point that no one's making. But I ask
you're making a point by saying the high earning man doesn't want a female that they got to argue with, and I'm saying that every woman's not like that just because she's a CEO or anything like that.
But the assertion that I made was that most women who are like that, and that's just irrefutable based on the data that you can go look up. But watch this, Mikhail, as a high earner, do you want to date a woman like that?
Look.
We're going to ask the 3 subject matter experts on the panel right now. Four. Nayusi, do you want to date a woman who is your equal financially, or like another doctor went through the same shit you went through?
I'll say it's hard to answer that question. Let me tell you why.
Easy.
There are I know a lot of women in my profession and also attorneys who put that aside and they have the feminine first. So I can't say no. I will say this, to those who have to lead with masculinity, absolutely not, because I don't want to compete with any woman when it comes to a relationship. I have my role in a relationship, she has her role in a relationship, right? And it's just, it's the same as if a woman comes home to a man and the man is talking about his wardrobe and he's like, hey honey, look, I just bought this outfit today, or I just, that's not going to be masculine enough for that woman. So I wouldn't want to come home to a woman who's going to compete with me on a masculinity level, right? So it's not an easy yes or no. It's not an easy yes or no.
No, and I think,
but I'm saying these women, you can find women that are higher earning that aren't competing with you on a masculine level.
That's not the majority, though. So we're speaking to.
I don't know. I don't run into many women that just because they make money, they're being masculine with me.
But then you have 3 people on here that can tell you that.
I said me, though. I said me. So we're going off of everybody's anecdotal. And my anecdotal is any woman, to most women, I'm masculine enough to those women where they could just be feminine with me.
But also we have to make the distinction that it is possible that what you consider to be feminine or what you consider to be not masculine could be considered masculine to one of the other guys, possibly. You know?
I'm just thinking, I'm offering, again, for your executive coach to pull you to the side and tell you, that's very telling. Your executive coach is telling you about dating because they see where you're headed. Like, wait a minute, hold on. If you keep doing this, you're going to be by yourself. Now, your executive coach you ever had when they're supposed to teach you about communication, things you need to do to be a better leader so you can continue to climb. But if your coach is stopping the session and say, hey, wait a minute, guys. Hold up, girl.
I read somewhere that women have to feel, I might have saw it on a podcast, and y'all can say if it's true or not, but I read somewhere that they say women have to feel feminine or have to, what did that podcast say? You men have to allow the women to feel, or women have to feel safe enough to be feminine. I don't know if that's but I just saw that.
That's an excuse.
Transactional femininity.
No, I don't think it's an excuse because broke dudes can get high earning women to be feminine. Explain that. So how do a broke dude get a high earning woman to be feminine?
That's
and a dude with money can't get the same woman to be feminine?
Anecdotal. We're talking about the averages. Everybody can make up an exception to the rule to argue. That's super easy to do. Like shit, the Cowboys won 3 Super Bowls way back in the day, but they suck now. Like so. We can't.
That has nothing to do with nothing.
It does, but you're pulling out these statistics. Well, how can a broke dude, the same way a dude with money can get a woman to be feminine? the money's not what makes her feminine. It's the man. It's one of them things where
That's what I'm saying. So if regardless of the point,
women though,
regardless of the man, I mean, regardless of the woman and what she makes, if the man is weak, he's weak. No matter how much he makes, if he is sucker, he is sucker.
No one's saying that's not the case. But
that's what you're saying. You're like, these women can't be this, and I'm saying women, regardless of their price point, they can be feminine.
I pick the words I use very specifically, so use them by definition, not how it feels to you. What I'm saying is that the majority of high-earning women are typically, for other high-earning men, not suitable partners because they are masculine and they're going to be in competition with that man. That is what I'm saying. And
I'm saying if a woman can be in competition with a man, you're a weak man.
How?
Because you are. Because she shouldn't know. She should know she can't compete with you.
Like real. That's to say because you are. That doesn't say anything. How is a man that a woman is competing with make him weak?
Because she sees him as a weaker vessel. He's the weaker vessel in her eyes. She wouldn't be competing.
I think it's so there are different depending on the actual woman, right? There can be a woman who doesn't want to be a housewife, right? She wants to be out here doing something. The same way it's a lot of men like that who will be resentful to their partner who's like, yo, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're extremely successful and you can do this, you got this business. Some women who may not be happy where they are, and they may not be, they may have a masculine urge. You don't gotta call it a masculine urge, but they're ambitious. They want to do something. They're tired of sitting, they don't just want to sit down. They may kind of feel a little bit of resentment towards that man if he's doing, certain things and they aren't able to do those things. And it just like some women just are happy. Like, I just want to be on his side. I want to be a helpmate. I'm right here. Like you go, you do everything. I'm gonna cheer you on. And some other women, they just want more.
But can a woman be a CEO and a helpmet too?
Hell no.
Possibly.
Yes. Yes.
No, they can't.
Yes.
It's possible. It's just not very.
Absolutely.
And let me say this, guys. I'm only asking.
You can do it.
I can only speak in my defense. I can only use real live examples. Okay. Right. I am retired. I'm a retired military officer, right? I spent 20 years in the military. Great. Obviously I got retirement and all that. Great. I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm very big into network marketing, in a higher level of network marketing. However, I never got to fulfill the role, I don't want to say as a helpmate, but so when I was married once, y'all, briefly, something short. But
in the military, we all
briefly.
So listen, my ex-husband used to say, let me tell you, and this is why I'm asking. I'm an entrepreneur, but I work from home making 6 figures, right? But my ex-husband used to come home and he'd be like, well, he used to tell people about it. I never knew about it. He's like, well, she ain't cook, she ain't clean, and she ain't do this and she ain't do that. And I'm like, I'm not out getting it. He was he flipped properties, right? So his thing was, if I'm in the home, I should be doing this, because I am physically in a home and I am his wife.
Yeah, he's retarded.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
okay. I thought so too, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, he's just retarded. Like, oh, you work an 8-hour day at the house, so he thinks that in that 8 hours, he should also be in.
He's like, "Where's my bills?
How much money was he making?
Less than me.
Well,
he wasn't making 6 figures flipping properties.
He was right at there, I would say.
Okay.
Bro, listen, she worked and get retirement. Like, I give you
doing all right, yeah.
Retirement and disabilities. If you get them both, like I got hurt in the combat zone, right? So I get both. That's $9,000 a month for just waking up. Yeah. Like I
just wake up. I'm thankful.
Just wake up money, not on top of the money that you make from like when you have a real job. So,
but he didn't see it like that, and that's the only reason why I'm asking, guys, because I felt bad for a while, like. He's like, and I did do my share of cooking, but at the same time, I'm trying to get it like you trying to get it. I'm kind of with, I don't know his name, the newest person that came on here.
Kevin.
I kind of feel like him. I'm like, I'm trying to get it too, but I also want to be a helpmate. I want to be, people tend to think, even Willie said, I don't date military women because they're, this and this and this. I'm not that woman. I'm not in that same boat. I know you can only go off of your experience, but I'm not that woman. I'm feminine.
See? Yeah, like there are, and I'm never gonna say that women in the military aren't feminine. I'm just generally speaking.
Yeah.
There's always, you know what I'm saying, a one off or two off, but at the same time, what I won't do is speak from conjecture and speculation. You know, I also retired and seeing the women, leading sailors, seeing the stuff they're going through, there's military women on average are just not it. But then also it's talking about these high earning women. A lot of times men have opinion about women that they don't deal with. So on the outside looking in, it seems like, oh, okay, well, cool. Yeah, these women are like this. For example, a lot of men think that strippers are probably like super fun and like strippers at home too. They could be further from the truth. A lot of them go home and want to work. They're going to school. The last thing they think about is being on that pole, unless it's their boyfriends, right? They're not going home and trying to dance for dollars and walking around in costumes and shit like a bunch of weirdos think happen. But then when guys have opinions about groups of women, like I'm always curious, like how do you know? Like Jacob said it, he date lawyers, but he had the same experience. They were boring, right? We know Mont has in the past, because he's in a relationship now, has dated all types of women, but the commonality between those like that are high earners, we tend to have the same needs for women and then the same opinion of these women. So it's kind of hard, like saying, okay, well, you know, like Kevin, he'll have an anecdotal point that he can make about it, but that's like that we're saying one exception doesn't negate the rule. Just because one of the 10 people said no doesn't mean that the other 9 didn't. So generally speaking, you have to be very masculine to be successful in the business world. All the things that make you successful are masculine traits. All of them. You have to be assertive. They say there's a wage gap myth that women make less because they're women. No, you make less because you work less hours and you ask for less. Men are better negotiators when it comes to our salaries. Women accept less. Women are happy just to get a job a lot of times. Damn, they paying me $180 a year. Not knowing if she had pushed back, she could have got $220. But Mott's gonna push back. Kevin's gonna push back and get that $220. Keisha's more like a woman is less likely to do that.
I'm gonna get it too.
I'm not sorry, because I know I'll do it. Now one thing
I'm just messing up.
Y'all gonna push back.
Willie, I want to give you one example. I want to give you one example to add on to that. Like I always used to hear women ask questions like, "Well, if you can do this, why can't women do it too?" Right? And I'd be like, "But if you want to do it, then do it." Like you asking the question, like if you want to do it, you can do whatever you want. If you want to be with a man and you want to say like, "Yo, I can date other niggas, you can't date no other girls though," you can do that. That you set your terms with that man. He might say no, or some man is going to say yeah, right? Yeah. So like I've been in situations where I'm like, "Yo, I know, like I don't want you to date no other men, but like I'm gonna do me. So if you want to be here, like that's the terms," and they accepted that. They would turn around and probably talk to somebody else like, "Well, because you accepted the terms. What are you talking about? You can go out here and get whatever you want in the world. You just gotta say that's what you want and stand on it.
You gotta
it's that simple. Like when girls, like if any of us men got cheated on, we would leave, right?
Yeah.
If a girl get cheated on, she'll cheat back. That's crazy. You feel like you're going to like, what do you like? Leave. You can go.
Because a lot of the women who cheat back just think that men and women equal sexually. We're not equal anywhere.
Nowhere.
And we're not supposed to be. That's the cool part. Like we supplement them, you know what I'm saying? And so we compliment them, they supplement us where need be. Like it's cool. But a woman who cheats back, I mean, she was a hoe anyway. I don't feel bad for her at all.
How was she a hoe, but you cheated?
See, you just proved our point. We're not the same. If I sleep with 10
no.
Listen.
I would love
this. Whatever. Look, she's screaming no, but I'll say this: the moment women start not dating men because of their body count, then it'll change. But as long as y'all don't care, we're going to do what we want, and we'll continue to care about how many dudes y'all sleeping with. So y'all need to check. Y'all need to like hold us accountable on that. Stop dating us when we smashing a bunch.
For one, cheating back is stupid, right? For one, it's unattractive because it's stupid, and also it's like it does kind of makes you a hoe. It does make you a hoe because men can't do certain things, regardless of if you do them. I know it's certain things that I can't do back to you because that would make me sassy.
We can't.
It would make me sassy. It would make me like certain things I just can't do back to you. So it's the same thing. Like, you know better than to go and give yourself to a man who don't, you know, he don't care about you at all. Like, I don't know. I know, like, for me, if I left,
you're not equal, but what makes that okay that you do it, but I can't?
it's not okay. He's a liar. He's a cheater. He was dishonorable. All of those things.
What makes
But
it
if you
okay
do
is
it,
you
you just got
accept
some
it,
different, you
and we
know.
don't.
Is what?
What makes it okay is you accept it and we don't.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you're saying like if you do it, it's not, I'm not a hoe. Shit, if I sleep with 100 women, I had
You
to
a hoe.
earn I had to earn the ability to be a hoe. You were born with it, since you. That's
Oh
that's
my
You gotta be used. You gotta
Regardless
be
of
being
it,
used to be a hoe.
regardless
you're
of
gonna have
earning the
heartburn
ability
if
or
you
not.
have this conversation because they say it every time. They say it's a
Because men
badge of
can't be
honor
hoes.
for a man to be a hoe.
That's what we
And
can't be
it's
hoes. We make hoes. That's the thing. We
the
no
exact same behavior. Okay, let me phrase it in a way you guys will accept. The exact same behavior, Miss Keisha, being promiscuous should be celebrated because they have to work for it, and it should be absolutely looked down upon and condemned for a woman because she doesn't have to work for it. But the behavior is exactly the same. It is
It's
one
not.
man
It's not
not
exactly the same.
sleeping with
You-
multiple people, just
It's
like
not the
it's
same.
one
So,
woman.
Yes,
Yasi,
because men can sleep with no emotions. We sleep emotional.
But
I
the
don't
action
believe that
itself,
either because I be having hell of emotions with women I sleep with. So
That's you,
Yeah.
bro. That's
listen,
not the
no,
average man.
listen, Yasi, being a hoe means that you're you getting used, right? So if I was a man, right, and I was going out here and I'm tricking on
that's
women,
what the
yeah,
definition. Because I'll
to
go
me,
to.
it means you being used. So if I'm tricking on women and they like, yo, I got this trick, this guy, like I don't even had to do nothing for him. I ain't had to have sex with him, and I'm just like spending money, and I'm known as this guy who spend money, and I don't get what I want in return. I'm a hoe.
Hey, Yonci, look
But sex
Google
is different for me.
Google and see when they remove the word woman from the definition of a whore. Just Google it and just see when they removed it from the dictionary. Just
Did you
So
freeze?
the word they don't even define the word hoe. They put it as a garden tool.
whore.
But
No,
I'll
look
do a
at
Google search.
Said whore.
You gotta be used to be a hoe.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a double standard, it's a different standard. Women are supposed to be chaste and pure, and men are supposed to be strong and conquerors. Part of being a conqueror is conquering women. Part
That's
of being
like it's like a
We're gonna
it's
disagree.
like a gazelle. It's like a gazelle bragging about like, oh, I bet I can get that lion to eat me. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait, here's the
There's a difference between saying, should that be something a woman brags about? What I'm saying is, whether or not it's difficult for a man to do it, I don't see value in a promiscuous man. Now, a man who is charismatic and a lot of women like, yes, because if a lot of women like him, it's probably because he has a lot of qualities that are likable. But if you were to give me two men, you give me the exact same men, and one has a 200 body count and the other one has a 20 body count, and they're exactly the same, I'm taking the 20 body count all day long.
A woman with a 20 body count or 200, she's both. She's a hoe.
No, I said the man, the man. If they're saying that the man is more valuable if he smashed more women, I'm saying he's not more valuable to me.
No,
You
so
said if she's so
when
you
you
must
put
be
it-
sleeping with a lot of hoes. So you said a woman with a 20 body count is a hoe?
Yeah.
wait,
Yes.
wait. By what age? Give me an age.
Yeah, give me an age. Because the average woman sleeps with 1.4 men a year. So by the time you're 40, that's 30 bodies.
I'm not average.
Man, about it.
45.
I just want to
Listen,
say for the record, no lawyers or
after
doctors
7,
will
you for
harm
the streets
any
the rest of
women in
your
this
life.
episode. So
The only thing left for you is simple.
Wait. I do think that is a bit unrealistic. I do think most women, especially at least over 35, you know, in that age range, they're going to have close to 20 bodies.
But they should
Almost
be
up
married
there.
already. They shouldn't. They should have been married already.
That make no.
Yeah,
Wait. If you've
Kevin
been
on that.
married, right? That's
They should have
being
been
married
married
or being in a
already.
long-term relationship is a cheat code for not having a lot of
fix
bodies.
your face. Come on,
Yeah,
now.
that's it. That's it. Like
I agree with Kevin on this part.
by the time when you hit 7, like come on, you should be married after that.
Keisha,
You should be married already.
Keisha,
the average
pause.
40-year-old has been through a mile of dick. We can't do anything about that. Like, it's not our fault. Like, but
So-
at the end of the day,
Yeah, 40 and single. There's nothing you could do about it. But I mean, but you should be married,
No.
family.
Every
for the rest
woman
of
you
your
done
life.
slept with had more than 7 bodies. That's a fact.
no, I've got several virgins on my notch. I used to hunt them when I was in high school and college. So let's not say that. And then 2, I asked, and like
I'm
that's
not gonna brag
the cool
about
part is I have a conversation
G-belts
with you
I
about
got.
it.
Jeez.
Like, yeah, I'm not even gonna hold you. I used to collect like virginity like they were fucking infinity stones, and I was Thanos. Like it was a
Listen,
thing
you're
for
not
me.
by yourself, bro. I'm
Like,
just
bro,
saying. I ain't going to. That's nothing I want to tell
I
people.
don't give a shit. Like, I mean, I'm not worried about nobody who's watching this. And Yonci already knows my testimony because I know her in real life. But again, it's something cool about being first or getting something with low mileage. Women hate being compared to cars, but we love them. I'm telling you right now, there are vehicles that I'm looking for that are 30 to 40 years old. And if I can find one with the right amount, like for example, I'm looking for a mint condition 96 SS Impala. If I can find one with less than 20,000 miles, I'm spending whatever they want for it, especially if it's perfectly done. But when it comes to women, when you're 40, I'm already knowing, like, again, I'm a numbers guy, 1.4 men a year. You're 40. I'm assuming you started having sex when you're 16, unless you're ugly. Then maybe it was later because you had to wait.
Damn.
So I'm going to assume that you've been having sex for 24 years. 24 times 1.4 is what? Who wants to do some math for me?
Probably 30. Probably around 30.
So I'm assuming it's been 30 dudes who have done the same thing to you. 30 dudes that done got overzealous and slipped out and you put it back in. 30 dudes who have seen you on their knees. 30 dudes who have done to you what I'm supposed to only be able to do to you as your man. And that
One
you
or two who might have snuck a video in there.
Wait, and even worse, there's some that you probably did more for. So I'm going into it knowing that you have had a mile of penis before you got to me. So that's why I would rather you keep it under a mile, like, 0.4 miles maybe. Like maybe do one dude every 4 years, or like. But then also it shows me that you might not be the best partner for me because you're not committing to things. And now, a lot of times you're going to expect me to work harder than the last man who got the exact same vagina or mouth that I'm getting from you.
Can I say something real quick right here?
Always.
Ladies, this could not be any bigger of a PSA. When you hear how vehemently the men are opposed to women with more than
Just say high body count.
handful.
Number on it.
High is relative. So we'll say more than 5. Okay.
More than a handful. You go for it. Yeah.
If you hear how much disdain there is, keep that in mind when a dude you're just getting to know starts to pressure you and say, if you really like me, you'd bust it wide open. You'd throw it back.
Why do we?
Dude, pressure
I can't believe that you like
No,
me.
you
unless
don't pressure. You don't ever pressure
Yeah.
nobody into
Right
giving you
over
no
there.
yams.
No, some men say that. Some men
Yeah,
say
it's
that.
like this.
Don't pressure.
the cheeks.
Can I just?
They don't say it to them, but they say it like.
If you pressure somebody to give you some yams, that's weird.
No,
That's
I don't
weird
think
activity.
men don't say it like to the woman, but they if we were talking to some men on this panel, they would say like, "Yo, if she not giving up box, she don't like me," or something like, they will say.
I mean, I would agree, but you don't pressure. She should want to give it to you. Like, I'm not pressuring nobody.
But that's the thing. A lot of women want to wait until they have a commitment. But you'll hear the same men get on podcasts and say, that's crazy to wait until there's a commitment. I can't even commit to her unless she spreads it open.
And if you listen to those men, you failed the test.
Who's somehow a virgin, but
if
yet
you say that
she's
again,
dated men
if you what?
and has
and if you listen to those men, you failed the test, and you they type, you're not my type.
That's the point. Because like no, I don't think any man on here is gonna say women should be sleeping with men without commitment. I don't feel that way because I said that if I'm in your guts, you can be in my pockets. So I'm definitely not going to commit to someone that what I'm saying that doesn't apply to my rules. But
that means if you don't marry her, if you don't, however many women you break up with,
you bought the M word up. That changes things.
I'm gonna switch it to break up with. However, women you have been with, committed to, because you smashed and broke up with.
Not because
now all of those women have been ruined because of that choice.
Because of you.
According to what you guys are saying,
they ruined
we
themselves.
didn't take her off the market permanently, so now she's ruined for the next guy. Maybe Kev wanted to
like we like personal examples, and I'm super transparent. Every woman that I've committed to, I smashed. But I'll tell you what I didn't do. I didn't smash them before I was committed to them.
But my point is, after you broke up with them or she broke up with you, she's ruined.
No, she's not ruined just because of one person. She's ruined because of the other 30 she had after me.
No, not 30. Not 30. You guys said 7 is bad.
7, whatever.
7.
So 7. She's ruined because of that. Because
so
of
if, 7. So hold on. The math ain't mathing.
Go ahead.
So if you are a man,
I'm first,
and you
if I was first,
I didn't go in the order. There are 7. She only gets 7. So she dates Willie. She says, you know what? We'd had sex together, so now he could pick me because he can't be with me unless he has sex with me. So I had sex with him, and now he picked me.
It's and then unless we have sex.
2 years later, he decides, you know what? It's not going to work out. Boom! Now I've taken my one. Now 4 years later, she meets another guy. And she's like, oh, Yonci is really great. And we have great conversation. And we've gotten to know each other for about 2.5 months. And he says, you know, I can't decide if I want to be with you yet because we haven't crossed that threshold. And then she sleeps with him. And he goes, you know what? Yep. We can
now she's 20. Okay, wait. Now she's 20.
Yeah.
Now she's 20.
She's now 20.
According to Willie, 16.
Yes.
Let's count out the age. Go ahead. Yeah.
Now she has her 2 bodies. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then a year later,
she goes to college and goes crazy.
No. Let her run a scenario because I got a point to make. But go ahead.
So then a year, you said she's 20, right? No, how did you say she is?
She's 20. She got 2 bodies, 4 years. Right. She's 20.
So now she's 20. A year later, they don't work out. She finds out. Sorry, Yonci. She discovers that he's got a bunch of skeletons in his closet he didn't tell her about. She's like, I gotta move on. Now, he's got some weird, mommy.
Is she on 3 now? Is she on 3?
Now she moves on, and 2 years later, she meets Jacob.
So she's
2 years later. So now she's 22. She's 22 with 3 bodies.
20 to 30 is gonna be 14.
Listen, 22 to like, so she's 22. Now she got 3 bodies.
3 bodies. She sleeps with Jacob. Now he says, we slept together, so now I can commit to you. And they stay together for 3 years because Jacob's a great guy. But then some weird stuff goes down.
Why Jacob get more time than me?
Hold up. Listen, because you had her when she was 16, bro. So
Hey, wait, and I was also 16.
Yeah, you was also 16. You was also 16. That was a high school love.
Cool.
Getting by. Right. So okay, she got 4 bodies, and then she is now 25.
25. Okay.
That's where you should get married. You should be getting married at 25.
It's gonna be 17 when she get 30.
Don't everybody women plan on getting married at 25? Am I lying or am I telling the truth, fellas?
I was in the army. I wasn't.
You understand what I'm saying? You should be married by 25 anyway.
Now let's say she lives somewhere that's very rural. She doesn't run across a lot of guys. She's focused on her school because she doesn't know if she's gonna have someone that is gonna take care of her. Hold on a second. Okay. And so she's going to school just to make sure she has a fallback plan if she doesn't meet her Prince Charming. And so she's going to school. She hasn't met anybody. And the men who she has met, they have issues. She realizes that Willie was just a high school fling. They weren't going to go the distance. Then when he got with Yonci, she realized he has a very controlling mother. And once she got to know her, she didn't want to deal with that because you marry the whole family. Then she gets with Jacob. Jacob has too many women who pop up out of nowhere with these plaid letters and pastors are calling. And she's like, you know what?
She should be married though.
But how is it her fault if she hasn't met the right guy yet?
Hold on, Yonci. You cannot. Yonci,
22 to 30.
You cannot make her responsible for the people that she sleep with. She slept with them. We didn't sleep with them.
Yeah, she has no.
It was everybody else's fault that she slept with them.
I didn't say it's everyone else's fault.
No, I'm saying you mean to tell me that she couldn't pick out of the 7 guys from 16 to 30, which gives you the 7 bodies or whatnot, that she couldn't find a decent dude to marry? Like, come on, what's wrong with her?
Have you dated men?
I don't know, but
just like men who are in their 40s say, I've just never met the right woman. But women also have that experience. There are men who have avoidant attachment styles. There are men who say, now let's go to age, right? She wants to marry someone in her age range. So she says, I can go 5 to 8 years. Well, the men in her age range, when she's younger, they're building their careers. So they don't have themselves established. They say, I'm not ready to commit to someone because that's a lot of responsibility to be able to do that. Then she meets a guy. Well, guess what? He was so promiscuous in his young age. He has 2 kids. And she goes, you know what? I don't want someone who has kids because I would like my first with my person. Boom. That eliminates
She shouldn't have dated him in the first place. She knew that he had kids, and she shouldn't have dated him.
Yonci, if I invest in 7 businesses and every one of those businesses don't give me a return, right? Who are you going to say is responsible for that? You're going to say, oh, well, all of those businesses should have gave you a return, or you're going to say like, oh, maybe you just don't got the best strategy.
I don't subscribe to that in dating because it took me 8 years to meet Monte.
It's the
It took
common
me
denominator.
8 years of meeting men who were, some were this, some were just, I wasn't compatible with them. There were some who had PTSD. I had a military guy, PTSD. His sister, he doesn't even know this to this day. I hope he doesn't ever watch the show. She called me begging me, please work this out. You are amazing. Da, 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 da. He lost me because he had trauma and major abandonment issues. There was another guy who went through a divorce and was really financially struggling. He was doing the entrepreneurial thing, didn't have a lot of money. He couldn't fly to California to see me. He lived in another state.
So question.
I could go on. Men were all terrible.
How many of the wrong guys did you meet? If you could put a number on it, how many of the wrong guys did you give like did you date?
I would say talk to. So I only had one guy that I called my man.
But dated that you know.
Oh, I easily got to know like more than 10.
But you didn't sleep with none of them. You didn't sleep with none of them.
Y'all are making statements. Or are you asking questions?
No, I'm not asking you a question. I know the answer to this question. And that's why it's like you didn't sleep with any of those men. The average woman is not doing that. If she was with 10 men dating, she's screwing 4 of them. Like, and I'm not, these aren't numbers I'm making up. No hink. I'm talking about like if you go look at this. Like,
but the reason we got,
but no, Yonci, you over exaggerated though.
The reason that we got to this is because he said, "Oh, so how could you date 10 men and none of them married you?" And that's making the assumption that the guy is the right guy for her.
No, sleep with 10 men, and none of them married you.
Yonci, 10 men is such a small number for you to act like all of these men out here. It's just you can't find a man. Okay, that's a small number of men to date. To like not have sex with, but to date.
Okay, if you go, let's say you go on a dating app, okay? Like I know I'm not a supermodel, so there are some people who aren't going to be attracted to me, okay? And then you have, I'm no longer stick thin like I used to be. So not every guy wants curves, especially in LA, because I was living in LA until I met Monte. So you got stick figure. Then in my situation, you know, I have kids, so that eliminates guys who don't want kids, or maybe they want kids and I don't want anymore. I already have my kids and I don't want multiple baby daddies.
The biggest problem was you was in LA.
But this is a real thing. So you're asking my situation. Then you have men who don't have their life together. There are a lot of men who don't have their life together. They are living in the most rundown apartments, not owning property, rundown apartments, barely making ends meet, can't hardly even keep a job. There are a lot of those. There are a lot of men who have low emotional intelligence, they just can't hold conversations. Then you have a ton of men who are just trying to have sex. What'd you say?
A lot of them are gay.
Yeah, there's I met one who was so sassy and was doing.
We gotta let that gay stuff go.
Filtered.
We gotta let the gay one go.
But there was a guy very effeminate, and we talked about that.
Stop blaming can't find a man on men being gay. There's so many men that are straight.
Fine.
This is where you guys, if it was us, you would be saying we have confirmation bias. I'm literally telling you what my experience was. You guys tell me that I'm very intelligent when it comes to men, and I have what a lot of men want and all this stuff. There were many men who fumbled the ball. I had a guy literally laugh in my face because I said I wanted to wait till marriage, and he claimed to be a Christian. He claimed to be aligned with all these things, and literally on a FaceTime laughed and hung up in my face.
Kevin Samuels is an example of that.
You said what?
Kevin Samuels is an example of that. He was a Christian.
Yeah.
But he not about to hear like you got kids and you're not about to. Nah, he ain't trying to hear that.
So there were plenty of people who weren't aligned. I had a guy who I met through my platform. This is way back in my Facebook days. and we met, had great chemistry, went on a date. Everything was fabulous. We were long distance though. And he just kind of never really stepped up. And then come to find out, I just think that he just was in his player phase. He was one of the guys who grew up and was kind of dorky, and he grew up, became a firefighter, got a real grown man body, started learning how to dress, wearing suits, and he started getting so much attention. And he really liked that. Another guy I met, great connection, great compatibility, but he really, really, really wanted kids. So it's not always that the guy is a loser or the woman is a loser. A lot of times people just don't align. Could I find men who wanted to marry me? Yes, there were plenty of men who wanted to marry me. Did I want to marry them? Absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. And I have turned down multiple people who said they wanted to. Then I met another guy. We were great. We became almost best friends because we got along so great. But he was like, "You're too emotional." For him, he didn't like affection. He grew up with one parent who was in the flight industry and would literally leave him for like a week at a time as a child, as a grade school child. So he wasn't used to personal interaction. He didn't really like people, didn't like affection. I'm not gonna marry someone like that, even though
I had a pastor one time. I thought he was great till I found out he was laying more than hands on the church.
Praise the Lord.
Them
Well,
military men, boy.
And we were supposed to be waiting to marriage, right?
You were waiting.
So
Right,
I
exactly. I agree.
So Yonci, you know what? Hold on.
you guys
Can
do
I say
understand
something?
like the
Can I say
problem that
something real
men
quick?
have with waiting, like a woman in her 40s saying that she's going to wait until marriage to have sex.
It was in my 30s, but I got you.
No, I mean generally speaking,
Yeah.
it's like you understand that it's because of, again, you're 30. Like I said, women now it's like 34 kids and wants me to be responsible for that as a man.
I got you.
But
I mean, the bag of chips is open, man. Like, who's saving the bag of chips? Like,
and the thing is, you have
Wait, can I?
as unfortunate as it is for women, men are private. And again, I like to be transparent. I won't put nobody else's business out but mine. This is the reason why I have an issue. Well, I would never deal with a woman who told me that, like, I expect for you to do A, B, C, D, and E as my man, but I'm not going to do A, B, C, D, and E for you until we're married, is because it's not equal at that point. You're getting way more from me than I'm getting from you. And then two, you have another nigga's kids. Like, so you mean for me to think that, okay, well, I'm going to give you all of this and I'm not going to get the one, we're not going to say the number one thing, but it's damn sure 1B, the number one thing that men get in a relationship. Because anytime a man gets with one woman, I'm talking about a guy who's committed to one woman, what he's really saying to that woman is, hey, of course, I would love to be sleeping with every other woman I could, but I'm willing to forego that opportunity to do so if it means I get to sleep with you regularly. That's all we're saying to y'all when we commit to you. That's the big piece until we're in love. But we're committing to date you exclusively. That's what we're doing. But we're doing that and we're getting it's almost like we're getting gypped. Because do you know how expensive it is to go out to eat with one person? Like if I took Keisha out to eat by herself, cool. But then I took Shanae out to eat with her 4 kids, or I have to send food for them. And Yonci, you know I'm the guy that's going to feed everybody.
I like Cheesecake Factory too.
So, I've never taken a woman Cheesecake Factory in my life.
I just like to go.
Yeah, that shit is beneath me, and I hate Cheesecake Factory.
Oh my God.
I hate Cheesecake Factory with a passion.
Cheesecake not
I
good.
love cheesecake. I have a cheesecake in
Nah,
the freezer, in the refrigerator. But like,
Take me to a food truck before you take me to Cheesecake Factory.
the financial, mental, and physical burden of taking on a woman with her kids, like, what are we doing? That's like you're like being an intern at a job, and then you get paid a bullshit salary until you get a full-time position. And women think that they can withhold the best parts of a relationship from a man until they're under the covenant of God, and that's just not fair to those men.
Can I ask you something, Willie?
Yeah,
You know,
I'm gonna add something.
I'm big on I think that redemption is a role for anybody, right? But you just gotta put the work in. So
Sure.
if this woman was actually hasn't had sex in 7 years,
Cool.
no
problem.
How would you feel about that?
No problem. That's different. Because now I don't have to worry, because this is the thing for me. I led with saying we're proud. The fact now I have to worry about her letting lesser niggas get it. Because mind you, right, understanding where I fall in the pecking order is a big part of this. Because I know that she's giving lesser men the same vagina that I expect to have. So now if she says, hey, for example, say me and Yonci were dating. Yonci says, hey, listen, I've been celibate for 7 years. She lets me know that shit up front. But we hit it off, personality click, we're good, all of that other stuff. I will take that because I know what's behind it. But we're talking about the average women who just had so much dick and trauma that they just want to shut down. Or like, what's that? You saw me posted a hoe's final form is a religious woman. So like, I'm not going to take that woman saying that, but then we have like Yonci or Keisha saying, "Oh yeah, I've been celibate for 10 years." Cool, I know that going into it, and then the reason behind it is what something that I could accept. It's not because, oh, I think that you just want to have sex with me because so many other men only they hit it and quit it. That's their problem. But if she's saying, "Hey, to me, yes, I have children. I understand that. I was married. I had a 10, 15-year relationship. That's the only man I've been with. I have
Respectable.
no problem taking her at her rewrapped virginity because one, she's still super safe to me. Now that woman has
That's
one
respectable.
body. That woman has one body. She has 0.1 miles of dick in her. I'm cool with that. Like that is great for me. But for these average women who have like 2 or 3 other niggas' kids talking about, oh, well, I'm not having sex till married, you won't be marrying me. Like you think I'm about to sit here and buy juicy juice for Deontay, and Kevontae,
Juicy
and then
juice.
not, you know what I'm saying, also be in your girl
Devontae in there.
never.
I
What
like
he's
a-
basically saying,
And that's why I
what
was
he's
saying women
basically-
should be married at some point. Like you're like, oh, how they get to 40? Of course she's gonna have a high bar. She should have been married. She should have been
Well, I'm
off the
40
market.
and I don't have no kids and I'm not married yet.
well,
What's my
well,
Why
basically,
are
what
You
he was-
should have been
guys
off the
marrying
market.
your
Like you
men?
should have been way off the market. How you
Wait,
make
wait.
it to 40 and not be
I'm
married?
45, sorry.
Wait,
With no
you
kids.
45 with no kids, that makes you a
What's wrong with
unicorn.
me?
A lot of this conversation doesn't even apply to you because you're 45 with no children.
Everyone on the show
Well-
is the unicorn, Keisha.
Right.
Everyone on the show is the outlier. Everyone on the show is not the norm. Can we meet some of these people who are not the outliers? Because we keep saying they're in my database. There are so many women who are in their 40s and don't have kids. There's this big phenomenon because
But that's not
they
a
were-
positive thing necessarily.
I didn't say it was positive.
They
I'm
should be
saying
married
that-
with their family off in the sunset already.
What I'm saying is a lot of women were told focus on getting a job because you cannot guarantee marriage, but you can guarantee you can starve to death and not have ability to buy a car and pay for your bills. So they don't want to be stuck out there with nothing. Not everybody's parents have generational wealth to where they can take care of a grown adult. They're hoping that once this little girl grows up, she gets out, gets a good career, takes care of them, and they're sometimes looking for her to take care of them. I have clients who are caring for their elderly mother. I have so many people who are like giving aid to family members. One guy is
Life be
helping.
lifing.
I just think for me, I couldn't keep
Life be
a
lifing. Like
or
this.
I
Some real
couldn't
situations out here.
withhold a long relationship because I'm moving around in the military a whole lot.
Yeah, Uncle Sam.
Unless I moved around with somebody in the military. You know, if I'm dating Willie and he don't get orders, y'all know he don't get the same duty station, then our relationship is just over.
Yeah,
And that's just
when
what it is.
I got married in the military, we were married for a little over 2 years.
Me too. That's all I made it.
Of those 2 years, we were together for 6 days because when I went on deployment and came back, she left 2 days later, and then when she came back, I left 4 days later. So again, you know, someone who is used to having a certain type of physical access to me, I mean, I understand why we didn't work because we didn't know each other. Shit, I saw that girl for 6 days and almost over 1,000.
But
So-
do y'all think with those older women, I've been told when I was dating, trying to date y'all, this guy told me the older I'm getting now, given my situation, I don't have kids, I'm 45, I'm just on my own, right? He said, Keisha, even though you don't have kids, the older you're getting, the less valuable you are.
Not as a person, as a partner.
Yeah.
Like in the dating market, yes, that makes sense. But as a person, no. No
But
man
why?
can tell you that you'll work.
Well, no.
Why am I less valuable now at 45?
Well, your new market
established
is
and-
guys 55 and up. So you got to date your age bracket.
Well, the reason why people say that you're less valuable as a partner is because the assumption is, so the complete sentence is, you're less valuable to the men you want as a partner because you're older. Because those men you want, they have a range of women who are younger than you.
Yeah.
Also have access to women who don't have children the same way you don't. So they have younger, quote unquote, more, we're not going to say better, we'll just say more suitable options for what those men's physical and biological imperatives are. That's why. Because now, the older you are, you've eliminated men who want to have kids. Having a child at 45, over 36 is a geriatric pregnancy. You've eliminated the men who want young women, which is a large subset of men. And then two, you've also eliminated yourself from men who don't want to date older women. So it's not like you're saying it's not a bad thing as far as it doesn't make you less of a person, mind you. To be super clear, Willie is not saying that a woman who is 45 with no kids is less of a person than a woman who is 30 with no kids. That's not what I'm saying. What I am explaining is that as a partner or an option for the men you want, you are not their best option compared to the other women you are competing with who are also vying for those men.
Man, just settle in and go be that step grandmama. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do.
Let me say this first of all. God bless doctors, lawyers. We need them. You know, men and women. We just need their service.
We don't have to marry them though.
We don't need no relationships with them.
Yeah, I just want to say, guys, something you said about you talked about your journey and being selective and thoughtful about who you date. I think that's just important. Like you kind of learn, like, I'm just not going to be out here doing whatever with whoever. And I hope that didn't get missed by people. Like, that's something important. Like, just because you're dating doesn't mean you're sleeping with everybody and doing all the weird things. You, especially as you get older, you need to be a little more, you need to be smarter, a little more selective, whatever. I just want to emphasize that point because I think a lot of people might have missed that, and you think you just got, like, you don't have to sleep with everybody, and actually being a little selective. Nothing wrong with that if you want something different.
Thank you.
I think
That
a woman.
that may be why I'm not dating, because everybody I date, I sleep with.
That's fair because Jacob, just say this, right? Say you saw me out with a woman, right? Or you saw me out with a woman on a date.
Okay.
You knowing my character, you would bet money that I'm sleeping with her. Like, just because I'm out with her. If I saw Mont got a girlfriend. So cool. If I saw Nayushi out with him saying, no, I use Yonci. I saw Yonci out with a dude. You know what? I'm going to assume that guy got his shit together. She's character-wise, and she's vetted him because she doesn't date easily. If I see Kevin out with a woman, I'm going to assume that he is sleeping with her based on the fact that, oh, well, cool. Kevin,
we're not bringing him no home.
I don't know none of y'all names. Who's Kevin?
If all of y'all
he didn't put Kevin, but the gentleman with the headphones.
Yeah, if all of y'all saw us out with a woman, I'm not trying to be funny. Mont gonna assume that any woman he sees me out with, I'm bending over. Jacob is gonna think the same. So is Nayushi because they know me. The same with Keisha. If I see Keisha out with a dude, not trying to be funny, I feel like she's trying to show she's showing that man that she got the Megan needs. Like, I'm going to assume because you're out with them. So I don't think that women may date or sleep with every man they date, but I would say that a lot of men are definitely screwing the women they're dating.
We're not dating unless we're screwing. I said that when I first met you.
Yeah.
So let me just reiterate, ladies. The men have said this. They have doubled, tripled, quadrupled down that they don't want to date unless they smash. And as you can see, the majority of the men on the panel are not married. Therefore, women that they have dated have added to the women's body count, but have not gotten the marriage. If that's what have been married, though. I said, if that's what they wanted. So if you are looking for commitment, the man wants you to have little to no bodies, but in order to get to the commitment, you have to audition between your legs. So
that's not true. That's not true.
That math out.
That's not true.
That's women math right
like
there.
The clothes
you hear the women needs? That's why we're so distant, because you explain things like that.
Is keep your legs closed while you're having sex.
No. We do not approve this message.
Get him to commit to you without adding to your body
Yonci,
count.
this is the thing, Yonci.
Take it in the booty.
And Willie already pretty much said it. It's like a man like Willie. A man like Willie, right? All he's saying is that, like, yo, I'm not that nigga that gets stuck at the bottom of the pyramid scheme. I'm up top, if anything. If I'm gonna be in it, I'm up top. I'm not getting stuck with it, All he's saying is like, yo, I'm not gonna be last. That's all he's saying.
I understood Willie's perspective.
But the thing is, you don't have to sleep. Like, a man will respect you if you like, yo, I'm waiting till marriage. He'll respect you, and if you worth it, he'll work with you. But the
He's
problem is,
saying
I'm not
that
about to wait.
there are no women worth it, Mont. That's the
Listen,
problem.
no, he's saying I'm not about to wait until
He did not
marriage.
say that.
If you
He
just
did
gave
not
it to
say
somebody 2 months ago, you crazy.
There are no
Okay.
women worth it.
Well, the only one he
Where
gonna
did
get
I
is a
miss
virgin
you?
then.
Where did
Hold on,
I
listen,
didn't say that.
If you
Listen to what Mont just said. I'm sorry, I
I
need to
said,
cut
if
you.
you are saying to the guy, I am not sleeping with you,
Okay.
he said
Mhm.
he will respect that. Willie
Yes.
said no.
No. Willie said he won't respect that if you just got done sleeping with a man 6 months ago and then you just decided to change your mind.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be.
You're not about to change your mind on me.
Yeah,
But we
I'm
were
not gonna-
It's
not
my turn. It's my turn.
yeah, I'm not.
we
gonna
did
be the
not
first
start out by
relationship-
saying somebody who has slept with someone 6 months ago. So now
No, he said that. He said
no,
that.
I asked him.
he added
said-
that in recently, but when we first started, it was a blanket statement that if I date a woman, I have to sleep with her.
No, but
No,
Yonci,
Willie went over
Willie
a
said
whole
if you were
timeline.
celibate for a certain amount of years, he said he would respect it and be like, yeah, that's cool.
That's cool, and I'll tell you
He
why.
went over a whole timeline.
I'll
So
tell
why
you
did you
Willie.
disregard that?
Willie, you
I'll tell
said
you
so.
why.
You're saying you would date somebody who kept their legs closed with you.
Yes, like this is what Mont said is exactly my point. I'm not.
Make
gonna be
that
the
face.
first
That's what he
person-
said.
I'm not going to be the first person that you decide that you're just not going to sleep with.
But
So
you
if
said
have-
sex is the
wait.
number one thing in a relationship
No,
for
I
you.
said
No,
it's
you
one
won't
B.
be with someone to be.
Time out.
who's
You
common.
rewind it. I said it's 1B. I didn't say it was the number one thing. I said it was 1B.
Okay, even if it's 1B, if it's 1B for you, how could you be with
You
a
have
woman
to
and not
add
have
value.
sex with
You have to add value elsewhere. The reason why I said that I'm not going to be the guy you close your legs for is because you let lesser niggas hit before me.
I understand all that, and I
So,
wouldn't expect
but-
anybody to want someone who's a carnival ride to suddenly say
Not that
the
you're-
ride's closed.
Even if say you had a boyfriend for 5 years, right, and he was blowing your back out for them 5 years, but bro worked at the post office. No disrespect to postal workers, but in the grand scheme of
Gotta
things,
get the mail.
like I'm not there. So
Willie,
if that-
how can you work for the postal service and make fun of men at the postal service?
oh
He
no, I
worked for
quit.
UPS.
Hey, I'm at UPS now.
I'm so sorry. I forgot you had upgraded. Okay.
Yeah,
Those
I'm,
IPS.
I'm a six-figure earner now. But no,
Okay.
listen. Like,
Congratulations. I didn't realize you had made it up to
listen, finally,
UPS.
right? I went from
Congratulations.
60 to 101, but after taxes.
Whoop,
But no, seriously, like it's cool if a woman has been celibate for relationships before me. But what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna get with me and raise your prices when the men before me couldn't afford this price.
I don't think anybody would disagree about not raising prices.
But that's what I was saying. But
Okay, we'll shake on it. We finally have an agreement because all I've been hearing before, whether that was my issue or not, all I was hearing is if a woman isn't putting out, she can forget about having a man. So I'm glad to know that I heard wrong.
yeah,
Think about it vice versa, Yonci. Think about it vice versa, Yonci. If
I don't disagree
every girl,
with anything you
if
said.
every girl that I've ever been with, right?
I don't disagree at all.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
buying
it's
them a
very
bunch of
logical
stuff.
argument.
I've been taking them on yachts. I've been doing all this stuff, and then I get with you, and I'm
Yeah.
like, yo, I don't do none of that. Like
Yeah.
for girls, you gotta wait.
I don't disagree. A woman who's busting it open for every Tom, Dick, and Harry should allow the next guy to have it. I don't disagree.
That's an exaggeration, though.
I
Now
feel
it don't
bad.
even gotta. You don't even gotta bust it open for everybody. But if you just bust it open for anybody, you gonna bust it open for me too. Like I ain't.
It's kind of
No.
like
But I think that a woman who's busting over for anybody is not going to
Give me
care.
your time.
It could have been. It could have been one guy. You could have been dealing with one guy for a year, and y'all was having sex. You get out of that relationship, and you tell me you're going to wait. That could have been your first body. You're not about to tell first body. But in general, you're not about to just do that. You're not about to just switch up and be like, you know what? I'm trying something new on you. You're not trying nothing new on me.
Like, imagine a dude going to a club, right? And but he get there at 10:01, and he the first dude that got to pay. We all mad about that because it was free before 10. You think that now because I got with you in this phase of your life where you done been traumatized by 5, 6, 7, 8 different niggas because you didn't vet men and you these same men you were giving your body to, but then here I come, the guy that checks all your boxes, the guy who's got his stuff together, the guy who's mentally fit, all the other things you look for in a man, but then you think that it's gonna be okay for you to decide that you're gonna keep your legs closed. Okay.
Can I
fine.
ask you a question?
Now, wait, hold on. Now say that I accept that though. You know the best part about this is just because me and you not fucking don't mean I'm not fucking.
Right.
So
Sir?
like, so I mean,
Not in that way. He's going. He's other people. He's
There's
going
two
to other
options.
people.
I'm saying we have two options here. So just because you don't want to have sex don't mean that I'm not having sex. Because then what you have to be willing to accept is that, well, hey, if I'm not, it's not fair for him to sacrifice his needs for a woman that's not his. But if you disqualify me for not being willing to be sexually exclusive with you, even though I'm still getting to know you, doing the same, we're still dating, but then I'm just physically sleeping with someone else, that's also kind of hypocritical because you know what a man's needs are. And if you don't want to meet my needs, we're not saying this in a relationship, because that's wild. I would never tell a woman in a relationship that this is okay. But before we're committed to each other, you're saying that, okay, well, yeah, I'm not going to meet your physical needs, but I expect you to meet mine. You want to cuddle, I want to hold hands, I want to go do stuff. I have to meet all these things, needs of yours, but then mine aren't being met. If say it's even if it was say the best thing, right? So I'm only getting 20% from you. If I get that 80% from somewhere else, that needs to be a conversation that we can have without being inherently disqualifying. Because I'm not disqualifying for you for, you know what I'm saying, being a porn star for your ex, but then think you finna come to me and be a nun. So you shouldn't disqualify me from having an outsourced vagina because you want to keep your mileage low.
Plus, y'all see, women tend to like go on these phases, right? So it's like, for one, you got to do this for a certain amount of time to prove to somebody that you're serious. Like, yeah, like women, they turn gay for 6 months, they turn to a nun for 6 months.
Bro,
you know, they go Muslim, they take their shahada real quick, they go, they do all of that for 6 months.
Or become a realtor.
Yeah, like you gotta put some skin in the game. That's all.
Women have to. I believe this to be true. Most women. I'm gonna make a blanket statement here. I'm gonna see how y'all respond. When you hit about 40, most women got a maintenance man somewhere. Now, most women that I've talked to, they're honest with me. They tell me they got a friend that they call to straighten them out on the regular.
When's the last time you had a maintenance man?
Probably in my 30s, child. I don't know.
Was that like 39?
Single.
I'm 45.
I know many women that have.
It's just for me. I'm kind of like Willie, so I went through a lot in my adulthood. I will say, in the military. But I think that the older I'm getting, I agree with Willie when he said if I didn't give it to whoever or whatever, but I just choose not to have a maintenance man. I'm sure I probably could.
You have a vagina, guarantee you could.
But I just don't want one, to be honest. I'm okay. I think I need to spend. I know women say this, y'all. So I'm gonna say this cliche, but right now I'm spending time with myself. I'm open to dating, but while I'm open to dating, I'm just kind of working on me too.
You get points for that too. You get points for that. You putting in the work. You're doing your community service.
Yeah. And I want to say that just like you guys were saying that women cannot understand men on certain things because of the reactions that you guys have given in the past, it shows that you really don't understand women on this level. There are many women who cannot separate sex and emotional intimacy. So a woman who has sex, let's say, for example, someone with my personality, if they're a man and I say, hey, come over and clean my clock, and he comes in, does his little do, and leaves, I would feel less satisfied after than before, because what it felt like was this man just came over and ejaculated in me. That's what it would feel like, and I would feel used and sad.
But all men
now,
aren't
if
like
you
that
ask
either,
me, would you
I'm
like
not
to
like
have?
that.
If you would like to have a maintenance man who came over and cuddled and watched TV shows and listened to your day, I would do that sex free. But that's what's valuable to me.
No, that comes with sex. That comes with sex.
That's what I said. Who does that?
But
that comes with sex.
We not fucking. We're not having sex. You can't be the little spoon and then I'll be the big spoon and you not know what time it is. My body's just not built like that.
No, what I'm talking about is how men are shocked to know that some women they would rather go no sex than have sex without intimacy. So what I'm saying is, if I could only have one or the other, I would rather be abstinent and have a guy who is holding me, there for me, giving me all the emotional things, than a man who doesn't even know my name hardly, but can blow my out.
That's the
I
thing.
would rather go on Amazon and purchase something that could get the job done in 16 seconds or less than to have a man.
I don't gotta know
That's
your name to have an
doing
emotional connection with you though.
Yeah, because
You probably don't.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't know. I have never had a woman who gave me consistent orgasms that I didn't connect to emotionally at some point. Not trying
Yeah,
to be
like
Okay.
I gotta have emotional connection. It's
Hold
not gonna
hold
work
on.
for me.
Y'all said a maintenance man.
What do y'all
Now
mean
y'all
by
turning
emotional
into
connection,
boyfriend.
guys?
But
You
it don't
can't
have,
make
it's
this
not that
stuff up.
feminine. Like
I gotta like you. I gotta like actually like rock with you. I can't just be having sex with a girl that I don't know, trust, or whatever. Like
You
you know
ain't
what I'm
never had no
saying?
one night stand before.
How long you been married?
No, I'm not.
Some of y'all
I'm not
lying.
saying I ain't never. Ever,
Some of
yeah,
y'all lying.
I've had one night stands, but even in those one night stands, like it was an
You
amazing
wasn't
night.
emotionally nothing in the one night
No,
stand.
you
Yeah, I
wasn't. There was
was.
no kind of connection
No,
other
you
than
wasn't.
physical
You
in a
can't
one
tell
night
me.
stand.
You can't tell me how I felt
You
about the
only
person
you
that had a
just
one night
got a
stand.
number an hour
You-
ago. What
Hold
you
on.
felt?
I'm gonna say this.
That's not how it works. That's probably
Hold on.
like I met her at a brunch and we kicked it for the rest of the day type joint. Like you know what I'm saying?
Let
And
me
that's
jump
what
in here
it is.
before you say something. So my dating's probably been more like Yonci. This and it's more of my religious background. I've never had a one night stand. Never.
And that plays a huge part too.
I've
That's
always
like
dated
considered
women
immoral.
who I saw myself with on some level. If I've been with you, it's because I saw myself on some level. But that was just more my upbringing and how I was raised. I've never been like meet somebody same day. I could have. Now, I didn't have them opportunities. I passed on them. That's just how I am. It is what it is. But I've had those experiences where I could have been. It's never been my makeup. I can't be with somebody that I don't see myself with on some level.
I agree.
It's never been that way.
same exact
I don't need to see myself with you on some level. But I gotta at least like you.
So this is the thing, right? I'm not. So this is probably not going to go over well with a lot of men, but the only man who can like afford to be out here sleeping with women they don't have, like they can't see a future with, are broke niggas. Because the rest of us know that one, we got to protect our seed, and that two, we have other stuff to do. Like I can't afford to be out here just sleeping with like women randomly. That's crazy. Because now
Crazy.
I'm fertile. Well, I think so. Like it's been a while since I had a child, but whatever. So and then two, I have something to lose.
Yeah.
That's the part. Like most men don't have anything to lose except for the nut in their nuts. That's all they have.
Did you just say most men?
Yes, most men.
Pause if we can. Pause.
Go ahead.
If the statement is true that most men don't have anything to lose, why are you so quick to say, why are these women married? If most men don't
You
have
shouldn't
anything
be
to lose.
marrying most men.
Easy, because women don't want most men. Y'all want the same men for the most part. That's why. And the problem is, a lot of the time, the reason why women are single as they're older because the men they want don't want them because
But you
they're not
said
worth it.
okay. See, this is why I say
I'm just saying
if you're saying that they don't have anything to lose, that means that these are losers.
they are.
Why would you want why would women want a loser?
Well, Yonci, I disagree with Willie here. I don't think that
most men are losers. I would say that more men are losers
He
than
has
aren't.
nothing to lose. That means
The loser.
what's going on?
But
Y'all making a monetary thing, like some like
yeah, I don't
like
think
teachers and
I
like
didn't say
youth
I
coaches.
said loser. I didn't say he's broke. I said he's a loser. He has
So,
nothing.
but Willie's saying he's broke, so he's a loser. He don't have nothing to lose.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying. Don't have nothing to lose.
I think Willie misspoke. I don't think that. I think so. A man who's average, right? He's not a piece of shit. He's not a loser per se, right? But he may not really have much to lose. Like if they got a divorce, y'all probably not really. Y'all don't really got nothing to sort through, right? It's just like let's just get a clean divorce. You don't got nothing. I don't got nothing. Let's just split. He's not a loser. I think a lot of women should go for average men, and a lot of average people should go for each other.
I think average people should go for average
what
people.
would sleeping with a woman? How would he lose assets, money, income? Why would he lose that by sleeping with a woman?
Ejaculates inside of a woman, and not trying to be funny, but like dumb women are typically a lot more fertile than like bad women are a lot more fertile than the good ones are for whatever reason. It's just
they fertile.
Or like, the good ones use.
Look at the men's faces. Like look at the men's faces. Not trying to be funny, but Keisha probably a good woman. She's 45 and no kids, but then her counterpart is 45 with 6 kids from 8 different men. So what I'm saying is like when you get women pregnant, we do lose, and we're not.
Okay, if you say pregnant, I understand that. I didn't think we were talking about pregnancy.
I'm also the guy that says a man shouldn't sleep with a woman he needs to protect himself from. Because if I'm willing to risk my life to get a nut, I should not be worried about you giving me an STD, or if we do get pregnant, you know, saying using that kid as a paycheck or as a weapon against me. And if you have to worry about those things, you shouldn't sleep with that woman. I tell men that shit all the time. My pops told me when I was 17, 17-year-old Willie was like, "You think I should be out here raw dogging chicks? You tripping." But then 30-year-old Willie is like, "Oh, he meant like, okay, if I'm worried about her giving me something or whatever, I shouldn't sleep with her." And I've moved that way since. But you can't, like, the majority of these men out here are, it's real, sorry, fellas, losers. They've had the same 24 hours that the women, the men that women want have had, and have done less with it. So that's why the majority of men now haven't had sex in the past year.
Also, I thought you said they didn't want a relationship.
No, that's having sex and having a girlfriend, two different things. I'm not trying to be funny, but before somebody else co-signs that, a lot of y'all don't require us to be your girlfriend to have sex. I mean, be your boyfriend to have sex. Yep. So there's that part. But majority of these men haven't had sex in a year. They walk around here with their nuts full, or they saying manually relieving that pressure themselves. You know what a woman can never do? She can never beat post-nut clarity. I tell guys, before you sleep with a girl, beat your meat. Because if you do, and you still want to sleep with her, that girl is probably something special to you. Or she actually liked that girl. But if you got that girl on the way and you beat your meat, as soon as you're done, you're like, damn, how can I tell her not to come? You probably don't like that girl for real. Like, women, you can't compete with post-nut clarity. It's impossible. Like, only thing more sure than that is death and taxes. So the 20% of men that y'all want, not trying to be funny, but everybody wants us like that. The other 80% are invisible for a reason. It's because they're losers. No one pays attention to losers. Y'all pay attention to winners. As you should. I want my daughter to do that. I want my daughter to be like, hey, I didn't even notice you because you were a loser. There's nothing wrong with her saying that. And if a man doesn't want to be viewed that way by a woman, do what it takes to not be a loser. But for those of us that already have, that's why, you know, there's twice as many black men without children as there are black women. Women are having kids by the same small group of men, which usually or more often than not are the winners. There are some bums with kids. We're not going to argue that.
Can I ask you a question about that statistic that just popped in my head?
Go ahead.
So if someone sees there's a few men and a bunch of women, one could say that the men or the women are all picking the same couple of guys.
Right.
You could also say that the men are choosing a whole bunch of women without discretion. But I've always heard that stat to mean somehow it makes the guys better decision makers or something because there are less.
It only does as far as having children because the majority of men are childless. Only, I think it's like only 60%.
Oh, you're saying it is a compliment to the men who aren't because there are fewer men.
Yes, and only 60% of men are going to have kids anyway. I would say that losers shouldn't have kids and that their bloodline should finish off because then leave the rest of it for us to compete with. Like
damn Thanos. Damn. Look.
We've had men on this panel who we all knew were losers. We don't tell them they're losers, but I'm talking about men because I've never said this about women because this is a women-centric show. We've had men on this panel who we all know to be losers. Not just the big one, but we've had other men that we just knew were losers. I wish that if you had to earn the right to have kids because when losers produce losers, like, I'm big on that. Like I get called Thanos a lot of the times because of that too. Weak men produce weak men. Like you can't expect a weak man to produce a strong man because he can't teach that boy to be something he's not. The same way a woman can't teach a boy to be a man. She can teach him to be an adult. So I have no issue with the fact that the majority of men don't have kids because the majority of men are losers.
Losers.
Sorry,
That's
I just
true.
say it that way because it's, you know.
Now, also, I want to say, like, you're not a loser necessarily because you don't have money. You're a loser because you don't have confidence. You don't have ambition. You know, like these are things that make you a loser. Not just the money going to come. You know, so.
Dang.
Well,
this is good.
I was going to say we covered a lot.
It's all your fault,
That is the only man on this panel that has apparently had several one-night stands in my youth.
But you know what? Nayusi stands besides his choices. He doesn't back down and he doesn't make excuses. So I can't really be mad at that.
He grew up
I was
around
younger me,
freaking.
though. I was much.
Freaknik.
He grew up around freaking times. It's not his fault.
Man, listen.
Black bike.
Picnic was a time to be alive. Yes, yes.
I never made it. So I don't.
Oh God, you missed a time. God bless.
Certainly did.
And
I don't know how
look,
Jacob,
and
I don't know how Jacob didn't get one.
I caught the. Could you
had the
imagine?
strength, sir.
I told you I grew up Kojic. I came down 20, and I see a woman dancing on top of a car naked. I mean, we wasn't even in Atlanta yet.
Were
And
you
I'm
the
just
mind blown emoji?
I was just like, what is this?
That's a vagina. No, I'm just kidding.
And that was all weekend.
And you stayed there the whole weekend, Kojic.
Yes,
I-
he did.
Listen,
If I-
between Freaknik,
if I was-
Black College Spring Break and then
Kojic and all.
Savannah,
If
oh,
I was
dear God.
if I was wired that way, I mean, it was just what was going on. Like
Kojic.
It was about to be Hojic.
You should have covered your eyes then.
For
Mr.
what?
Kojic guy.
You cover the only time I'm covering my eyes if it's titties in church. Then
No, I'm talking about this
I
one.
don't want to be a heathen. But
I'm
outside,
What a
talking about Jacob.
what a time! What a time! Oh my God!
hey,
Oh, man.
All right, let's keep going.
I'm
Let me not go back there in my mind.
We-
we got some VHS tapes.
Yeah.
Oh, my
I didn't watch
goodness.
the Freaknik special because I'm afraid I'm gonna be on it.
Oh,
Oh, you was
can
out
you
there.
imagine someone seeing their mama on that thing?
There's a
Oh,
whole Reddit thread about it.
Oh yeah.
It's dudes out there like embarrassing themselves by showing a picture of their mom when they were younger, and then showing a clip of the Freaknik video and like, this is where my mom was. Like, I don't know why people like embarrassing themselves on the internet.
I was about to say, is that
It's not something that I'll ever do, but goddamn, you just let everybody know that you were raised by, you know.
A thought before we called them thoughts.
Well, I like the H word, but yeah, thought
We
too.
were college students. That's all. They were just college students.
They still got Mocha Fest going on now for like the new kids. And
I know
Mocha
you were
Fest-
recruiting guys that last show.
Yeah, so you
So I was not. Well, hold on, wait, don't put that on me. I was not recruiting. I was just sharing my experiences and suggesting that single men who enjoy those sorts of things should go to one before they get into a relationship. Because once you're in a relationship, you go to Mocha Fest, your relationship's over.
Damn.
I have a question for you guys.
uh-oh.
Let me put this as a banner.
She been pondering this one.
I'm listening. Y'all heard that? She said for you guys. So
Are we out of time? Is that what it is? We out of
For
time?
men. Okay. So let me just put this because I'm like typing it all out. Let's say, right, Kevin is now out of the game. He's all the way booed up. Let's put Mont too, right? Let's say they're both friends from college, but the rest of their buddies are still single. Let's actually put the single. Well, no, we'll say Jacob and Nayusi. Okay. And so the three guys who are in relationships, all the five have been friends, but now there are only two guys who are single left, but the five guys are still in a group chat. Jacob goes, meets a chick, and he's like, man, look at this. She's banging, da-da-da-da-da. And he's posting pictures in the group, and all the guys are like, yeah. And then, Nayusi's telling his stories about what his person did and how she, different ways, blah, 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 blah. Do you feel like there is a point where men in relationships should remove themselves from certain discussions where it's, about, I'll say objectifying women, but, talking about women and sharing pictures and things like that. Do you feel like it is still appropriate to be engaging in those types of group chats or in-person chats and all of that while married or in a committed relationship?
With your boys?
With your
think so.
boys?
Yeah.
You gonna keep them out of barbershops?
Right. Like, why would you remove yourself from that? That's your boys. It's different than doing it out in public. But with your crew?
Yeah.
It's how men talk. It's how
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how we
So
get
Pictures.
if a woman was in a group chat
Oh boy.
and she got her single friends and she said, oh my God, we had these strippers come through and they're showing
my woman
pictures.
can't have that many single friends.
Look at D print and all that stuff.
Life ain't fair, Yonci.
y'all, it's life. It's
Ain't fair, Yonci.
it's a different standard for y'all.
Yeah, life ain't fair.
Thank you.
Stop
So
it.
let me ask your question. Let me ask the question. You said it's a different standard. So men don't like it,
Buy your own drinks.
right? Men don't like it, so it shouldn't be done. That's what you're saying, right? The
No.
men don't like it. It would make a man uncomfortable.
This is setup, y'all. Here it comes.
Yeah.
This
He's
is
not.
setup.
No, he's not saying men don't like it, so it
We don't
shouldn't be
like
done.
it.
He's saying that it's off the table.
Because of the expectations of how you are to conduct yourself in a relationship.
Yeah.
Men are expected to be men. Now I will give you
Well, who said men expect men to be men? Who said that?
The men on the panel.
Okay, thank you. Men who don't date other men. Thank you.
and y'all expect us to be men too, because if something goes bump in the night, y'all not going.
No, we're not. Well, we're not going to do it. We're not going to use being men as synonymous with being a whore.
That's not being a whore. We're talking. Wait. Okay, as a retired strip club aficionado, I wasn't in strip clubs hitting strippers, but when I go home, I'm in my group chat. I'm like, yo, y'all, that one that had the saying the ocean booty, like that's just always wiggly. I will reference her in the conversation. But now what I'm also not doing is I'm not sending pictures of women to my boys in a relationship. Like, why would I save a picture or whatever? Or like,
No, not you sending the picture. You're single men. You're
cool.
Single men setting. Let's say they're out in a club, right? Oh my God, you should see these baddies in here, and they taking videos, sending it in the group chat. My question is this: ladies who are watching the show, would you be okay with your man doing this? Do you think it's appropriate for your man to be talking about women and how they look and how good they look and all that? And
Yonci, are you saying that
for
this
us
is just
the women in the group chat?
So you asking us, women?
I'm asking the women watching the show, would you be comfortable if your man was over here looking at pictures of his single friend that his single friends were posting, talking about look at her big old booty, look at her rack, look at her, whatever men say. Oh, she's this, she's bad, huh? This is who I smashed. Isn't she beautiful? Whoa. Would you, as women, feel honored? Would you feel happy? Would you feel respected? Would there be anything positive?
That's a different.
So
That's a different
brothers, let's not
scenario.
be the women. Let's let the women answer. Starting with the two women that's in this chat.
I'll probably be like, let me see. But then I'll say,
we're listening.
Well, Yonci, you switched it up. You said, "Will you feel?"
I'll probably be like, let me see.
She did switch it up. You switched it up, Yonci.
And what if he didn't want you to see? He said, "No, we just being boys."
I'm deleting it. I mean,
yeah, because I'm not. If my woman's in a group chat and you know what I'm saying, there's 30, 40 dick pics, and I'm like, what are we doing? But
it's okay for y'all to do it.
Yes, and
it doesn't matter what it doesn't matter.
I don't think women really do that. Like women don't really send pics to a friend group all crazy like that.
I'll explain why. A man is going to do that. A man will see a picture of a woman's ass and be like, "We see that shit all the time on Instagram because y'all all have it out. That's like your calling card. When y'all see a dude's penis, y'all think of one thing, and one thing only. Ooh, that looks fun to ride, or I'm glad my man's is better.
Man, that's big.
It's automatically sexual for y'all.
I feel bad for her.
Look at her butt and be like, "Ugh, that's nasty," because it looked like a bug-like booty.
Yonci, so you're saying to me, right? You're saying that if your man, if Monty was inside a bar, was out just out with his friends, right? He's out with his friends, and a girl walked by, and his friend is like, "Golly, look at her," and Monty's like, "She nice." That's an issue?
No, I don't think that's an issue. Not for me.
I feel that if either person, male or female, conducts themselves differently in front of their person than they would away from their person, that shows you their own personal ethic.
Yonci, that's not true.
I feel like if you look back,
you
wait.
Men and women don't.
Look at
There's a difference between you see something with your eyes and me going, Keisha, did you see that? Did you see that print? There's a difference. We see the print. We acknowledge the print. I see men on Instagram who've got banging bodies. I see it.
Gray sweatpants.
I see men who are very attractive. I'm not taking that photo and sharing it with my girlfriends. Like, girl, did you see the pecs on that man? Did you see how tight his booty was? Did you see his print? Did you see them gray sweatpants? I'm not sending those pictures.
No one's saying no man should do that. That's not what you said. Sharing pictures. So sharing pictures wrong for both.
I said okay. That's the first question. I said sharing pictures in a group chat. It's literally on the thing. I said group chat. In a group chat, there are people in a relationship and there are people who are single.
Right. There's your problem. Like that's the issue. Like,
I was asking if it was an issue for the men.
I don't think that's an issue for men. I don't think that's an issue. I think
It's not an issue for
I
men.
was asking
yeah, like if your
Sorry, not
homies is
for men, for women, like the
I don't
women
think it
in the
should be.
relationship with the men.
because for example, like if my homie sent a picture of a girl in a group chat, I'm not gonna act like I'm single. I'm not gonna be like, golly, look at her. I'm not gonna be like that, but I'm gonna be like, if my homie's like, yo, is she nice? I'm gonna be like, yeah, she nice. She sound like, yeah, that's a good joint, you know. I'm not about
There's a difference between somebody saying, I don't like, am I tripping? Is she pretty? That's different than lusting after someone. And I think we're all grown. We know the difference between everyone like, oh, and looking and ogling at a woman. Like, come on. Like,
I'm saying if my homies are doing that, I'm not gonna do that. But I will acknowledge if the woman looks good. I will acknowledge it, but
and would you? So my question is, would you acknowledge her looking good in front of your girl, or only behind her back?
I'm a point to her.
It depends.
I'm sure. Like, hey, look at her ass. Like, you see,
your situation is different.
My behavior will be no different.
Willie, your situation is different. I'm gonna do you like you do me. Your situation is very different, Willie.
Say this, okay? So say
you're not my demographic I'm speaking to.
So say if it was me, you, and Monte were out, right? So we all go out. We've been out to eat before, so I'm
going with y'all.
No, because then it's equal, and they're gonna think that we dating. Absolutely not. I like the third wheel. So we go out to eat, and you know what I'm saying the waiter's got it. You know what I'm saying she got a fatty. I'm gonna tell both of y'all. But say that you're in the bathroom. You think I'm not gonna tell Monte, look at that girl ass?
And I would hate you for that.
No, but this is the thing, though.
He can see it all by himself. He doesn't see it pointed
saw
out.
it whether Willie pointed it out.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't need to have it pointed out.
The difference is we're not looking at her ass sexually. We're just looking at it because it's a big ass.
You're explaining, though, what you're coming from. Here's the difference. When I look at a relationship, to me, it matters how my guy feels. It doesn't matter my intention. Intent doesn't matter. It's the impact. Yeah, so if a person is saying, I don't like the idea of my man, which I know has eyeballs, pointing out another woman, pointing it out, encouraging other people to look. If I say I don't like that, I would hope that out of respect for me, my person wouldn't do that. Not justify how, well, for me, it's just this, and it's just that, it's not this, and it's not that. If he says, I don't want you doing XYZ, period. Like, okay, let's shut that down.
My ex,
if your woman doesn't like something, you don't do it. Like if my woman is like, hey, I don't like you liking girls with fat asses because I don't have a fat ass, even though I would never have a woman who didn't have a fat ass. I'm gonna have to not pay fat asses attention because it bothers my woman. That's just common courtesy in a relationship.
And it sounded like y'all were saying the men should just continue to do it no matter what.
You didn't say if it bothers your partner. You just ask if it bothered. Now you're asking us if my woman says, "Hey, I have a very robust group chat, and we've had conversations about the things that are in my group chat." If my woman was like, "Hey, I don't like that," I'm not going to leave the group chat. I'm just not going to participate in the conversations about scattered ass. That's all. Because out of respect for my woman. But now, if you're in a group chat and you got the one single friend, because mind you, I believe there's one whore in every friend group. You got the one friend that's just posting a different dick every day. I'm be like, why are you even in there? Like, give her like a dick list, like a group chat for penises, and then you be in a group chat for wholesome like Bible study stuff. Because I don't want you surrounded by like different pictures of penises every day. Like that's common sense, though.
But why is that? Why is that particular thing? Why is it more harmful for her to be
I can
around
explain it to you.
We don't have
it's not more harmful to your mind.
I can explain it to you, Yonci, because listen, if my girl see me, my homie sent a pic to the group chat, and I'm like, yeah, like damn, like yeah, she got a fat ass, right? And I say that, what's my girl going to think, right? Versus if I see my girl acting crazy in her group chat, and I think she a hoe now, which one is worse? Your man thinking you a hoe, or you thinking your man like fat asses?
You got a point. You got a great point.
Okay, you just described it.
You want to get over that? I'm not going to get over that.
No, you just described two scenarios. That one, the man's going to think that she's a hoe because she enjoys looking at something, And
Yeah,
you're saying that the man looking at something is just appreciating the art of it all.
No. I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying.
One is Van Gogh and the
that's
other
not-
one is porn.
That's not what I was saying. No.
Okay, help me
I'm saying
understand.
that when you see your man in the group chat drooling over a fat butt, right? Like dang, she got a fat ass. Like when you see
I
that,
look at that as
you
somebody
want
who is not
you
disciplined.
going to be mad at him because he says she got a fat ass, right? But if I think my girl is a hoe from whatever I saw, from whatever she commented, that's
on
going to be
you jump from her looking at something to her
Being a hoe.
yeah.
being a
But I'm
hoe.
saying
That's a personal thing.
what I'm saying is you're talking about this, but you'll get over it. I'm not going to get over thinking you a hoe. I might even break up with you. I might stop. I might stop it.
That's your problem then.
If you see Monty's. If you see Monty and he do something, you might be mad at him and you won't tell him about it. You'll get over it. If a man is seeing his girl talk
Clearly
about a
not,
man's
you have
random
not
deep
heard
pic,
me talk enough. I have described as I am probably the most territorial woman. I am more like a man when it comes to territorialness than any other woman. I don't like my man going to a
let's say
strip
right
club.
now.
I don't want him to be around. You know, I'm very, very, very
Okay.
big on respect.
Let's say right now your fiance gets caught in the group chat being a little too thirsty about his comments to a picture that his friend sent, right?
Okay.
What happens?
I'm never getting over that. I'm scarred for life. I'm in therapy.
Are you not getting married? What's going on? Like what's happening? What is the
There's a very high possibility, yeah. That's something like I don't play about.
you might call off the wedding.
Yonci is territorial
because that tells me that you're a different person behind my back ethically than you are in front of me. This is different than you and your boys are having a private discussion and he wants advice and I'm not in your business. That's different. That's just you guys having confidentiality. But you maintaining dignity in front of me and showing me respect in front of me, but acting like a whole different person behind my back, that is grounds for termination because I can't trust you. That means that when you go to work, you're a different person with your colleagues. Shh, the wife's around. Now you switching it up? No. If you tap my phone, if you monitor me at the house, I'm gonna be the same person ethically as I am in front of you. So I don't want someone who has two faces.
You don't think men slightly change a little bit when having conversations with other men? You don't think that the way that we communicate is just a little bit different than the way we communicate with our women?
I don't think it's I don't think ethics is different. Do I think you're more crass? Do I think you're more whatever? But as far as ethics, so the difference is, let's say you take a bunch of single men and there's a bunch of single women. They're going to be respectful. They're not going to probably say a lot of crude stuff. Once the women leave, they're probably more crude. That to me is acceptable because you don't have any obligation to anybody. But if that is someone's white husband and they are acting like they are a single man because she's away, unacceptable.
I don't think that's necessarily acting like a single man. If
a married person should be commenting on another woman
to his friends, I don't think that's not acting like a single man. I don't think that's necessarily acting like.
I disagree there.
We have different versions of what
I hope your fiance is a freaking saint, boy, because he got no room to be a man.
But why is that associated with being a man?
That's how we act.
Be a man. That's how we act. That's how we talk.
And I'm not even saying that I would be thirsty over no woman, right? I'm just saying, like, I'll always acknowledge if a girl's attractive, I'm going to acknowledge it. Maybe not to my girl. If she asks me, I'll be like, yeah, she's attractive. But like to my homies, I'm not going to say anything that's like, because I'm not even like that. I'm not.
But there's a reason why you wouldn't point it out to her because you know there's a possibility.
She don't like it. Like I don't. So I'm a complete savage. My wife knows I'm a savage. I don't act a savage in front of her. She knows when I go hang out with my boys, I'm gonna go be me. So
what does that mean?
Thank you, Keisha.
It means it means I'm gonna be me. Yeah.
It don't mean you're gonna cheat, right? Or
no.
It just mean you talk different. You know, when the women come around, they say don't curse around women, stuff like that. You know, women walking around, you stand up.
Like I don't really care. Like so, like I go to strip clubs. I you know what I'm saying? All that. Like there's nothing.
Do you okay? So let's take cheating off the table because obviously we're not talking about cheating. Do you think if you weren't wearing a ring, a woman could confuse you with being single?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about, Mont. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
talking about.
Based
it
on his
doesn't
behavior, you're saying?
it doesn't matter though, because as long as I'm not crossing that line,
To,
that boundary in my
to
relationship,
you, I'm gonna add the to
it don't
you
matter to
part.
her either.
Right.
No, period. No,
No,
period. If I'm not crossing the boundaries of my marriage, I don't care what I look like to anybody.
but what
You
I'm
should
saying
care.
is, so
No, I don't.
you won't add to you on the sentence. I'm gonna add to me on my sentence. To me, I should come across as a married woman to anyone I come across. They shouldn't even know I'm engaged. They should think she's married. She's married. She's off.
You
Like,
look married.
I try to present myself in a way that there's no confusion, there's no whatever. And when I was younger, and I'm gonna be really transparent, when I was younger, I wanted attention. And this is not an excuse, but I was very unhappy, very unhappy. And I had energy. I was told later I had energy that told a man, hey, if you play your cards right, you might. He did not have a chance, but my energy was very inviting. My energy now is
Listen,
don't F with me because I don't want that attention. I don't need that attention.
I'm gonna say like this.
Man with giving anyone that attention.
And you
I
got
am my homeboy's greatest wingman. All I do is
That's my
throw
worst.
assists.
That is my worst fear in marriage.
All I do, like I go out, and, hey, I'm throwing up, hey, oop, I'm letting my homeboys dunk it. Because at this point, I just like to see my homeboys live. Like
That is my worst fear.
that's
I,
what
Take
I
that.
wish I
Take
would.
that. I'm out here. I'm out here. I ain't gonna say I'm out here like Kyrie. You know what I'm saying? Like
This is why in a perfect world, we would only hang out with other people who were equally yoked. Because if Keisha's out here single and trying to mingle, I'm on a different type of time. If I'm single and she's married, I'm on a different type of time. So I can't really support her the way I would if we were both single. She can't really support me the way I want to if I was single. Even
I had to learn that because all my friends are married, right? And in the military, we just bond to people over years, right? And I've noticed that a lot of my married women friends started feel a type of way about me. I wasn't carrying myself single-ish, like out here. I'm not the twerker and doing all that, but because I'm single, I think one of my friends felt like, and I'm an extrovert. Like I'm just, I can talk about football, I can talk about God, I can do it. I'm a little verse, right? But somebody told me that one of the married women felt uncomfortable around me a lot of times because of, so I had to stop hanging.
Choosing. That's all.
because she insecure. Like that's on her.
Well, wait, let her finish. What was she uncomfortable about?
Well, just me coming around. Like, so some of my friends have like, I have a lot of wealthy friends, right? And so they have these big pool parties and stuff, right? So I feel like I can wear a two-piece wherever I go, right? I just can wear one. I don't wear one pieces. I wear two pieces. So I went to one of these, not thongs. I'm not gonna say thongs, right? But just
It was
a regular
bikini cut. It was bikini-ish. Yeah.
No, it was regular. I like the boy shorts one. So see, but my friend told me, a good friend told me, it came off to the other married woman because it was at her house. She said maybe I should have wore a top.
Man, tell them people to
That's
kiss
what-
your ass. But you don't owe them people.
And I never thought about that, but all of my friends, like I am the only single friend in the friend group.
Because you
I'm the only
45
one-
and you should have been married like 15 years
You
ago.
know what, girl?
Well, I'm not. No, get over it. Find my
Hold her
husband.
on. I like
Find
her.
my husband.
I got
Yonci
you.
is here.
I got a 57-year-old for you for sure.
That's a little. I said 55 is my limit.
But it's a different energy. I think it's easy to say, oh, someone's insecure, but it is a different energy bringing in a single person. It is different. People who are in relationships carry themselves differently. I remember I was hosting an event and it was all couples. And one person didn't get the memo and just randomly not only invited a single person, but it was someone I didn't even know. And so that person brought her other single friend. So now you have all these couples and these two single girls, and you could feel the energy shift. And it wasn't to say they were bad people. It was a shift in the energy. Just like if we were to have you know, two
I
dudes
feel
going on.
like
I mean, but that's a woman thing, though. What y'all are explaining is women emotions.
not to brag on myself, but I will say I have an energy where I can walk in a room and I just light it up. Man, female, everybody. I just have a personality on my aura. I am cool. I can talk football where some women that may be married can't talk to their husbands about football.
And they're not looking to see their man chatting it up for 15, 20 minutes.
Right. Like, and I had to learn that. And I'm not a woman that intentionally have done that. But now as I'm getting older, I'm being more cautious with how I come around my friends, or you know what I mean, or try to.
And if you were married and you had that same personality,
it'd be okay.
It would be different because they would go, we already know what type of time she's on.
But no, when I was married, these same people, we were all hanging out together when I was married. And now we're divorced and they hang out with him and his new fiance. Now and I'm single. So now
did they have an issue when you were married though?
Never.
And that's what I'm saying. So it's not the personality, in my opinion. It's the fact that if let's say their husband, you guys are bonding over football, so you guys are talking 15, 20 minutes, laughing, talking, whatever. That doesn't feel good to somebody to see their man engaging and having a conversation like that. I remember being at a housewarming, this is years ago when I was married, and there was a married man and one of the girls was not married, and they were just hitting it off. They were in the kitchen. I mean, they were talking for the longest time. And his wife's head was about to pop off. She was like, I don't think it's appropriate to be having this one-on-one. We don't even know who this chick is. And it created this weird dynamic because when you're in a relationship, you are territorial to an extent. And I don't think that if the guys were at a barbecue and one of the neighbors came over, you know, he's over here, he's shirtless, he's all ripped and everything. Right. He's real funny, great sense of humor. And all the girls were, they would be lying to say that they're not feeling away.
Yeah, my woman can't be in a man's face. She can't laugh and show her teeth. Like, that's my thing. If you laugh,
and she got the back teeth showing. Yeah, she can't breathe. She's doubling over. She's like,
I'm super funny. And typically if I make a woman laugh,
if you can laugh, you in them draws, period.
Laugh her right out of them panties.
If she'll open her mouth to laugh, she'll open her mouth to do a lot of shit for me. And I knowing that to be true, my woman can't be in a dude's face laughing and shit. But for Keisha though, I want to ask you, and this is my favorite thing to say, what do these women look like? Because that's going to tell you a lot about why. That's going to tell
you. She the skinny one.
You just need to get a card that says, what do they look like?
Yeah, I mean, they had to check her because she was skinny.
I think it's more so all my women friends are attractive in their own way.
No, never mind. You're lying.
No, let me finish. I didn't get to finish. They're not big women. They're not small women. You know what I mean? They are attractive.
What? Over 150? If they're over 150, it's a problem.
I don't believe you.
Oh, well, then they probably wasn't attractive then.
That ain't true.
If you say weight-wise.
My girl weigh like 180. But she tall though. My girl tall.
Most of my friends are small, but listen, I'm 5'2", 125. I'm smaller than the average person.
That's why they were mad. Like, it's not about what you had on, it's about how you're shaped.
Yeah.
They know that physically, and they're not gonna say it out loud because this would be too honest for them. They know that physically you are more ideal to their partner, so they don't want you dressing like that.
But Willie, you can't say that and then turn around and say, I don't want my girl kikiing with the dude.
Yes,
it's the fact that he is
different. Men are visual. My woman wouldn't want me kikiing in front of a lady's face. The reason why I don't do it is because I know what that means.
You act like women aren't visual.
Well, yeah, but remember, you're the one said that, you know, like a woman and dude's DPs are the same, and we were saying like their butts aren't. So hey, I'm not saying y'all aren't visual either, but when y'all look at dicks, y'all know what y'all think about, and it's not like your man's penis; it's the one that's in front of you. But what I'm saying in that situation is the reason why it matters is because those women inherently know, like for example, free game that you should tell all your female students. If you want to know a man's type, look at his porn history. If you want to know what your man's type is, look at the people he watches porn-wise. Like, that is the most honest answer you'll get from any man. Go look at the women that he watches. Like, to be clear, we know that your man doesn't watch porn. I don't watch porn either, unless I'm in it. Like, I'm not necessarily ever going to lie to a woman and be like, oh, yeah, you're my type. Because I know if she goes and looks at my search history for porn, if I did watch porn, she would know that I'm looking up, I don't know, bubble butt, MILF, some stuff like that, right? So she can't be 5'2", 125 when I like 5'4", 140. Like, so she knows that. I guarantee you those men would look or find her more physically attractive if they were single than they find their wives right now.
But the difference is I'm saying the same underlying reason a man would not want a woman in a man's face, as you said. He knows if he can get her smiling, he can do other things. The end result is infidelity, lust, whatever. So I don't think that you could categorize and act like a woman who doesn't want her man around a single woman is any less than or better than a man who doesn't want his man around.
They commented on what she wore. I didn't compliment on what the man had on. I complimented on what my woman was doing with that man. All she did was existing. She had on and she had on boy shorts. Not trying to be.
She didn't say she was just existing. She said she has a personality that lights up the whole room.
She ain't say that.
Has a great personality.
She said when she walks in the room.
I walked into a pool party with a girl who invited me. She invited me. I didn't know anybody there. Mm-hmm. And she ended up inviting me to a place that was 0.2 miles from her house. It was crazy. I was like, I can literally throw a rock and hit this. Like, that's crazy. She came all the way from LA and I was in San Gabriel Valley and she invited me to a pool party with basically a neighbor I never met. I get to the party and everybody was on me. The mom, because it was a couple of guys, but it was like they all knew families. Their mothers were there. The mothers were talking to me. The kids were hanging out with me. The guys were all wanting to know me. And I found out later she felt so threatened. I wasn't trying to like do anything. I was just being my bubbly self. So when I say I understand what she's saying, but the difference is that if you are taking attention away from someone, they are going to feel away. That girl felt bothered by the fact that I was getting all the attention. She's probably used to getting all the attention. If someone's a wife, they are going to want their man to give only them that type of attention.
Is that how you feel? My wife, you met my wife. How she feel around all those women? Everybody in the room was single.
You said what?
Everybody in the room was single that day. Did she feel any kind of way? No type of way.
In which scenario are you saying?
When I came to your show, when we all did our show, nothing but single women, me and my wife. Mm-hmm. She didn't feel no type of way. Wasn't insecure.
Right. But that's
that's something with them women though. That's their problem. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't her problem.
I feel like
anyone's problem.
I feel like she should. I feel like if you. I don't know how your body is, but if you do have if your body is really slamming and I'm gonna be around a bunch of married people, I do think it's probably a little bit like kind of courteous to kind of wear one piece or something like that. Mm-hmm. If you know it's like that and you know that the girls that you are going to be around is like their body's not like that. Like, for example, like I know if I'm about to go out with my homies and all of their cars are like, kind of basic, I'm not gonna pull up in a Rolls Royce. I'm just not gonna do that to my homies. Like,
but they want you to.
If they want to get in, we all gonna ride. But I'm not about to. I just don't fit this. I'm not going.
Like, we want you to. That's what. That don't make no sense. If my homie got a Rolls Royce and I got a Honda Civic or a Accord or whatever.
No, he's talking about he said he's around his homies and the wives are there. So basically, he's showing up all.
I want you to. I'll show my wife your car. Like, hey, look at my homeboy got the Rolls.
Okay, no. If you really my homie, I know you gonna be happy for me. You gonna big up my car and all that type of stuff. I'm just saying I'm not gonna do it because I'm gonna be curt. Even if you want me to, I'm not gonna.
Most people are not like you. When they see someone else has something, it makes them feel a way that they don't have it. Like, I feel a way when I see some of the vacations that Mom posts. I'd be like, dang, I want to be in the Maldives, right? I gotta get myself together.
Right there with you.
I ain't go there yet.
That's a natural reaction. I could still be happy.
I didn't know that until after the fact. So I just was coming as my usual Juneteenth self, having a good time with everybody. And then, but later on, I felt the Lord. Wait a minute now. What was all that for?
No, and if you like real bubbly and you talk to everybody, that's a problem. That can be a problem too. I know.
No, that's what
I had a homie. every time I brought a girl inside of the house, he would talk to him, and you know that I'm about to slay her. Leave her alone. Don't ask if she got a friend. Let her walk inside of my room and like don't you. But he always had to make conversation every time.
Yeah, I know the real info, and I was.
And I will
He,
say,
he a
I don't
hating
run.
homie.
Can
Like
I
he
say
don't got nothing
this?
to say to her for
Let
real.
me, let
He's
me
a hater.
clarify. Let me clarify. I don't run to conversations
Yeah.
like, hey, Mike, hey, Will, hey. That's not what I'm saying.
I don't think
What
we
I'm
thought that
saying,
either.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
we didn't pick up on
Okay,
that.
I'm like, you know, if when I show up, I show up. So somebody may turn around, I might get a side eye, I might get some doubt from all the, the women. Girl, you look good, man. You wearing that, So that's what I mean.
This is why I'm so sure that it's because of how your friends look. If you did that around
Facts.
me, like say me and mine, or Kevin and his, or Mont and his, our women wouldn't care. They wouldn't be bothered because one, they know us, and then two, they're on equal or superior footing.
Right.
I'm just not convinced that it's not because those women can't see a world where you could take their dude, or you are more preferred by their dude. I just don't see a world where it exists. Now, if you were also unattractive, and then I would just think there, hey, then cover your ass up. But I'm saying, you know what your ass look like, and you also know from the conversation we've had tonight that men probably like ass, and slim thick women are in style. But from the way you described your friends, I'm going to
Trash.
well, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say they're trash, but what I will say is that they are on
Trash.
the opposite end of the attractive spectrum for where you fall, and those women also know their husbands, and you may remind them of a girl that they caught him looking at, or they may have got smart.
She don't got no. She would
I'm
be
gonna
a
throw you a
bad
curveball
female
with
friend to
this theory.
have because she don't got no friends to hook her up, hook your homeboys up with.
I'm gonna throw you a curveball with this theory.
Okay.
And you could say I'm a unicorn, I'm the exception.
Nope. I'm not gonna say that. I won't do that today.
When it comes to territorial, I don't care if the person is unattractive. I have had conversations before with a partner about somebody who was, I don't want to call someone unattractive, but I'm just going to say it for the sake. They were unattractive. They were, I'm trying not to be obvious with who I'm describing. They were quite unattractive, but I felt like the woman was taking advantage of my boyfriend at the time's generosity. She got his information. If she needed help with something, she had no problem texting, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And him being a really nice guy was willing to do that. If you saw a picture of this person, you'd be like,
no,
there's no way.
No
way any boyfriend would choose this woman over me. And it sounds arrogant. I'm just being honest.
Testing the temperature.
No, she was doing that because he was your dude, and she's like, "Oh, cool, I can get attention from the same type of man that Yonci gets."
But what my point is that I still felt just as much away as if she was a supermodel. Because for me, it's about the attention and the energy, and I want that attention reserved for me. That's what makes it special, is that everyone else doesn't get it.
And your
I
guy's
try to make my guy feel special because
your guy's special.
everybody doesn't get what Monte gets.
Wait,
he gets it separate from everyone else.
Yeah,
do you think Monte would have given her like a certain type of attention?
Sexual attention or help her?
Like this is just like, because I know like me, people think I'm mean. I'm not. I just don't like. I'm not talking to them in person. I don't like to.
He's the type of person who's so nice he doesn't see things. Like I'll give an example where I don't think I'm disrespecting him on this. I pray not. Okay, where there was a boy that was in an area where we lived, and he took a liking to this kid, a real kind, real nice kid, and the mom took the phone number from her son because he gave it like in a mentor vibe. He knew that there was no man around, whatever. And he was like, hey, if you ever need anything, da, 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 da. He has a heart like that. He gives at church. He's in men's group, whatever. This text comes through. Hi, we'll just say Trevor. I'm Trevor's mom. And I just wanted to know if you could help us out because my boyfriend's in jail and we don't know where we can get. Went on this whole sob story. Okay. I want the guy to be like, everything short of F you, I didn't give you my number. Like I low-key want, like, what the hell? You're disrespectful. But I had to explain, like, this is very inappropriate. You are not her man. She should have some circle she can go to. There are resources, and this was a very big violation of your privacy that she went into her child's phone and got your phone number. Like, that is so wild. But he doesn't, and of course he didn't buck me on it. He wasn't like, no, I'm gonna save her. But we worked to find a way to respond to her to like nip that crap in the bud. But I feel like if I didn't say something, he'd be over here pulling resources. Let me see what I can do. And, well, how much do you need? And I'm just like, that's just unnecessary. Like, hey, ain't no way.
I had to cover my face up because that shit was wild. Like, what? My boyfriend's in jail. First of all, man, why are you have a boyfriend in jail?
Right.
Like, you're just making shitty decisions left and right.
That part.
And I've seen too many movies where women are damsels in distress.
It's a setup.
It's a super setup. But again, I would bet money that my theory is correct and that those women were feeling insecure because she's the only attractive one in the circle. And while she is single, they know that every time that their husbands look at her, they're going to be like, damn, I could have got one of those if I waited a little longer. And that bothers him. Nothing wrong with that. It's human nature. I don't feel like she should cover up or dress outside of what she.
Especially if she don't like the boy shorts like that.
Yeah,
Come on,
like,
yeah. I mean, even if you had thongs on, like, I mean, me and my wife, we go to Vegas and stuff. Like, we ain't stunting none of that.
Well, no,
I
when
think
you
you should be mindful how you dress wherever you go.
Well, somebody told me Vegas stuff like that is cool, but it was their house pool, so I had to go through their house to go to their pool thing. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, you be respectful. Okay. You don't wear a thong to that. But,
I did.
But to wear the boy shorts or whatever, like you was completely within the means.
Yeah.
I just, what I do now? I just ain't been over there since.
So we just gonna avoid this altogether.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Everybody can come visit me, but it made me feel uncomfortable.
You got a pool?
No, I'm just saying they can come visit me.
I would have felt uncomfortable.
I got everything but a pool.
Yeah, I would have felt uncomfortable in your shoes too, especially knowing I didn't go in with bad intentions, knowing whatever. And it's one of those things where I feel like it's just there's certain unspoken rules between single and married, and it's unfortunate, but it is. People feel differently, when you.
But I had the one who told me was the other married friend of our friend group. She's like, Keisha, maybe you should have wore a cover up. Maybe, what I mean? Maybe, and I
cover ups are great
ideas. You
idea.
hit the Stairmaster. Maybe you should have ate that Twinkie. That's what I would have responded with.
Nah, cover ups are great ideas. They I know, like, depending on where, like,
no cover up though. I don't. Let me say, I don't want to put myself out there, but for a smaller woman, I am a proportion from top to, you know what I'm saying? So I think that somebody looking at me, if I'm dressed, will be like, oh man, 125. Well, okay, So I think that maybe in the bikini might be, yeah.
Now, Chad was just saying about cheating. If someone wants to cheat, they will. And I agree, someone will cheat, they will. But I also think there is such a thing as respect levels. Like, for example, if I go to church and I'm wearing something, I went to a church in LA and the girls literally had side boob, like their shirts stopped.
Oh, that's diabolical. That's diabolical.
And there was full side boob. Now, you might say, well, men should be there to worshiping the Lord. I'm single and I'm straight and I'm looking, I'm as
like y'all shouldn't wear sundresses or none of that.
Right. So I'm saying I just feel like sometimes we can be modest, and this isn't a dig at you. I'm just saying to the comment about the cheating.
I agree.
Even if it doesn't make someone cheat, I still think there's a level of modesty. Like if I go to meet someone's mom, I'm not going to wear the same thing I'm going to be comfortable wearing to, a festival, with my girls or whatever. Like,
I think you got to know when to take. You got to wear a cover up and know when to take that bad boy off. You like know when to let it.
Yeah.
I know. Like when me and my girl go on vacations to like resorts and stuff like that, that's like the only time where she like she can dress a little bit more,
risque.
Yeah, a little bit more risque. We go to a resort or something like that, but still, like, most of the time she'll have her cover up on until she like, I'm about to get in the water, or for the most part.
I do.
Mine got wear a burlap sack, so y'all. Mine wear a burlap sack. We covering up everything. Oh, wow.
Not a burlap sack though.
Yeah, you're gonna dress like the Handmaid's Tale with me. I'm not.
I am done.
Cool.
So I
don't
had
have-
the same thing, y'all. I'm the one with the stories. I can give y'all stories for days. But I was dating somebody who's a content creator, right? So he wasn't a content creator when I met him, but I met him, he had 100 followers.
What kind of
Yeah.
content?
Just
Content creators are the worst.
he called himself a relationship expert
Not
when
you,
it came to women. So he would make content. When I met him, he had 100 followers. In our 3 years together, he wound up leaving with 20,000, right? His content consists of videos that when we went on vacation, I took most of the videos, right? So most of the content, I made the videos when we were going on vacation. I mean, doing a lot, right? But he used that content and was making posts. And his posts would be like something like, men, just women inspiring, motivational stuff for women, right? So most of his followers are women. And my thing is, I know Ace metaphor. So my thing was, he said that if I was him, he wouldn't date me if I had that many followers. And we kind of broke up, or we stopped talking, because I felt like the energy that he was putting into the content creation, right? I just asked him, I said, hey, listen, that same energy you pushing there, bring it over here. Tell me I'm beautiful. Tell me I'm
You
this.
said take your own advice.
Take your own advice.
Well,
So
Can
I
you
told
phrase
him,
that part again? What he said, if he was
if he
if he
was
was
me,
you-
and let's say I was the content creator and I
Okay.
had a lot of men followers, he wouldn't date me.
Oh, okay. So if you had a lot of male followers, he wouldn't date you if you
If
posted.
I was him in reverse, so if I was walking, posting videos of me on vacation while saying, women love men who blah, 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 blah.
This is how to treat your man.
This is how to treat your man.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. And men are just commenting like, oh my God, where can I find a woman like you? Where is da, 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 da. So he didn't understand.
You have a sister. Yeah.
Right. He didn't understand my frustration, because I felt like, he said, oh, it's just words. It's just content. I'm just telling people what they want to hear. So I asked him, I said, well, why don't you introduce me to that man? Because that's the man I want. Whoever you posting to me, can you introduce me to him? Obviously, we ain't make it either. But he never understood my frustration. All I said was, listen, that you telling women my love language is words of affirmation. From time to time, I like to hear, you look nice. You are beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love you.
Did you look nice? Were you beautiful?
I'm always beautiful. Yes.
See, no, wrong.
Yes.
Wrong.
Yes.
Wrong.
Ain't no wrong. Yeah.
Wrong.
Ain't nothing wrong.
Wrong.
No.
When is a woman not beautiful?
When she look like a bum.
I never look like a bum.
I don't know, man. I'm different. Like I like my girl when she wake up. Like I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying.
I do too. But look. When my wife is not looking hot, hey, you look wild.
But okay, let's say
I like
don't
the drawers with the holes in it.
Let's say I don't
No.
look good all the time. Okay, cool. I give you
Don't you wear big drawers around me? Why do you
I
get
never
the
do.
big
Let's
drawers
just
around
Let's just
me?
say the 10. If she's only pretty 10% of the time,
All
then-
I asked for him.
When you're pretty, I'm gonna tell you what you are whenever you're at.
But he wasn't doing it.
But he would go online and go on live and say, ladies, you are so beautiful. You are this and you are that and you're there. And I'm looking
And he
like,
couldn't even see them.
Yeah, no
man,
man.
you don't even know them.
No man wants to date a porn star to come home and act like she don't want to get no head. I get it. So yeah.
See, the problem is you got to know how to you was dating somebody on the road to be in Derek Jackson, and you got to be a helpmate to him. Like he's trying to reach certain heights when it comes to like it's good money involved with that.
You got to wear
That's
the
what he
bonnet of
said.
salvation.
That's some good money, and you getting in the way. You gotta.
That's what he said. But then he said, well, I wouldn't jeopardize our relationship because he was stationed in Kuwait. I would never jeopardize our relationship. I'll delete this before I mess up our relationship. Came back from Kuwait and he ain't deleted. I didn't want him to.
He a manipulator.
That's how I felt.
Like Derrick
I felt
Jackson,
like,
yeah.
Hey, y'all ever? I want not to throw you off.
Go
You be watching like those relationship shows?
The
Y'all
Pop the
say the
Balloon.
girls like
Huh?
so like there's like the Temptation Island came out on Netflix.
Oh, like the reality
Oh
show.
yeah, I be watching.
Yeah,
Me and my girl be
I
watching.
went through it. There's this one boy on here. He's such a G. He knew he was a player. He knew what he's going to get away with, and he was like, "Yeah, at the end of this, yeah, I'm gonna have this threesome, but she gonna take me back anyway, so I'm good. I'm golden."
All right,
She did.
I'm watching one of them right now. I don't want to know which one it
Right.
is.
No spoiler alerts.
Me too. I just
Oh,
started
okay,
it
yeah.
too.
Yeah, I'm actually teaching a whole lesson off of which one is it? Perfect Match. There's so many lessons to be taught for women to learn
Yes,
because
I
I
agree.
feel like, and I say this all the time, God bless you men, but you're not complicated. You guys are multi-layered, and you have your own things about you as unique people, but as men in a dating capacity, you are not complicated. It's usually the women who cannot deal with the reality. So like a Kevin would come in, he would announce who he was based on just interacting with him. And it's the woman's job to either say, I'm with it or I'm not. But instead, the woman will see everything she needs to see and go, well, maybe if this, and maybe if the weather's nice, and maybe if I, girl, you knew who he was. You know what type of
Yeah.
he was on.
Check it out. Hey, check it. It's funny because I'm just sitting there like, yeah, he's right about everything. And then the fact that it actually all worked, I was like, yeah, dude's hard. Like he's a G for real.
It's wild the stuff that happens. I was on watching one of the shows where usually it's the guy who will kind of get bored and then just want something new. And I was so frustrated when I saw a girl did the same thing. Here, this guy was opening up, giving her what she needed, being attentive, being kind, being vulnerable, talking about he saw a future with her, and she liked him back. He wasn't some simp who was just randomly saying this. And some loser comes in who's got the six pack, the dimples, and I mean, he's like a court jester. You just see him and just like, ugh. If you're mature, you see right through it and go, oh, this is a silver-tongued devil. He gonna just ruin your life. And she jumps off the wagon of the guy who was the stable, like they probably would have been married in a year. And then was like, oh, this guy who came in talking about, I'm about to break up homes. And he just wanted screen time. He just wanted to probably build his Instagram. And she's over here. And I'm like, this is real. This happens in real life. Some guy's a real smooth talker. He gives you all the emotions. And now you just want to jump ship with the good guy, the solid job, who doesn't have 10 baby mamas. And oh my God, I was so triggered by that episode. I was like, this happens in real life.
Mm-hmm.
This is oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I agree. But I don't know where you guys are at, but it's a little late where I am. So
yeah, we the clock is only up for 8 more minutes. Thank you. I think you're East Coast time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I won't where you say you're located exactly. But thank you for hanging so long. We're gonna get into the submitted question next. And we'll see if we can take care of it before the hour runs out. You're welcome to join anytime. Kev, if you want to come back, DM me your email. I just created an email list for some special guests who will be coming back later. So feel free to email me your email. And then I'll add you to that list. But it's been great having you.
Yes,
and
if I'm not busy and you need another woman to get on these guys with you, child, I'm here.
Oh, you don't have a choice now. You got to jump in. I like that she thought she had a choice. That's cute.
If I'm baking a cake, because that's what I do most days. I'm baking. I'm a pastry chef by trade. So a lot of times I am baking, but
get you a tripod, call it a day. I tell people, I say, y'all are the hardest working non-paid employees I ever had. I'll be telling them, don't be late, don't be clocking in late. I know I don't pay you, but
I really enjoy this.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Oh,
I don't mind sharing my thoughts.
Just don't share your man. I'm just playing. All right. I'm going to get into the submitted question, y'all. I stole this one from the good internet because no one submitted a question this week. And this is what it said I'm gonna let Willie, our resident reader, come to the front of the class and read the chalkboard. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. Personally struggling with my husband consuming pornography content. My husband tells me I'm physically everything he has ever wanted and my body is perfect. Why is there still a need to view explicit content from other women? Pornography is too normalized and accessible in our society. Update: we have sex daily if possible. I have no problem initiating sex, and neither does he. He hid an OnlyFans account for me for a while, and that is definitely a thorn in my side as I had a firm boundary on OF.
Oh, there we go. So her question is, why is there still a need to view explicit content from other women if he has someone already? I know you guys are going to be all over this.
Is that a man question or like anybody?
That's the woman question.
No, she's asking, I believe, who.
No, I'm saying, can everybody answer? Is that
I think she wants a male perspective, but of course, on the panel, you are more than welcome to weigh in.
Yeah, because other shit turns him on. Like that's why. Like telling you, look at your man's type. Look at the porn he watches. Then you'll know what he likes. Either do that or not. For example, hopefully he's not watching reverse gangbang porn because she can't keep up with that. But maybe, he's watching redhead porn. And, women, y'all can change y'all's hair at the drop of a dime if you want to. They make hair hats in every color. So she could try that. But now the OnlyFans part, that's a I feel her on that one because you're paying a woman to interact with her directly and get news that she's put up for on her page. So now you're taking money out of your house and putting it into another woman's pocket. Like, virtually is crazy, and it's a subscription. So you probably forget that little $20 come out every month. And
subscriptions.
Look, OnlyFans is wild. Like, they get you, like, if your bill is due on the 1st and the 1st of the Saturday, they get you like on Thursday. So it's super, like, the porn part, whatever. You just gotta deal with that, especially unless, maybe her sex is boring. But the OnlyFans part, that's the thing where I'm like, nah, bro, that's you messing up. You spending money on a woman that you don't know, and yeah, I consider OnlyFans subscription tricking. Like, you got to be the most sucker of suckers to be on OnlyFans. Like super sucker.
Super sucker.
Pause. Super pause. Like pause.
Like a hard pause.
Pause, man. What are you doing? Pause. Ugh.
OnlyFans. Very long pause. Long, hard pause. Okay, got it.
I think a man paying for a woman's OnlyFans is so problematic. Like, that's paying for porn is just a different type of thing.
Yeah,
that's a down bad type of thing. So you got a problem at that point. It's so free. So like paying for it is like, it's something there. So yeah.
So my thoughts are, whoever to the person that sent this question, my first thing I would ask my husband is, I would try to identify with what does he like on whatever part of it that he's watching, and how I can possibly accommodate. Meaning, I don't know. I'm not gonna put myself out there, but maybe different sex positions or different things that, something I may not be doing, that before we have sex and he's want to turn it on to watch something else specific, then I'll probably, as his wife would say, hey, well, what is it that turns you on about this the most? And I probably would make a mental note, even if he don't, really go descriptive, and then I'll make sure I try to do it the next time, or try to be that, put on a red wig, or try
What if he said he wanted you to pee on him and you just don't do that, so that's why he go there?
I'm gonna just say, babe, you got a problem. That's
why a man will never tell you, because
if you're not going to pee on him, I'm gonna keep going to OnlyFans. Then don't.
Well, I can't account. That's one thing. I don't know where the middle ground is for peeing, but that's just one thing I can't do.
Hey, wait a second. I just want to point out though. Squirt. Never mind.
That's boy, if you don't stop it.
Never mind.
I would say that I think I'm assuming, because clearly I was born a woman and still a woman, but I would assume that if a guy is watching something, he's getting pleasure from like a voyeuristic standpoint. So I don't know that I would be able to do anything that would substitute that in his mind. I don't think,
I don't think well, some men, but like I know, like if I ever watch porn, it's because I'm just imagining that being me.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But I think in porn, you're able to imagine you being with all these different women. Your person can't turn into a bunch of different women. So.
I can't.
I guess I look at it.
When I used to watch porn, like that's exactly what happened. Like, and I have a very unique genre that I enjoyed then. Now I can't watch porn unlike it's a video that we've made together. I can't because to me it's weird to watch somebody else have sex and then like pleasure myself to that. It's another dude.
It's a very weird dynamic, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't think about it that way when I was younger because I was whatever. But now it's like I don't have to worry about projecting myself into it because I've got a
real life person.
I've got videos that I can watch that were me. Sometimes and you can connect when it's you a lot easier than you can connect when it's someone else. And then two, I just feel weird. Like I've never been the guy. Most men will have this experience some point in their life that like running trains on girls or like having.
You said most?
Yeah, a lot of guys.
A lot, especially in the hood. It's a pastime.
Like
I skipped it though.
And I would say most of the men who don't have an issue getting sex have been in a position where they've run a train on a woman before, like either in high school, college, or later. But
very common.
It's very.
I'm sorry. I feel like we just need a moment of silence. But that is the most sad thing I've heard in a really long time.
But
I feel like men are so depraved. Like for that to be something that makes a guy say, "Yeah, I feel good about myself because I followed after all these other guys and did this to this woman." Like I can't even like wrap my mind.
It's typically a kid thing, a lot of kid thing, but like a teenager thing.
Yeah, I can't perform. There's another penis in the room. That's just weird to me. I don't feel safe. And like in this day and age, you never know. Bro might be from Atlanta, so he might.
Even if
I'm just stingy.
Unless you're the first person, even like you're going in after, like I don't know, like the fact that the woman is a type of woman who wants that to happen. I wouldn't even want to be like, we're just so wired differently as like, because that's what my brain goes to. Like, ew, I wouldn't want to touch her if I was a guy. Two, ew, I have to be with these other guys. That seems kind of gay. Like, there's just so many ews for me. Like,
some girls who do that though only got a couple bodies.
Yeah, you do.
There's a lot of girls who.
The number 2 sexual fantasy for women of women age 25 to 45, the number 2 is having a train around on them.
And this is my advice.
Trauma.
If you got a sexual fantasy, pay a professional, right? Because if you try and do it the free way, now people got you on video. You're doing it with immature men and all this type of stuff. Pay a professional. Stop trying to live out your fantasies for free.
You are never ever living that down. Like you will always have to live with yourself knowing that you allowed that, not you got thrown into a van and this was like, people don't recover from this when it happens without consent. You consented to this. Like you will never ever be able to unsee this in your mind. Like
I just had my 20-year reunion, and the girl that got caught getting a train around her in high school, we brought once you walked in, we were like, "Hey, choo choo."
No,
like that's what we call her. That's her nickname. Like she has other people call her that, and they just don't know why her name is choo choo.
A lot of these girls don't got. A lot of these girls don't have guidance though. They don't have fathers and stuff like that. So I feel sorry for them.
Yeah, in my head, I'm like, this is someone's daughter. This is someone's sister. Like, can you imagine sweet little girl in pigtails growing up and now
You know
she's
what?
like this.
You know what? That's how it is in the hood. But when I went to a suburban high school, there's one girl. She had a dad. They moved to another school. Whole basketball team. So actually, I'll take that back. But a lot of ones in the hood don't be having dads. But
I
yeah, it was
know
a girl. Whole basketball team. She had a dad. They went to another school.
a girl in my son's school last year was giving head in the back of the classroom, and it was 7 guys she did in class while the teacher was teaching.
Mm.
These kids don't care.
How
Like,
did the teacher not notice this?
hey, they're in biology. They got the projector up. It's dark in the back. She was back there. She went through 7 dudes, and then one of the dudes, of course, recorded it and was sending the video around. And the girl was the assistant head coach's daughter, so he was mad at everybody who had the video. Like, I told my son, like, hey, don't save that to your phone, and if you get it, I wouldn't watch it because that's child
Yeah.
porn. So you don't send that to anybody.
I'm trying to, I mean, I can't probably make sense of it, but I'm trying to think like what in the woman's mind is is she thinking like it's going to make her cool? Like are guys going to think she's more valuable? Like I just think most girls that age want to be liked by guys.
That's
So
why
I'm just like, what in her mind is she thinking that a man will actually like her beyond that 3 seconds? And it's not even liking her; he's just liking how it feels.
you're,
Like,
you're
oh my
expecting
God.
them to have the foresight of an adult. All they know is that if the girl's thinking, if I let this boy put his thing in my mouth, he'll like me. They don't care about they don't think about for how long.
But she wants 7 boys to like her at the same time.
Apparently, the dude was like, if you like me, you gotta do my friends too.
This is like
Common though. That's
traumatized.
Celebrities
That's
do
the
that.
type of stuff we say.
Celebrities do that to groupies. They'll be like, well, yeah, if you want to mess with me, you gotta sleep with my friends first.
I am traumatized.
Well, you know, most people, a lot of people actually have sex with people that really kind of hate them or just dislike them. Like a lot of people, when you think about like having sex with somebody who after you have sex with you will kind of like go back to their friends and talk about you like a dog, that person kind of hates you. Like if you have sex with a girl or you do something for a girl and she go and brag about it to her friends and like now you look like a lame, she kind of don't like you. So you just had sex with somebody who actually didn't like you at all. They disliked you. So
yeah, Choo Choo didn't think about it, but the thing is, Choo Choo said she don't care. Like she got a whole husband.
She's savage.
She just don't care. Like we now you also know, we judge men based on their women. The dude that she bought in there, instant sucker.
I was definitely innocent too in high school. I was a virgin till senior prom.
I lost my virginity when I was 9, so I don't know nothing about that. Being innocent.
I was like 18, 19.
I am so shook right now.
Christ.
Oh, this has been great. I ain't even eat dinner food with y'all.
Now I was fat though, so like I wasn't scared of girls for a long time. So
I married who I lost my virginity to. I'm just saying.
Uh-huh.
It was a good boy.
For how long?
2 years.
Oh, I guess
that was in the military. We were just high school sweethearts forever, and then got into the military. You get some new dick and go crazy.
Yeah.
Whew. That was
take that dog for a walk.
I know, right?
Give him some attention, something.
Bro, he tore up the shit, and he gonna stay there. And then too, he just being real aggressive right now. So you got to break that behavior immediately. It's a big ass dog.
He just needs some attention.
I am going to play a video for y'all. We got just a couple more minutes left on the clock. Thank you to Willie and Mont and Nayusi who extended the show. All right, let's see. Here we go.
Women love to connect. Men love to bond. Connecting requires talking. Connecting requires getting to know, developing a level of intimacy, having heart-to-heart conversations. Men love to bond. When men get together with other men, they don't necessarily have to talk because the experience that they're enjoying together doesn't always require communication, but yet they bonded. And so our natural inclination is to bond with our wives and to connect with our husbands. And sometimes that creates a disconnect because we're wired differently. One of the other challenges that we've realized is that oftentimes men are very literal in their communication and women are feeling oriented in their communication. So when a woman is sharing with you how she feels, She's telling you how she may feel in the moment. And so in the midst of an argument or something, she may say something based upon how she feels at that moment, but that man hears it and takes it literally and will hold on to it for years. And so sometimes we build up all of this resentment and this bitterness and this frustration about something that somebody said in 1952 that we've still held on to because we were very literal in what we heard our partner say. But if we realize that we just communicate differently, it'll help us to effectively engage in conversation that makes sense. And so another challenge that is...
What do you think about that statement? Men love to bond, women love to connect. Do we agree?
I don't know if I fully understood what the difference between that.
I'll give an example. So he's talking about not men like doing things together, but not really talking. So I told Monte early on, I want quality time. And so he was confused because he said, we spend quality times together every day. I was like, what do you mean? He said, we always watch a TV show at the end of the night. And I was like, oh, that's watching TV. He's like, you don't think that's quality time? And I had to think about it. And I was like, oh, I associate quality time with bonding, talking, I walking away from this time frame knowing a little bit more about you than I did before. Otherwise, we're just shoulder to shoulder doing an activity. And so like to me, I may as well work in a factory next to Keisha. Like I don't feel like I've bonded with her. I don't think I've connected with her. But if we sit down and we have a meal and I get to know her, then we're connecting. So bonding, you guys playing basketball, you guys, driving a car, you guys, whatever, versus girls sitting around talking.
I don't know. I think men like to talk. We like to exchange value, we like to talk.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I like to talk. So maybe other men don't like to talk.
Willie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like to talk too.
I was gonna say, I feel like, and it's a unique group because of the panel. Like, like you couldn't pay my guy to be on here because he doesn't enjoy this, but someone like Mott will come on every week because he does. He enjoys having these discussions and exploring ideas and kind of bouncing back, and Willie too. So it might just be a certain type of guy that enjoys.
I like to talk, but it's not. I just don't like talking about the same shit more than once.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I can't date multiple women. I got to tell y'all the same stories. I got to answer the same questions, and it's like, damn. Then with one of y'all, I'm just gonna eventually, like, I think the max capacity that I've ever had was like 6 at one time, because like woman 7 was getting the bare minimum. I'm like, hey, listen, it's 12 o'clock. What are you doing? And now that I'm, it's 1. I don't have, but because I got to talk to you. I have to have conversations.
When you get major life news, like, getting engaged, I loved everyone, but I was so sick of telling my story. I was like, and what he did was he set up, like, you're just like the same story over and over.
I was there, and you had to tell the story like 3 times in the next 6 hours. So trust me, I understand. I get it.
I'm like, here, just watch the video.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I think is so cool about the age we live in now, is that you can document everything. Hush.
Mm-hmm.
You can document everything and video. So now, hey, listen. Oh, what happened at the proposal? Bro, here's the link.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, like that. Subscribe to my Instagram. You can see it all. It's $6.99, but I'm not gonna know. This like,
and in the reverse, it's so weird. I was just telling the other day, I messaged somebody for something like regarding that, and I told mine, it like threw me off because they were like, "Hi, how are you guys doing?" And they referenced an activity that we had just done, and I was like, "Whoa!" Sometimes I forget, and you know me, I don't hardly post my story. Monte will post the story a lot, but like I don't really post a lot of my private stuff, in my story. And so when that person said that, I had a second, like, why the hell do they know I did that? I was like, oh yeah, I posted that in my story. Oh, all right. Let me put up this other one. Okay, this one is I think this was it. Okay. Burner phone. I believe this is the video. Oh, why isn't it playing? Hold on.
Oh, I loved Ready for Love.
Dang. Why isn't it playing the sound? Dang it. Okay, well, for whatever reason, it's not playing the sound. And oh, this is sorry, my bad. This is I forgot this is the one on my screen. Hold on. I'm all excited. Mont, I found a way to show videos right away and not have to wait. And so I just have to show
The communication will have to get cut.
All right.
So they couldn't call it.
All right.
I ain't gonna lie.
Eddie might as well go ahead and marry a nun. Cutting off my male friends, I don't like it. Like my one guy friend, he's not going anywhere.
He could be on one night. He just shoot my shot.
Did we talk about respect?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's like it's putting you
So
in an
you think
uncomfortable
that-
spot.
Oh wow. Check, please.
So I remember you were saying you cool with like all your exes, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
that's what we do. Like we support one another. Like
Still
you know,
checking.
yeah,
They still checking.
check in. I do have one friend who is my best friend. We tried to be intimate and it didn't work.
Like I can see where that would go.
Is that really an issue for you? Oh my God.
It wouldn't be an issue, but but it would be an issue. It's like a connection there still, you know, it's like the communication will have to get cut.
So they couldn't call at all. It
Yeah,
would
I
be
wouldn't
like,
deal with the call, I ain't gonna lie.
Eddie might as well go ahead and marry a nun. Cutting off my male friends, I don't like it. Like my one guy friend, he's not going anywhere.
He could be on one night, he just shoot my shot.
Did we talk about respect?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's like it's putting you
So
in an
you think
uncomfortable
that-
spot.
Oh wow. Check, please.
So she said
Check,
male
please,
friend.
and you paying for it.
He
Yeah.
right. She said male friends. He is talking specifically about male exes. So I don't think that he's doing a lot by saying, I don't want a man who's been inside of you to be in your friend group. Like that's wildly disrespectful to me.
Yeah, like once you hump somebody, you can't be friends with them. This is my book. Like cousins, whatever. You know, once you hump them, it's over. Yeah.
Yeah, he said it a lot more mildly than I say this to people, but once I've been inside you, you're never just my friend. Like, I don't care which orifice it was, you're never just, especially if it was just the top one, you're definitely never just my friend. Like, that's crazy. And then for a woman to say, I have a male best friend, like, you don't, because the shit that you're friends with him for, you can't do in a relationship with me. Like that man can't call you past 8 o'clock now.
Right.
You can't confide in him about anything. You damn sure can't talk to me about him. Like
Right.
talk about me to him. Like you need to go marry that man. Like, just get over it.
I know I have probably been with women who who I don't want to be with again, and like I wouldn't mind like. I'm not going to say friends because most likely I would be giving them advice and it would probably be more of a big brother role. Like I wouldn't really be asking them anything. They probably would contact me and ask me questions about like this guy or something like that. So I wouldn't even consider it necessarily a friendship. They're probably getting more of that value out of it because I know I don't have any
Mentorship.
questions. Yeah, it'd probably be something like that. Because I know like I can do it with a girl and never want to touch her again. Even if she
I'm the
probably
same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once I've crossed that bridge, I'm like,
Yeah. So, but also like she's tripping. Like I ain't. The date would have been like we would have already figured out. Hey, we better off as like just not intimate partners. Like, but let's enjoy the meal. Like,
Bro, a dude that has had his penis inside of you can't even have access to you. While me commit to you or call you my girlfriend, especially as visible as I tend to be when I'm in like a long-term relationship, like absolutely not. And then like you said, y'all tried to be intimate, but it didn't work. I'm curious, like what happened? Was it too big? Was it too small? Did like the kids bust in? Did the dog lick you and kind of ruin the mood? Like I need to hear this now because y'all tried to have sex, but you think that that's gonna be your friend. Damn, that's my other phone. Anyway,
I had friends that, we had a history with, and there was always an understanding if I got in a relationship, we could not talk. It was not a debate. It wasn't a conversation. It was just period. Like, that's just weird. And so, yeah. All right. We got another one here.
Listen, when me and Deja early on was like when me and Deja early on, I remember like I was like, all right, well, I want to get serious about this girl, so I took her out to dinner just to kind of talk to her about her ex because I know like they still had some sort of contact. And I just was pretty much asking her like, hey, if we're going to do this, that can't be a thing. I understand if you not like that, but if you don't want that, but I'm saying that like, yo, this is my line in the sand. So she pretty much was like, yeah, I get it. So I was pretty much telling her like, give me a reason like that you would need to continue that friendship.
Right.
And she was like, no, I get it. I can't. There's no need for that friendship. So.
But did you give her that at the beginning, or when, like you said, you decided to be like when y'all were dating, or when you decided to be serious about her?
Yeah, if I'm not serious with her, if I'm not serious with you, you can pretty much, if you want to talk to your ex and be friends with him and have comment, and he wish you happy birthday, whatever. Like, I'm not checking for you like that. But if I'm like, yo, I want to be serious with you, this is not an option for me. So I would put that on the table so that you would know that it's.
And I only ask that before you show this video. Y'all know I got stories. This same social media guy, for my birthday, y'all know Willie can relate to this. Black people, we bond off of alcohol, right? Okay. We can bond, we give gifts, and alcohol is gifts. So for my birthday one time, one of our friends, not his friend, but one of my friends, through my married friends, bought a bottle, said, yo, Keish, what you want for your birthday? I said, I love Crown Apple. So for Thanksgiving, he bought a bottle of Crown Apple, left it there. I guess that was for my birthday. And the same guy, the content creator guy, was like, that was disrespectful because it was a big bottle of Crown. And he said it was the monetary value of it that made it disrespectful to him. Now took it home and kept it. You see what I'm saying? But he felt it was disrespectful because I allowed this guy to give me this big bottle of Crown for my birthday.
And was it a married guy?
No, it was a single guy.
It was a guy that you dealt with in the past?
No, I don't even know. I just met him through, he said, he said, yo, Keish, when your birthday? And my birthday happened to be close to Thanksgiving. So he said, bet, I'll bring you a bottle for your, it was just like that. He was like, I'll bring you a bottle for your birthday. I said, thank you, Crown Apple. I laughed.
Where did you meet him through?
Through my married friends.
Oh, through your
so you met him through your married friends.
They hang out with us. No, not to get with him. No.
Okay.
No, he was in the military.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Right. No, I want to. And that's why I said in the military, we develop friendships that don't necessarily, that can be platonic, but we all can relate because we spent time in war. We've spent time in duty stations. So I've never even looked at him no kind of way or nothing like that. He just was cool. All of us hang out together. He's never tried, and I'm telling y'all, he's never tried to come on to me in any kind of way. He's never, nothing. But when I said, they was like, we got to figure out what we're going to do for Keisha's birthday. He's like, yo, your birthday coming up. What you like to drink? I was like, I like Crown Apple. And he bought it. He didn't hand it to me. It wasn't in a special box. It wasn't. He gave it to my friends, and they put it in their cabinet, and that's how I got it. But when my boyfriend at the time came on Thanksgiving Day, my friends hand me the bottle. They're like, oh, man, Chris got you this bottle. Then Chris comes in for Thanksgiving. He said, yo, you get the bottle. I said, thanks, man. But when I got home, I heard it. I had to hear it, that he didn't appreciate that.
That's a little bit weird to me. Because I listen, I totally understand. Like, ain't no man about to buy my girl a gift of a certain amount. It's just not going to happen.
I don't even know what
like
that
a
amount
bottle
was.
of liquor is just kind of crazy. Like, you come to a party, you bring liquor. Like, you show up, you bring a bottle. Like, a bottle and a bottle of Crown Apple, I don't get it. Like, it's not like he brought you some 1942 or something, that some aged like bottle of wine or something. That's just a little strange to me. In terms of like, I'm just trying to think of this man's character, and like, Like, was he gaslighting you? Like, was he looking for a reason to, like, yo, I just want to kind of start something real quick, you know, get her on high alert. I don't know, but that's a little strange to me. But I understand, like, don't buy my girl a gift that's like don't come home with some $500 Gucci belt that your coworker bought you or something like that. No.
Man, and I thought that I was the understanding one. I'm so anti-opposite all of that shit. Don't buy my woman nothing.
I was just gonna say, I know Willie ain't going for that at all.
The fuck, no, do not. If you do, she do buy, it can be like something edible. Like get her a cup.
A bottle is edible, right?
Right.
No,
it's drinkable.
Technically. Listen, she gonna eat. So say it's a bottle versus a cupcake. She gonna eat that cupcake and shit it out later. That bottle's gonna be in the house. And she's gonna look at it, and every time she look at it, think like, "Oh, so and so bought this for me." No, take that nigga, give him his bottle back. Take that bottle with you, bro. Don't leave that over here.
That's what he did. Let me tell you.
What if they drink it the same night, like with the party drink it? Like
that's what I did. I left it. I put it on the table for everybody to drink. It was still some left. We took it home, and he took it back with him. I didn't care about it. Like that's
he didn't want them remnants sitting around.
Yeah, he took the bottle with him and left.
No, he gave it to you at a get together. Now, Willie, if he's invited to like the get together and he comes and he bring a bottle to the get together, that's not still
take that shit with you, G.
Yeah, he's saying he did not want it coming back to her house. He took it and took it away from the house. It wasn't going to sit at.
He didn't want me to take it at all.
Listen,
he said I should have been like, "Oh, thank you."
This is what's crazy to me, right? And this again, I'll use personal example because I don't put anybody else's business out there. You know why I feel so bad for the guy that comes behind me when he dates like the mother of my children? Because everything nice that she has, all of her favorite bags, her favorite shoes, jewelry, all of that shit came from me. And she's not going to not wear that stuff. She wears this shit now. So Lord forbid she get with a dude and, you know, she has some really expensive stuff. It's stuff that, you know, he might not be able to get her. There is never a time in life where that would be okay for me. Like, I understand what you make. Say, I know you make $100,000. So there's no reason you have 30 designer bags when your income is what it is. Like, you can just tell. Like, we know. Like, a lot of these women posting all of these trips, man, you're a school teacher. You're either selling coochie or releasing it to somebody to go on these trips. Like, because we know that you can't afford to pay for that stuff yourself. With a guy, we see stuff like that. Like, you got a different Gucci bag in every purse you take. You saying you got Rolexes, you got Pateks, you got bust down Cartiers,
it's a Gucci bag,
all of that, right? Like, we know that, like, you not paying for that. I would hate to be a man dating a woman who had these types of things that I know I couldn't give her, and I know that she didn't buy for herself. So it's I don't even think it's like a pride thing. It's I'm trying to think how to word this. It's a
territorial.
It's like a leftovers thing. Like, all these leftover sentiments or semblance you have of your ex that remind me, like, especially if you can't do it, like, damn, she looked like she was getting shoes and bags, you know, every other week on a regular.
It'd be like a woman knitting a guy a sweater or a scully and he's wearing it and stuff.
Yeah. Or like, I have a sweater. I had a sweater. To clarify, I had a sweater that Max got me and she loved it. It was like anytime we went somewhere, put that sweater on. So, you know, I finessed with different shirt, different pants, different shoes or whatever. But it was, you know, pretty flexible sweater. I wish the fuck I would be in a relationship now and wear that sweater again. Or women keeping dudes' hoodies. Once we break up, burn my hoodies.
Oh yeah. No, you can't have nothing. You can't have nothing from an ex. Like, you can't have no jewelry. You can't have nothing that he bought you. You can't. If I find out anything that he bought you is out. Is easy. But a bottle of liquor, that's getting drank. Like, it's getting drank that same night. Y'all, you know, he dropped it off. Like, had a whole party drink that. What you say?
I'm pouring that shit out for the dead homies just because it's just as dead as y'all relationship was.
True that.
Oh, well, this was a fun show. I appreciate y'all.
I just bought this light for my TV. This like little Gobi light strip. Y'all should get one if y'all don't have one. If y'all got like a light strip on the back of your TV, it's real nice.
Monte is obsessed with it. So he did the around the TV and the back so it glows blue. and then he did it on the back of the couch because it's an L-shaped couch. And then he did it under the trim of the island, and then on our two, like a bar or something else. So when he
Oh
calls
yeah, that's gonna be hot. Yeah.
when people come over, he's like, "Hurry up, we gotta put the vibes on." He puts the little.
Yeah, I just did my whole like family room, so I did like I'm working on the lighting now, but like I'm the same way with like yo, we gonna get these vibes together. Like we need the lighting right and all that. So
yeah, here I am trying to buy some plants and shit.
Yo, no, and I got an app for you too. The app manage all of my plants. Like the app every day, it's like yo, water this one, miss this one. This one's sick. This what you do.
Wait till this weekend. Like how you got your shit set up right now.
Yeah.
This weekend, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna call that one portion of the house Montville because you inspired me to do that. Like I done ordered the plants already. I'm picking up with 3 or 4 different people off of Instagram to pick up like mature plants and shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit into this like the Amazon rainforest.
I hope Monte doesn't follow you, Mont.
I just bought 2 huge plants today too.
I need him to. I hope he is not following you. That's all I need him to say.
No,
Did you see the whole rainforest he put in his house?
We plant dads now.
No, look, he be talking all sweet to his girl, and he's not a sweet talker. I said, boy, you better switch to genders. That better be your little buddy. That better be your little. Don't become my little baby girl, my little honey, my little baby got a new. I said, don't talk sweeter to a plant than you do to me, dog. That better be the little homie. This little homie sprouted a new little.
Oh
man, true.
You're not a words of affirmation man, but you talking cupcaking with this plant.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to my plants. Actually, I'm probably gonna find a YouTube channel to like whisper affirmations to them. Like,
don't try to feed it cupcakes, okay?
You are green.
I mean, not cupcakes, cheesecake. All right, y'all got time for another video?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. I got a couple minutes.
All right, here we go.
We had a great text message this morning. I replied.
Okay. I have to text him first.
No, let's ask this.
You know the men love to get courted.
Why am I texting in green bubbles? I was kind of hype of getting to know True a little bit more. But when True gave me her phone number, I did notice that normally with iPhones, the first message is in the green because it's not a familiar number. But after a while, I was like, it should go back in the blue, and it never did. So that kind of raised like an eyebrow. Yo, dude, I got the Google Doc number. I was like, yo, I saw your phone. I'm like, yo, she got an iPhone. Yeah, I said, oh, she's being precautious.
Nosy.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. I know a lot of entrepreneurs that have several phone numbers. I don't care if it's a green bubble, blue bubble, purple number, you didn't call.
First of all, we had a great text message this morning. I replied.
Okay, so at first I thought he was being an iPhone snob and saying he doesn't want to date someone who has an Android. Then I realized he was upset about the fact that he's not getting the iPhone phone number. She's getting.
That's crazy, yeah.
So would y'all feel a way if you found out you got a Google Voice number or a?
Yeah, I'm not calling
you. Yeah, I'm not putting up with that.
The fuck I look, man. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm already in a position. If you exchange numbers with me, you should want like it's kind of like, damn, you trying to put condoms on the way we talk. Like that's crazy to me. Like, I'm not. You gave me a Google Voice number, and then 2, that tells me that you give your number out regularly if you have a Google Voice number. Like that's a thing. No, absolutely not.
I hate using a Google Voice number too. Like I don't. It's just uncomfortable using it. Like I hate going into the different message app and. Yeah.
You read Mont. Please say who you are. Look, pick up your phone.
You can put 8 numbers on the iPhone, like 8 hardline numbers with this eSIM shit. If you giving out your number that much that you need an extra app so you can have some sort of safety and privacy, I don't know what to tell you. But that Google Voice shit for me is dead. And I'm always gonna know because if I get a number, I put it in Cash App. The name don't pop up. I already know what time it is. Because the name will tell you exactly, or put it in Zelle, whatever. But anytime you put those numbers, if you want to see who someone is, or you're saying if it's a landline or not, just put it in Cash App. It'll tell you. Like,
honestly, these days, like whenever I get a lot of phone calls of like people trying to like sell me stuff. So like, and they try to be hip and they try to like call you from local numbers. But like I get a lot of those calls And all I do is like as soon as they call me and I don't answer, I just like go in a text message. If it's green, I'm just not replying. Like most likely it's just not a real person.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've got so many calls from Texas since I've been in Maryland, like from numbers that look familiar, and I answer them, and it's like your Google business listing. It needs to be validated. And please press 1. Like, how are you gonna call me and put me on hold?
And you know I was fake too. Like as soon as you answer, it got like a little pause, like a 2-3 second pause.
Yep.
I just hang right up.
Or they start talking to you. It'll be like, "Hi, this is Katie from the Maryland Police Commissioner's office.
Yeah,
Sure, want to donate, ma'am. If you don't get off my phone, I look like I'm donating to police officers for you. That ain't going to nobody bail. Like, what are we doing?" But that's one of the things I'm super glad. Like, I'm not like I don't have to worry about stuff like that. Google Voice shit. Like, no, I'm cool. If you don't trust me, don't give me your number. But what I'm saying, when you do, give me your number. I don't want to talk to you no Google Voice number. With that, please wait while the Google Voice subscriber is located. Like, ma'am, you're not CIA or special. Just give me your cell phone number. If you don't want to talk to me, quit or block me. But I promise you, I'm not even the kind of guy though that if I get the whiff that, you know what I'm saying, I'm a burden or something, I'm not like that you genuinely don't desire to connect with me. Shit, cool.
You might as well give me the Instagram. Give me the Instagram. Don't give me the number until you give me the real number. Like, I ain't, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You can keep. We can stay on whatever medium you met at, but also I don't check my DMs ever. And then when I do, it's because I want entertainment. Like I want to see the free nudes or just to make fun of them. Like, oh, those titties are terrible, or like just to see like what's in there. Like going to check my request folder is crazy work because you see my page is public. So, but going to check my request folder and the stuff that like people say to me in there, no, I'm cool. I don't want to. I feel so bad for people who are out here like struggling to find love, like having a difficult time in dating. Like,
I can't say I'm struggling, but
no, I'm talking about guys. I'm not talking about women.
Oh,
are you looking? Do you want something?
I would like to be in a long-term relationship. Yes.
Okay.
2 people, 3 people. Gotta ask.
One man.
Are you serious about it? Is it just like something that you would like, or is it something that you really you actually
That's
would
all
like to
I'm
prioritize?
I'm not dating unless your goal is a serious relationship.
Or is that something that you're serious about, or you just like it'd be nice if it happened, but I don't care?
No, I'm serious about it.
How do you go about it? Do you go on dating sites, or do you go to friends?
So I've tried dating sites, but now I've been getting out a little more. So I love like live music type places, poetry type places, venues that I frequent. And that's what I'm doing now. Because the dating sites, once after the initial conversations like Facebook dating and all that kind of stuff, after that happens, it's like, want. Like you cannot, how would you date me to death? Like you can't, at some point, it has to move on.
Yeah.
So we have to communicate off of that. And I'm learning that, like if my question now is, because they say you have to be more intentional, and I ask more questions now, I guess, to know exactly what I want. Like I'm not dating a man that probably wants more kids. At first, I was open. Every man that I've had a serious relationship has had kids. I never mind being a bonus mom. I've always been that, and I think it's probably filled a void in my life since I didn't have kids. So I love kids. Like I'm rich auntie to everybody kids, right? Send your kids to my house, right? However, I've had to deal with like my ex-husband, it was me or the kids. I felt like he had to choose, or he felt like he had to choose. And I've said, if you had to choose, pick your kids. Your kids gonna be there. Go ahead.
Why did you think he felt like he had to choose between your two?
Because his kids would put him against me.
How old were they?
Teenagers.
Oh yeah,
So
that's
ages. He had twins. They were 12 and two others. So he would say things like, you know, his kids would be like, Miss Keisha, not my mama, you know, or
Were the kids disciplined?
No.
Oh, that's the problem. It's him.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine, like, cause like it's different being a man versus a woman dating somebody with kids. Like, all you got to do is tell me, like, yo, they said this, and it's like they know, like, my kids. I'm not one of them. I'm like, you know, I'm a dad, so my kids gonna respect me, and they're gonna respect who I bring around, and you know, they're gonna behave themselves a certain way. So I can't even imagine like my kids getting out of pocket with somebody.
Out of pocket was an understatement. They asked me, was I looking for love, or you know, what am I doing to find love, Yonci? So I'm giving them my thing. But yeah, so I never mind men with kids, but now I'm starting to feel apprehensive because I've dated guys with kids, without kids, but most of them had kids. And it's always been a fight between me and the kids. It's always and the kids don't have no respect. Like, talk to their dad's kind of way. So if they talk to their dad's kind of any kind of way, you know they talking to me any kind of way. And you know, so now I told Yonci that, like, if I meet a man about my age that doesn't have any kids, that want his first one, he has to understand the risk of me being 45. We have to understand the risk of me being 45 because I'm not getting any younger, and possibly one kid. You can't want more than that. That's it. That's all. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to try to do one.
And that's a lot to kind of like to at that age to like take on that commitment of like, yo, we got 20 years. Like we got another, like we about to start a 25-year journey right now until we kind of get, you supposed to be on to your second life right now, you know, after you didn't had your kids. And
that's why I said I'm kind of, I want the man that got grandkids now. Like that's the one I would like, or his kids are older. You know, I've had enough baby mama drama, ex-wife issue. I've done all of that, and I am exhausted. What I want is a man that want to travel. We can travel, make money, and live. That's probably it.
They give, oh my God, they give single fathers a bad name. That's crazy. Like you can hear the horror stories from all the women. It's crazy. Like having to choose between the kids and the dad, like the dad not being the disciplinarian with the kids being out of pocket, the baby mama drama.
The worst is when the baby mama has the ex's balls in a vice, your current person, because they know that they can do anything.
Listen, Linda, honey, listen, my ex, the same guy I'm telling y'all about, his ex-wife always knew where we were with his kids. She didn't never pull up because I'd have gave her the business, but she always knew where we were at because he had a 12-year-old, and I think she would ask her daughter, like, where y'all at? What y'all doing? And she not knowing, and she would tell her, you know, and I'm just like, he didn't understand. He said, well, I can't control her.
It's like being in a three-way relationship you didn't sign up for.
Right. She showed up at church one day. I'm just like, I had to let him go. I prayed about that. So I had to let him go because I just can't. And he had the balls enough to be like, hope he'll never join the show. You know who I'm talking about. But he just didn't have the balls to be like, look, this is my woman. She's going to be here. You know what I'm saying? That was 3 years I dealt with that. You know what I mean? And I just was like, that was too long for me. I got it. Don't get in my butt.
If you want to make sure you never have baby mama drama be the biggest problem she could ever think of creating for you. And once she understands you're bigger than whatever issue she can give you, she'll leave you alone and act right.
I thought that. Like, I've never, when you say be the bigger problem.
No, not you. I'm talking about men. Like he would.
Yeah, I agree.
He would have had to do this. One of the things, two reasons why I pay for peace. And my son's mothers understand that whatever problem you think you can cause for me, I can be a bigger problem for you. So, it's mutually assured destruction.
He just didn't. He's just not that. He's more
Agreeable.
It shows you the type of man that he is, which is the type of woman that he dealt with. Like
he was very, very dominant from what I hear, like very like angry type.
Oh, this is not dominant. Well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like really, really aggressive, trying to have a personality. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I heard about her. And so,
lights in the club turned on.
See, that's the thing. Like, you shouldn't be dealing with no man who deal with women like that. You know, like, no, not at all. I remember like when I when me and Deja, my girl, was dating early on, she would feel uncomfortable if like when my kid's mom would come and pick up the babies, and I'd be like, yo, you not about to feel uncomfortable in here, like you don't. She would go upstairs. I'm like, no, you don't go down, you stay down here. Like you open up the door and say, hey, how are you? This is your house, this is your, like, even though we didn't live together, but I tried to empower her, like, yo, they are just co-workers, like it's nothing else. We work together to some degree to get this kid to be, they co-workers.
That didn't make me, by him never saying anything, it didn't make me feel secure. I felt like he ran our whole relationship, and he didn't understand that. And even to this day, he'd be like, well, you abandoned me and you left me and I did everything, but he ain't seen his part. You know what I mean? So I just...
that requires accountability.
Yeah. He hasn't taken it, and still I just...
Yeah, but I've counseled a lot of women who have had relationships with guys where they like the guy, but the guy didn't put boundaries up with the child's mother, and would always just say, please understand, please give grace. And it was always the same thing. She will make my life a living hell if I don't. But they don't realize you're basically saying, I'm being controlled by another woman. My man is being controlled by another woman. And that is like so unattractive. Even if, logically you understand, okay, this person's unstable, this person's whatever, but then it makes you go through, then why would you have a child with someone like that?
3 of them, by the way.
I'm on Willie time of like, yo, like they know that, like, if they want to go through it, we gonna go through it, like, and they just not gonna win. Like,
I just wanted him one time to be like, look, this is my woman. We've been together 3 years. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do that. If it's not about the kids, don't call. If it's not this, not that. She would inbox me on social media. She knew when we was taking trips, where we was going. She would see it all everywhere.
Dang, what happened?
It's our bedtime. That's what happened.
That is crazy. That is crazy, girl. You just found out our fun tradition.
Okay.
If they mess around and let the clock run out, the doors of the church close. The club lights turn on. I caught Willie slipping. I only gave him a 1 minute heads up instead of 2 this time. Y'all, this has been an awesome night. Keisha, it was awesome having you. I really do hope that you come back. You were a great addition to the show.
Thursdays, I know.
You have a standing invitation, ma'am. Next week, y'all, it's Thursday, back to the scheduled time. We're going to be Thursday night, so show up here next Thursday. Not 2 days from today, but next Thursday, all right? Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, and God bless you. Sleep well.